1. Life is suffering. As he meditated upon the first of the four truths of Buddha, Rambo gripped the polished bamboo surface of the magnificent ancient bow. He held it low against his left side, closed his eyes, inhaled and exhaled, and attempted to subdue the turmoil in his soul. His muscular torso rippled, his powerful chest and back expanding and contracting. The high-peaked roofs of the Buddhist monastery here in Bangkok, Thailand, disappeared from his mind as they did from his closed eyes. The temple's ornate golden spires no longer existed, nor did the blaze of sunset reflecting off tile and marble. But other senses persisted. Wind chimes tinkled. Incense drifted fragrantly up his nostrils. The bow felt terribly solid. Distressed at his inability to shut out every distraction, he opened his eyes and focused his being only on his target. It was a 6-inch square of wood wedged into a thick, tight bundle of straw, set against a smooth stone wall 30 yards across the courtyard. Rambo stared at the square of wood until it seemed to enlarge and drift toward him, filling his vision. He no longer heard the wind chimes, no longer smelled the incense, no longer felt the bow. The peaks and spires of the monastery, the blazing sunset, the Buddhist monks at their evening prayers ceased to exist. Only the target existed, and Rambo's anguished soul. All life is suffering, the Buddha had taught. Rambo had learned the lesson well. The complex crisscross of scars on his back and chest, the jagged scar across his right bicep, the scar down his upper left cheekbone, these and so many others, the consequence of bayonets, bullets, knives, barbed wire, flames, and shrapnel, were ample evidence of Buddha's truth. Life is pain. As he stared at his target, Rambo re-suffered Vietnam, the heat, bugs, and leeches of the jungle, the countless firefights, the seemingly endless chaos of screams and explosions, of gunships and tracer bullets, of mortars, mines, and grenades, blood spraying, bodies erupting. He re-endured his capture, his 6 months of torture, and his agonized escape. But one war was replaced by another, in America. That cop. Why wouldn't he leave me alone? All I wanted was what I'd earned, the freedom to go where I wanted, to do what I wanted, as long as I didn't bother anybody. Why did he have to push so hard? But you pushed back even harder, a part of Rambo's mind told him. I didn't have a choice. At the start you did. You could have done what he wanted. You could have moved on. Is that why I fought in Nam? To be hassled when I got home? I had rights. You bet. And you sure taught that cop not to fool with your rights. But the thing is, after you blew his town apart, what rights did you have when they put you in prison? The right to break rocks in a quarry? To feel the walls of your cell closing in on you? If the colonel hadn't made good on his promise to get you out. The colonel. Yes. Rambo smiled. The colonel. Troutman, who had trained him, who'd commanded him in Nam, who'd been like a father to him. The only man Rambo trusted. Because of Troutman's intervention with the authorities, Rambo had bought back his freedom by agreeing to go back to hell, to return to Vietnam and the prison camp where he'd been tortured, to rescue American soldiers still being held captive. His mission had been successful. Years after the war's end, he'd finally won it. He'd even been able to defeat another kind of enemy, a representative of the hypocritical system that during the war had sent American soldiers into combat without allowing them the means to win it. Oh yes, he'd accomplished his mission, but at such a cost, not only to his body. The true damage had been to his spirit, for every time he killed or saw others killed, a part of him had died as well, and God knew he'd suffered many deaths. One death in particular had nearly destroyed him. Her name, it tormented him to remember, had been Co, a Vietnamese woman in her early 30s, deceptively delicate, exquisitely lovely. She'd been his contact when he'd parachuted back into Nam. She'd helped him rescue the prisoners. She'd even saved his life. And in the process, she taught him what he thought was impossible, to love. But there hadn't been time for love, because Co had been killed. And Rambo had survived because rage had given him strength. Although dead, she'd once again saved his life. Grief racked him with despair. His powerful chest heaved as he stood in the monastery's courtyard, holding the bow, staring at his target 30 yards away. His meditation had succeeded. The target was all, with one exception: the leather cord around his neck, the miniature Buddha attached to it. The medallion had belonged to Ko. He'd taken it from her corpse. It pressed like fire against his throat. 2. Suffering is caused by the wish for non-permanent things. The second truth of Buddha. Rambo placed a 3-foot arrow on his 6-foot bow. Obeying the centuries-old ritual by which a Zen archer draws a bow, he stretched his arms straight out before him, keeping them at eye level. His left hand gripped the bow, his right hand the arrow. With equal force from both arms, he slowly pulled his hands in opposite directions, to the left and right, bending the bow, tugging the string, drawing the arrow. Even if he'd used the conventional method of drawing a bow, the one a medicine man had taught him when he was a boy on a Navajo reservation in Arizona, the bow would have been excruciatingly difficult to bend because of the 100 pounds of effort it required. Only someone with Rambo's extraordinary physique was capable of doing so. But drawing the bow in the unconventional Zen way made the task more arduous. His arm muscles trembled. Sweat dripped off his forehead. All living things die, he thought. Everything physical falls apart. War proved the Buddha's wisdom. In a world of violence, to seek happiness in a person or object was to doom oneself to disappointment, because objects exploded and people got shot, as Ko had been shot. He exerted his strength to the maximum, straining his arms straight out before him to pull the bow to the left, the arrow to the right. Under normal circumstances, he'd have failed. But the focus of meditation had merged his spirit with his flesh and doubled his capability. Or perhaps it was the force of his spirit alone. If the Buddha was correct, nothing physical was real, including the bow. Only the spirit was real, bending an imaginary bow. Shuddering with effort, he parted his arms to the total 3-foot length of the arrow. The bow now was curved, and combined with the curve in the string, formed almost a circle. It represented the fullness of being, the totality of God, the wholeness of the One who was all. He suspended himself in this agonizing pose. Sweat no longer dripped, but poured from his rigid features. 3. Suffering ends when non-lasting things are rejected. The third truth of Buddha. No object, no person can bring happiness. In a world of violence and pain, of destruction and death, only eternal goals are worth pursuing. To love Ko had doomed him to grieve for her, because if not a year previously, she'd have died hereafter sometime, eventually, and for every rewarding emotion, an equal and opposite emotion lurked in the future. But if the Buddha was right, Rambo's concentration almost failed. If the Buddha was right, there is no future, only now. Does that mean that love for someone, even for a second, ought to be grasped and cherished because that instant lasts forever? He wanted to scream. His strain in pulling bow and string away from each other had caused the bow to approach his chest. From massive pressure, it trembled before him. With the arrow pointed toward his left, and with his left shoulder in line with the target, all he had to do was turn his head to the left, and his eyes stared down the arrow toward its objective. 4. Seek the eternal, the forever-lasting, God. The fourth truth of Buddha. But he needed to survive his anguish now. What do you want? Peace. He released the string on the bow. The arrow shot forward with astonishing force. The string thrummed, resonant, vibrant, tuned to the pulse of the universe. He hadn't aimed the arrow as much as he'd willed its path. His soul, the bow, the string, and the arrow were caught in a mystical union with the target. The arrow not only hit but split the target. The sharp whack was overwhelming. As the sections of wood clattered onto the courtyard, their echo ricocheted off walls and slammed against Rambo's eardrums. His brain seemed pierced. Time lengthened, expanded, deepened, stopped. The present became forever. Now was eternity. 5. With a heartbeat, Time restarted. Rambo lowered the bow and exhaled slowly, shook his head, flexed his shoulders, and gradually became aware again of his surroundings, of the tiles and marble of the monastery, of the wind chimes and the fragrance of incense. At the opposite end of the courtyard, a huge golden statue of the Buddha reflected the brilliant sunset. The great teacher sat with his legs crossed, his hands upon his knees, caught in an attitude of eternal instruction. Rambo approached it, feeling insignificant compared to the statue's magnificence. He stopped before it and lowered his head. Although half Italian, trained to be Catholic, and half Navajo, encouraged to follow the religion of his tribe, he'd studied the Buddhist religion of a Montagnard guide who'd saved his life and nursed him back to health after an A-team Rambo belonged to had been ambushed in North Vietnam. The pain isn't real. It doesn't exist. Everything except spirit is based on illusion. In a hellish world, that theory had been attractive, but hell had persisted despite the theory. "What in God's name do I want?" he mentally repeated. His answer was no longer shouted, but whispered. Peace. He turned from the towering statue of the great golden Buddha and felt transfixed by the stare of a monk across from him. A Thai, the monk had been Rambo's sponsor when, after his second ordeal in Vietnam, he'd wandered through Bangkok and finally had asked to be allowed to stay in this monastery. The monk had answered, "My son, forgive me. You're not one of my countrymen. You can't understand our ways. What do you claim is your religion?" "Zen." "On what basis?" "The Buddha. Before he became a wise man, was a warrior. I too am a warrior." "And?" "With all my heart, I want to choose wisdom, not war." 6. Clang! The bulky hammer struck the slab of red-hot metal. The impact was ear-stunning, high-pitched yet booming. The smoky room reverberated with ringing thunder. Rambo tightened his right hand on the hammer and struck even harder, tensing his left hand on the tongs he used to press the glowing slab of metal against the ancient anvil. Clang! The force of the blow made his body shudder. He slammed the hammer down again, and again. The anvil rang from the increasing force of his blows. The slab of hot metal gave way beneath his assaults. It flattened, spread outward, began to assume the shape of a plaque. The metal was bronze. Days earlier, in another part of this ancient forge, copper and tin had been smelted together, 7 parts to 1. A small amount of zinc and manganese had been added. The molten mixture had been poured into forms, where it cooled and hardened into blocks, only to be softened by being reheated and subjected to Rambo's persistent attacks. Bronze, the legendary alloy of antiquity, strong and resilient, tough and unbreakable, the substance of swords and shields that outlasted the warriors dependent on them. Permanent, as war was permanent. But so was beauty. The artifacts of antiquity, the bronze medallions and bracelets of humanity's ancestors had also survived the ages, had been as everlasting as instruments of war. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. The Bible's Isaiah had been a dreamer. What nations learned best was how to make war. But not me. Rambo angrily slammed his hammer against the red-hot slab of bronze. Not anymore. 7. He'd learned his blacksmith skill from the same wise man in his mother's tribe who'd taught him to be an archer. "Seek discipline and strength," the old man had said. "Turn thought into motion. Learn to respect a craftsman's talent and to realize that a task done well seems easy but is terribly difficult. Appearance is deception. That is the lesson of a blacksmith. The objects around you, which look so permanent, are changeable. A horseshoe can be a medallion. A sword can be a plowshare. Only the spirit within the metal remains constant." Spirit, the truth of the Navajos. It was also the truth of the Buddhists. In the years since he'd left the reservation, he'd forgotten the satisfaction he'd felt as he'd labored under the wise man's instruction at the village's white-hot forge, the pleasure of constructive exertion, the dignity of productive effort. But a week ago, when even the soothing atmosphere of the Buddhist monastery had not been enough to distract him from his demons, he'd suddenly recalled his childhood and the wise man so like a monk who'd been his first teacher. Retreat from the world was not the answer. The world wasn't real. Nonetheless, it was the illusion God meant for him to confront. He needed to act, to do, to exert. His muscles ached to be put into motion, but not to make war, to make beauty. Wandering the narrow, crowded streets of Bangkok, he discovered this bronze foundry next to the river. He hadn't chosen so much as he'd been compelled to enter its noisy, acrid confines. A Caucasian, he'd encountered resistance, but the owner, glancing repeatedly toward Rambo's muscles, had been tempted by the chance to pay this round eye less than he did his regular workers. He'd agreed to let Rambo prove himself. Within 2 days, the owner realized he'd made a rare bargain. Sparks flew. The excruciating heat made Rambo's shirtless torso cascade with sweat. As his muscles flexed, beads of moisture sprayed onto the hot metal he hammered, causing it to hiss. He wanted to suffer enough to forget. About Ko's death, about war, about the thing he did best and yet most hated. But he couldn't forget. The thunderous ringing of hammer against bronze over anvil reminded him of explosions and gunfire. It made him torturously recall the similar clang of a different kind of hammer onto a different kind of metal. A sledgehammer against a wedge shoved into a crack in a boulder in a prison quarry where he'd been punished for defending his rights against that bastard cop who hadn't liked the way he'd looked. He hammered viciously. Clang. All I wanted was peace. Clang. But meditation had not been enough. Clang. The skills his first mentor had taught him had not been enough. What do I need to do? 8. The roar of the crowd shook the corrugated walls of the warehouse, making them reverberate as if about to burst. The din spilled from windows and doors, rumbling over shacks along the canal. The night gleamed with neon from nearby bars and brothels. Rambo paused in his walk from the foundry back to the monastery. He smelled decaying fish, rotting garbage, and something else, sharper, more pungent, marijuana. He turned toward the smoke wafting over him, toward the open warehouse door from which it came, toward the yells that seemed to force the smoke outside. With a frown, he continued along the canal. But a louder roar made him pause again. Amid the haze that spewed from the door, murky lights glowed. Shadows twisted, contorted, rippled, making him think of souls in hell. As when he'd felt compelled to enter the bronze foundry, he stepped through the warehouse door. The building was huge, high and wide, its metal walls rusted. Dangling light bulbs blazed amid the swirling smoke. At least 500 men were squeezed together. Shoving, screaming, puffing on thick marijuana cigarettes known as tie sticks, they waved fists crammed with money. 4 Orientals wearing gaudy suits flanked each quarter of an open space, shouting in response to the crowd, grasping at wads of cash while reluctantly handing over cash of their own. Oddsmakers, bookies, promoters. The scene was reminiscent of cockfights, dogfights, and boar fights. But men, not creatures, stood amid the oddsmakers. They were naked except for cloths wrapped around their loins. Their burly muscles glistened with sweat, rippling with adrenaline-primed anticipation. Their eyes were narrowed with hate. To the right of the doorway, Rambo noticed a wooden crate. He climbed on top, and from this better vantage point saw that the men had bare feet. In each hand they held an 8-inch stick. A referee with a gleaming golden tooth screeched into a microphone. The crowd yelled as fighter confronted fighter, thrust feet at each other, and lunged with the sticks. Rambo shook his head with disgust. The human ability to invent fresh forms of brutality had no limits. This fight was a combination of kickboxing, the Thai martial art, and of eskrima, a martial art using short sticks, developed in the Philippines. 2 lethal forms of combat had been fused to whet the gambling instincts of the crowd. As sticks struck jaw and blood sprayed, Rambo descended from the crate and re-entered the neon-filled night. He walked with increasing quickness along the fish stench of the canal. The monastery beckoned. 9. But the next night, after exhausting himself at the foundry, he found himself walking along this same canal, hastening past, or was it toward, this same warehouse, pausing as he had the night before when he sniffed the sharp smoke of marijuana and heard the brutal roar of the crowd. Again he obeyed the impulse, again approached the warehouse, again watched the chaos of a fight. He turned away as he had before. But the next night, no matter his resistance, he came back, and the next, and the next. 10. He tied a sweatband around his forehead. His opponent hunkered in a corner of the open space across from him. Mouths screamed wagers. Rambo's ears throbbed. Smoke stung his nostrils. His brain swirled. Whatever it took to gain peace. He squatted in the Asian fashion, breathing deeply. If I hadn't resisted that cop, I wouldn't have gone to prison. I wouldn't have gone back to Nam. Ko wouldn't have died. The golden-toothed referee scampered from the ring. Rambo's opponent, a tall, husky Thai, strode forward with contempt to crush the ideal enemy, the ultimate inferior, a round eye. Rambo avoided the initial kick, parried a blow from the wood in his fist, pivoted, and thrust with his own foot. But he didn't stretch to his full capacity. What's wrong with me? His opponent twisted from Rambo's held-back kick and countered with a savage combination of a stick to Rambo's chest and a calloused foot to Rambo's side. Rambo stumbled back in pain. He felt powerless. His opponent stunned him with a brutal flurry of kicks and stick strikes. Blood poured from Rambo's forehead. His body wouldn't respond. He was struck by foot and stick again, and again. He lurched farther back, raised his arms to defend himself, but his will resisted. A stick whacked his heavily muscled chest. He exhaled, his instincts urging him to rebel. But he couldn't force himself, and he suddenly realized why he'd come here. Not to try to vent his demons by doing what he most hated. He hadn't come here to fight. What he wanted was to be punished. For being what he was. For resisting that cop. For starting the chain of circumstance that led to Ko's death. He gazed through blood-blurred eyes toward the crowd. About to topple, he focused on one man too distinctive not to be noticed. Taller than anyone else in the warehouse. Dressed in a U.S. military uniform. A Caucasian in a throng of Orientals. The man's face was long, rectangular, ferret-like, craggy yet handsome, with the gleam of a warrior, the steel of a commander, the love of a father. No. 11. Troutman Samuel, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, watched with a sickening combination of pity and despair as the man whom he thought of as a son allowed himself to be savagely beaten. The bruises and cuts on Rambo's body made Troutman's own body ache. He identified so strongly that he could taste the hot, salty blood streaming past Rambo's lips. In distress, Troutman wanted to turn away. To see his greatest student, and indeed the most magnificent soldier it had ever been his privilege to know, refuse to defend himself was almost more than Troutman could bear. This warrior, who'd received his country's highest award for valor, the Medal of Honor, how could he refuse to be what he was, to obey his instincts and training, to demonstrate his exceptional skills? But Troutman knew he didn't dare turn away. Couldn't give in to weakness. Mustn't take away this hero's only chance to regain his self-respect. I need to keep watching, Troutman thought. I need to fix him with my stare. When Rambo noticed me, he looked ashamed. He doesn't want me to see what he's doing to himself. If I keep glaring, if I keep showing my disgust. 12. In shame, Rambo jerked his face from the colonel's searing gaze. At once, a blow to his shoulder spun him, so he faced the colonel again. Troutman's eyes were narrowed with fierce disapproval. Like lasers, they scorched Rambo's soul. No. A merciless kick to Rambo's stomach doubled him over. With his face bent toward the floor, Rambo blinked through doubled vision at the blood from his forehead spattering onto the dirty concrete at his feet. But he still felt Troutman's gleaming, disgusted eyes. A stick against Rambo's right kidney jolted him sideways. The pain was excruciating. He almost fell. The crowd roared. But even louder, one voice, hoarse with indignation, bellowed, "God damn it, John, shape up!" As the leering Thai whacked a stick against his ribs, Rambo got angry. A year ago, after Ko had been killed, the rage he'd unleashed on those responsible had been so severe that he'd thought he'd purged himself of rage forever. Vengeance had gutted him, or so he'd believed. But now he realized that his anger had never really left him. His meditation and labor had only subdued his rage, repressed it, held it in check. No longer. Something burst inside him. Hot fury blossomed. He parried a stick aimed toward his teeth, dodged a kick intended for his groin, and jabbed the outside of his opponent's thigh as it sped past him. His well-aimed blow struck a nerve in the muscle. Agony twisted his opponent's face. The Thai lurched, favoring his other leg, attempting to distract Rambo with a stick toward an eye while he gained the precious instants needed for his numbed leg to regain mobility. Rambo pivoted from the blow and struck toward the other leg, but the Thai anticipated and slammed a stick across Rambo's wrist. One of Rambo's own sticks fell and clattered onto the floor. In surprise, resisting the urge to clutch his pain-ridden hand, Rambo leapt back from another blow. Damage to Rambo's body slowed his responses. His blood-blurred vision caused him to misjudge distance. The next time he struck, his remaining stick glanced off a shoulder. The Thai winced, his grimace replaced by the familiar leer as he regained mobility in his leg. Rambo pivoted from another thrust but collided with the screaming crowd. Off balance he fell, rolled to avoid a kick to his face, and surged to his feet. He leapt from another kick, jolted into the crowd again, and this time the crowd parted, shouting as his impetus carried him to a walloping stop against a warehouse wall. The rusted metal rumbled as if about to crack. The Thai attacked, his sticks a blur. "For Christ's sake, John!" the colonel shouted. With a bellow of pride, Rambo rebounded off the wall. He whirled and slashed, unleashing a barrage of kicks and parries that forced his opponent into frantic retreat. The Thai lurched sideways from a blow to his injured leg. He doubled over from a kick to his solar plexus. He jerked his head up in agony from a stick that cracked his collarbone. Rambo kicked his opponent's good leg from under him. He walloped the back of the Thai's neck as he went down. Forehead smacked against concrete. The Thai lay, moaning, semi-conscious, in a pool of blood. 13. The crowd's roar was like an explosion. The warehouse became a surging chaos of shouting faces and thrashing arms, of money thrust and taken, of bets won and lost. Rambo ignored the confusion around him. He focused on the only man in the warehouse who mattered, Troutman, who squinted even harder, but this time in satisfaction, who nodded with respect and approval. The colonel's lips formed silent words. "Good job, John." Rambo shifted his gaze toward the floor. His defeated, bleeding opponent continued to squirm in pain. "I had no cause to hurt you," Rambo thought. "I wanted the opposite. You were supposed to hurt me." Crouching, Rambo touched his opponent's pain-contorted, sweat-streaked back. "I'm sorry." But the pain that swelled his own wrist, forehead, and chest made Rambo recall that this man had done everything possible to destroy him. "You took your best shot. So be it." Rambo straightened, still oblivious to the noise of the crowd. Someone thrust a wad of something into his hand, but this too was irrelevant. All he noticed was Troutman's continuing approving gaze. Rambo stormed through the crowd, forcing the money changers back while he grabbed the jeans and sweatshirt he'd set against the warehouse wall when he'd stripped for combat. Not bothering to dress, he thrust toward the warehouse exit, dimly aware of the next two fighters about to attack each other for the pleasure of the crowd. He emerged from the marijuana haze of the warehouse and breathed deeply, replacing acrid smoke with the fish stench of the canal. The neon glow of bars and brothels offended him. "What am I doing here?" "Please, Colonel, please don't follow me. I don't want you to see me like this. I don't want—" "Johnny, wait!" 14. Rambo froze. The raucous noise of traffic and voices in the night receded. The world disappeared. Only he and Troutman existed. Streaming with blood, clutching his clothes and whatever had been pressed into his hand, Rambo slowly turned. He strained to clear the blur in his eyes, to gain an undistorted image of his commander, the man he thought of as his father. "All right." He braced his shoulders, sweating, bleeding. "Colonel, I'm sorry you saw me like this. I never meant for you to know. But I'm a civilian now. It's not your business." "John, you and I are more than just business." "What are we?" "Family." "Yes." Rambo swallowed, his voice hoarse. "Yes." He slumped against a shack. "So, what are you doing here? How did you find me?" "First things first, John. Put your clothes on. You looked fine in there, but out here," the colonel shrugged. Rambo almost smiled. I guess you could say I'm out of uniform. He slipped his sweatshirt over his bleeding shoulders. He exchanged his loincloth for underwear in the pocket of his jeans, put that on, then his pants. But in the process, he realized that what someone had pressed against his palm was money, the equivalent of $200 American, his prize for winning the fight. Blood comes cheap. Did you ever doubt it? No, Rambo said. Never. I asked you, how did you find me? The colonel shrugged again. I have ways. Translation, you had me followed. I needed to keep in touch. I needed to know what you were doing. Why? We're close, you and I. With due respect, sir, leave me alone. It's my turn to ask. Ask me what? Why? Troutman stepped closer. He raised his hands as if to grasp Rambo's shoulders. Why did you want to destroy yourself? Why not? John, you're special. Rambo made a scoffing sound. Special, Troutman said. After what you went through in Vietnam the second time, a year ago, after I asked you how you'd live and all I got for an answer was day by day, I figured I'd better keep an eye on what you were doing, and I'm glad I did. Rambo held up his fistful of money, his eyes ironic. Just earning a living. Destroying yourself. What difference does it make? Rambo asked. A lot. I told you, you're special. A killer? Special? Not a killer, a warrior. I don't see the difference. Yes, I know. And that's the trouble. Troutman finally did grasp Rambo's shoulders. My friend, you're one of the greatest soldiers I've ever known. This isn't the time to tell you why I'm here. You're tired. You have wounds to heal. But tomorrow, I have a favor to ask. I won't listen. You don't know what it is. I can guess. It means more of what I tried to suffer for tonight. You can't reject your destiny. The Buddha doesn't believe in destiny. Yes, Troutman said. The Buddha rejects the past. He rejects its consequences. He believes in now. But my friend, right now, you're in a very bad way. So I suggest tomorrow you listen carefully. Maybe, just maybe, I know how to save your soul. I doubt it, Rambo stared. But just so you understand, I haven't forgotten what you taught me. I knew I was being followed. I didn't guess who ordered the tail. To tell you the truth, I didn't care. But the tail was good, not a match for someone you trained. Good just the same. He deserves a bonus. Rambo turned toward the darkness along the fish stench of the canal, toward one shadow in particular. Come here, kid. The shadow remained unmoving. I said, come here, kid. $200 American. Think. It's more than you make or steal in a year. The darkness didn't move. Okay, Rambo said. If you don't want it, the fish can spend it. He raised his hand as if to dump the money into the canal. The shadow moved. A small, frail boy in rags, a tie, emerged from an alley. Rambo smiled. Buy an ice cream cone. The nervous youth edged closer, peered this way and that, snatched the money and raced away, absorbed by the night. Rambo turned with satisfaction toward the colonel. I always said, John, you've got style. Rambo stepped away, walking into the shadows. 15. Despite Bangkok's smog, the morning sun glared. Troutman peered from a slowly moving taxi toward the noise and congestion of bicycles, mopeds, motorcycles, tricycle rickshaws, buses, and cars. The air was so thick with exhaust haze he resisted opening a window, no matter the increasing heat inside the taxi. Sweat mottled his uniform. To distract himself, he studied sidewalk vendors, amazed at how they kept from being pushed underfoot by the surging crowd. Weariness strained the usually smooth voice of the man beside him. At this rate, it'll take us another hour. We should have walked. 5 miles? Good exercise. In Washington, I jogged every morning along the Potomac. But this is Bangkok, Troutman said. A steam bath filled with carbon monoxide. You wouldn't enjoy the walk. The man, a 45-year-old civilian in a diplomat's gray suit, ran a finger along the inside of his collar. "This sweatbox of a taxi isn't much better. Tell the driver to turn on the air conditioning." "It probably doesn't work. Even if it did, I doubt he'd turn it on. Air conditioning wastes gasoline, and gasoline's in short supply here. You notice how he shuts off the engine every time there's a traffic jam. The heat's our problem, not his. He's used to it." The civilian wiped a handkerchief across his brow. He was 5'10", slightly overweight, with distinguished-looking salt-and-pepper hair, and a bureaucrat's calculating eyes. "I hope this is worth the effort. Do you think he'll go along?" Troutman didn't answer for a moment. "It all depends." "On what?" "On how strongly he's able to deny what he is." The taxi increased speed. Its driver spotted a break in traffic, darted through, then veered down a side street. 10 minutes later, he bullied the taxi past a cluster of bicyclists, almost struck a woman pushing a cart stacked with vegetables, and reached a dilapidated industrial district along the river. Troutman got out. Ahead, smoke spewed from vents in the roof of a large, dingy metal building. "Remember," Troutman said, "he doesn't tolerate bullshit." "No problem. My specialty is making bullshit smell like honey." "Believe me, he knows the difference." They entered the building. In Thai, Troutman told the owner what they wanted. Metal clanged against metal, growing louder as they proceeded through workrooms where bronze was being engraved and polished. The closer they got to the heart of the foundry, the more its heat increased. Sweat rolled down Troutman's face. The civilian stopped in awe. "My God, is that him?" A powerful man, a Westerner, his muscular back knotted with effort, slammed a hammer onto a red-hot wedge of bronze on top of an ancient anvil. Troutman nodded proudly. "I had no idea," the civilian said. "I told you." "I thought you were exaggerating." "The opposite. He's one of a kind." Troutman could barely be heard in the awesome din of Rambo's hammer strikes. "You'd better wait here." "For God's sake, why? I know more than you do about this mission." "But you don't know him." 16. Although his back was to the forge's doorway, although the fierce clang of his hammer obscured all other sounds, Rambo sensed intruders. He glanced toward the Thai who worked the bellows and saw a narrowed gaze of suspicion. Caucasians, Rambo concluded. He set down his hammer and turned as Troutman came up to him. The colonel nodded respectfully. "John?" "I told you not to come here, sir." "You're not the only one who's stubborn." "For Christ's sake." "John, I wouldn't have come unless I truly believed what I want you to listen to is important. But I have an even more important reason." Rambo waited. "You," Troutman said. Rambo straightened, his muscles rippling uneasily. "I'm out of the service now. I'm not your responsibility. We've gone through too much together." "Yes," Rambo said. "Too much. I trained you. I'm responsible. For you, to you. Whether you're in the service any longer doesn't matter. The bond between us is personal." "I told you last night, don't ask. I won't go through it again." "Last night you also told me you'd listen." "No, you didn't listen. I said I wouldn't." "Damn it, step back and look at yourself. Look at what you're doing to yourself. You're lost, because you won't accept, won't be what you are." "Why should I be what I hate?" "It isn't hate, it's confusion. Accept." "My destiny?" "I told you last night, I don't believe in destiny." "Yes, and that's the problem." They studied each other. "John, I'm calling in favors. I want you to talk to someone." "That gray suit in the doorway?" Troutman raised his hands in frustration. "What can I do? I'm forced to deal with the system. But what he has to say to you is important. I'm asking you as a friend. Listen to him. After he's finished, tell him to go to hell if you want. But grant me the courtesy." "All right," Rambo said abruptly. "What?" Troutman blinked in surprise. "For you. No big deal. Talk's cheap. But, Colonel..." Rambo hesitated. "If I turn him down..." "Yes?" "Nothing personal intended." "Fair enough." Troutman's chest heaved, then relaxed. "But I hold you to the bargain. You've got to really listen, John. In good faith, promise? Word of honor. But he'd better be damn convincing. From now on, convincing you is his problem. Troutman's lips formed a hopeful smile. For what it's worth, sir, I trust you. I hope I won't regret this. That's all I'm asking, John. Trust me. Rambo warily approached the man with the calculating eyes, who represented the system he'd fled. This is Robert Briggs, Troutman said. He's with the U.S. State Department's Intelligence Service. Rambo's voice dropped. Oh. He's assigned to our embassy here in Bangkok, but his sphere of influence, there's no need to be explicit, Briggs said, is much wider. He helped me keep track of you, Troutman concluded. Why? Rambo asked. Let's just say, Briggs smiled, good men are hard to find. He wiped a handkerchief across his sweaty forehead. Can we talk somewhere more comfortable? Rambo shook his head. Sorry, I've got work to do. Briggs frowned and wiped his sweaty forehead again. In that case, he squinted toward Rambo's Thai assistant. Tell him to leave. I don't want our conversation to be overheard. Rambo spoke a few words in Thai. The assistant left. Rambo sighed. Now, what's this all about? I told you I've got work to do. If that's going to be your attitude, Briggs frowned harder. 16 days ago, a freelance American TV journalist disappeared in Afghanistan. He and his documentary film team were attempting to infiltrate the war zone. Freelance TV journalist? Something wrong? What makes me think that was a cover? He belonged to you, right? He was an intelligence agent. Briggs glanced from Rambo to Troutman, then back to Rambo. I'll give you credit, you're right. He was one of ours. His objective was to deliver desperately needed weapons and medical supplies to the Afghan rebels. In the process, he was also supposed to gather information, get photographs, anything that would verify accusations about Soviet atrocities and whatever else they're doing. We suspect they're planning a major new offensive against the rebels. His scheduled reports haven't been coming in. We're forced to conclude that he and his team were compromised. We're anxious to find out for sure. I understand, Rambo said. A decent nation's hanging in the balance, and eventually so is the whole region. I said I understand, but it's none of my business, Rambo said. What? It's not my war. John, those freedom fighters are facing the most powerful gunships in the world, and all they've got are broken-down 50-year-old rifles, Troutman said. How does that involve you, sir? I'm joining them. The room seemed to shrink. No, Rambo said. John, they believe in freedom. What the hell else can I do? You fought your wars. You've earned your medals. Let assholes like this, he pointed toward Briggs, send someone else to be killed. Rambo turned to go back to the forge. John, I want you to go with me, to lead the mission. How stupid do you think I am? Rambo asked. An American colonel can't risk going into Afghanistan. If you were caught, the Russians would score a major propaganda victory. Your capture would distract from the Russian invasion. The UN would... Troutman shook his head. I won't cross the border. My job's to stay in Pakistan and train Afghan refugees to return home and fight. Then what would I... Cross over with a team of Afghans, find out what happened to the journalist, and finish the job he started. Take photographs, get proof the Russians are planning an offensive. Verify atrocities. Anything that'll help turn world opinion against the invasion. Photographs. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? That's what I was supposed to do the last time. Would the government give me full support? Troutman shook his head. It's a classified mission. Sure. Like the last time. If I'm captured, I'd be a freelance. The government won't recognize me or give me help. Thanks, but no thanks. It sucks, sir. Briggs raised his hands in astonishment. I heard you're supposed to be this great soldier. I'm not anything, Rambo said. My war is over. Oh, sure, Briggs said. It's not America's war today, but what about tomorrow? Tomorrow doesn't exist. That's what you think. Tomorrow, whether you believe in it or not, we may all be more involved than you think. Not me. Rambo walked away. But, Briggs objected, I've done my duty. It's someone else's turn. Rambo glanced back sadly toward Troutman. "I just wish it wasn't yours, sir." He had trouble breathing. "No hard feelings." "I promised you, John. Nothing personal intended or taken." Rambo's chest ached. "Thanks." He swallowed painfully and left the room. 17. "Well," Briggs made the words sound like a curse, "you should have warned me your hero's a prima donna. It's perfectly obvious we were wasting our time." "He had a right to turn us down," Troutman said. "He doesn't need to follow orders anymore." "He practically had me begging." Troutman shrugged. "We made the strongest case we could. He just didn't buy it. He's earned the right to be left alone. He doesn't need to risk his ass if he doesn't want to." "That's what I mean about wasting our time. Take risks? You bet he doesn't want to. Hell, your warrior's lost his nerve." "What are you talking about?" "That mission a year ago was too damned much for him. It softened his spine. He won't go back into action because he's a coward." Troutman bristled. "That man sacrificed more for his country than you and me and—" "I'm not denying what he did in the past. I studied his file. His career is impressive." "Impressive? 1 Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 4 Bronze Stars, 4 Vietnamese Crosses of Gallantry, 5 Purple Hearts, and the Medal of Honor. You're goddamned right it's impressive." "I haven't forgotten any of that. The point is, Colonel, it's history. What I'm concerned about are now and tomorrow, not what happened last month or 15 years ago," Briggs said. "You bastard." "A practical bastard. The world's in bad shape. If everybody dropped out— Look at yourself, Colonel. You fought your share of battles, but you still come back for more, unlike your former warrior." "That doesn't mean I'm braver than he is," Troutman said. "What does it mean?" "I'm a fool." "Then I thank God for fools, Colonel. You'd better get going. You're due in Pakistan tomorrow." Part 2. The Embassy. 1. The pass was narrow and steep, the landscape as rugged and forbidding as any Troutman had encountered. Although stars glinted, the darkness of the trail was nearly total. He sensed more than saw the hulking blackness of boulders and the wraith-like shadows of the single-line caravan. Night emphasized sounds, the shriek of the wind, the scrape of horses' hooves over stones. Ropes creaked and strained from the weight of the crates they secured to the horses. The thin air of the mountains made Troutman feel dizzy and sick to his stomach. Despite a woolen blanket around his shoulders, he trembled from cold. An unseen rock caused him to stumble. Regaining his balance, he suddenly tensed from a new sound, startling, intrusive, a low rumbling whump, whump, whump. Alien, unnatural, it came from ahead. His heart pounded. The noise sped closer, becoming a roar. The caravan jerked to a halt. Tribesmen shouted at one another. Although Troutman didn't understand their language, he didn't need his translator to tell him what they yelled in panic. Take cover. Damn it, take cover where, Troutman thought, straining to study the darkness around him. The pass was desolate. Its boulders couldn't possibly hide the caravan from the death rushing toward them. As the roaring whump, whump, whump became deafening, Troutman felt harried movement all around him. Tribesmen jumped off horses, forcing them to lie on the ground. Troutman didn't understand why they were doing so. Then all at once he did, and his pulse hammered. He rushed to imitate the tribesmen. Huddling, he yanked his blanket over his head and held himself perfectly still. If a boulder won't give you cover, why not become a boulder? Disguise was the only hope. The whump, whump, whump was now awesome, overwhelmingly thunderous. Peering through a gap in the blanket, Troutman saw 3 massive objects loom overhead and blot out the stars. The objects were shaped like boxcars, but the boxcars had wings, and the jagged silhouettes beneath the wings were rockets, missiles, cannons, and machine guns. Soviet Mi-24 gunships, their firepower insanely devastating. Troutman felt as if he'd swallowed glass. A searchlight came to life on one of them. The brilliant beam scanned the barren pass. A second searchlight blazed, then a third. They flashed back and forth, approaching. Troutman hugged the dirt, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. 100 yards up the pass, dust swirled from the power of the gunship's rotors. If they come any closer, they'll whip the blankets off us, Troutman thought. They'll see us, they'll— The gunship suddenly paused. They hovered for a torturous length of time, almost cruelly, as if teasing their victims. Unexpectedly, they shifted direction, toward the left slope of the pass. They rose and skirted the bluff, their searchlights fading, their thunder becoming a drone. Dust settled. Troutman slowly stood. He inhaled deeply. The cold air didn't calm the fire in his lungs. 2. In the night, in his room in the Buddhist monastery, Rambo wakened nervously. His sleep had been shallow, restless, disturbed. For a week now, ever since he'd refused to go with Trautman to Pakistan, he'd suffered regrets. He hadn't been able to concentrate on anything except his rejection of the colonel's request. Meditation had been impossible. The Zen bow had resisted his efforts to bend it. The forge had no longer provided distraction. He felt uneasy, apprehensive. No matter how he tried to repress it, the same fierce accusation nagged at him. You let the colonel down. He needed your help, and you turned your back on him. He'd do anything for you, but you wouldn't grant him a favor. God damn it, I should have gone. Rambo's turmoil passed beyond regret, guilt, and shame. Last night, and again tonight, he'd been filled with alarm. His insides had squirmed with a terrible foreboding. Something was wrong. Something was going to happen. The colonel needs me. He asked for help, but I turned him down, and now I'm not there when he gets in trouble. When? Not if? When? Something's going to happen. He had no doubt. 3. It was Troutman's turn to ride. Slouched on a horse, half asleep, he swayed with every jolting hoof-fall as the caravan proceeded through the night, working higher into the mountains. He jerked upright, fully alert when the horse stopped. What now, he thought. The caravan had halted. Tribesmen stared past the front of the line toward something dead center on the trail above. Troutman squinted. What was it? A boulder? A hut? In the shadowy moonlight, he couldn't tell. His companions unslung M16s from their backs and began to stalk up the trail. Troutman slid from the horse, drew his pistol, and quickly joined them. As he edged closer, the shape became clearer, more distinct. Became a man on a camel. Troutman frowned. A camel? Up here? His frown became more severe when he recognized an AK-47 lying across the stranger's lap. Troutman's group stopped a cautious distance from the rider. Several tribesmen murmured in suspicion and surprise. One tribesman shouted something to the rider, who shouted back. Several harsh exchanges followed. What are they saying? Troutman asked his interpreter. Man on camel say his men were killed. He won't travel with us. Does he sound as if he can be trusted? Troutman asked. The interpreter shrugged. A tribesman shouted something else to the rider. The rider shouted an answer. The interpreter stepped back nervously. Man on camel say he come from Jagdelig, our village. I know everyone there. I do not know him. A frightened tribesman opened fire. As blood erupted from the rider's face, the night turned into chaos, roaring and blazing with exploding grenades and shuddering muzzle flashes from automatic weapons. Troutman dived toward the side of the trail, scurrying on his hands and knees toward a pile of rocks. From every flank, dozens of enemy rifles laid down a constant barrage of murderous, inescapable crossfire. Dying tribesmen screamed. Troutman shot until his pistol was empty. He ejected the empty magazine, slammed in a full one, and prepared to squeeze the trigger again, only to realize that the night was still. Except for the agonized moans of wounded tribesmen and the frenzied cries of gut-shot horses, he heard just a ringing in his ears. He smelled gun smoke, excrement, and blood. The stillness was broken. Angry voices shouted everywhere around him. Afghanistan government troops rose from hidden positions. Heavy boots crunched over stones. Rifle barrels surrounded him. A soldier slammed the pistol from his hand. Troutman raised his arms in surrender, then gasped from a rifle butt that punched his stomach and knocked him to the ground. Another soldier kicked his side. As Troutman rolled, he felt a massive impact to the back of his skull. The night became red. 4. Sir, this is a United States Embassy, not a missing persons bureau. At his desk in a cubbyhole of the lobby, the minor official peered over his glasses toward Rambo. Even if it were a missing persons bureau, this is Thailand, and you claim the man you're looking for went to Pakistan. Rambo strained to remain polite. The official obviously disapproved of his appearance. In place of a suit, dress shirt, and tie, none of which Rambo owned, He wore laundered jeans and a fresh denim shirt. In Bangkok's heat, he'd rolled up his sleeves and opened the two top buttons on his shirt. The official glanced at Rambo's thick, long hair, his bulging arm and chest muscles, Ko's Buddhist medallion tied to his throat, and the scar on his upper left cheekbone. Dismissiveness clouded the official's eyes. "I didn't say I wanted the embassy to find my friend," Rambo said. "Then explain it again. What exactly do you want?" The official held a pen to an imposing-looking document. Rambo wanted to cram the document down his throat. "I want to see Robert Briggs." The official scratched the side of his face. "Briggs? I don't recall anyone with that name working here." "He's with State Department Intelligence." "They don't circulate the names of their personnel. How would you know he's with intelligence?" "Just ask him if he'll talk to me," Rambo said. "That's not how the system works. You can't walk in off the street and demand to see an intelligence officer. How do we know what your motives are? You might be a terrorist. By the way, may I ask what you're doing in Thailand?" "Losing my patience." The official stiffened. "Leave your name, address, and telephone number. If he wants to talk to you, call him," Rambo said. "Now." "I think we've spent enough time on this subject. I'd just like to say you're the kind of American who hurts our image abroad." The official tapped his pen on his desk. "Now, you can leave of your own accord, or you can go another way." "Don't touch that button," Rambo said. "Is that a threat?" Rambo walked along a corridor. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Rambo walked faster, staring into offices. "Briggs! Can you hear me, Briggs? I want to talk to you." Embassy personnel glanced up, startled. "Briggs! Stop him! I want to talk to Briggs. Buddy, hold it right there." Rambo glanced back toward the lobby. A U.S. Marine unholstered his pistol. "I want to see Briggs." Rambo kept walking. "Stop!" the Marine yelled. Two other soldiers joined him. "He may be armed. He threatened me." "Briggs! Halt!" Rambo reached a stairway. The Marines cocked their pistols. "Wait! Don't shoot!" a voice ordered. Rambo turned, seeing Briggs rush across the lobby. "It's all right, Sergeant. I know this man. Put your weapons down." "But, sir, it's fine," Briggs said. The Marines looked annoyed and confused. "If you're positive." "Sergeant, you did the right thing. You and your men can relax. The situation's under control." Reluctantly, the Marines uncocked and lowered their pistols. Briggs walked toward him. "We need to talk," Rambo said. "Yes, I guess we do." 5. Briggs shut the office door. "Have a seat. You want some coffee, or—" "I'm here about the colonel," Rambo said. "I figured that. But how the hell did you find out? We've been keeping it under wraps. Reporters won't be told until we see how the situation develops." "Reporters? What are you talking about?" "The colonel. You said you were here about—" "My God, you don't know." "I came to get directions so I could join him. What the hell happened?" "I'm not allowed to, Briggs, if something happened to the colonel and you don't tell me." The room became silent. Rambo stepped toward him. "All right." Briggs flinched. "Relax." He slumped behind his desk. "Briggs?" "It was a simple operation that ran into complications. All the facts aren't in. What we know is the colonel was training refugees in Pakistan to go back to Afghanistan and fight the Soviets. Apparently, he wanted first-hand experience of how difficult it was for the rebels to cross the mountains and get back home. He went with a rebel caravan, intending to turn around as soon as he reached the Afghan border. There aren't any fences to mark the border. The rebels must have misjudged distance, or maybe Troutman's guide made a mistake. For whatever reason, he went into Afghanistan. The caravan was hit by Afghan government troops. One rebel escaped. He saw the colonel being captured. We don't know what happened next, but we can assume. The soldiers will turn the colonel over to the Soviet commander of the region." "What are you going to do about it?" "There's not much we can do, considering the propaganda the Soviets will make out of this." "One more time. What are you going to do about this?" "Our hands are tied." "Your hands are as free as you want them to be." "I'm going to be frank. You are just a former soldier, not a diplomat. At the moment, we cannot even acknowledge that this happened to Colonel Troutman. To do so would jeopardize sensitive hostage negotiations currently being conducted in other parts of the world." "You're telling me you'd sooner have other American hostages freed before you arrange to have the colonel freed?" "We're not even sure we can arrange to have him freed. Damn it, what happens if the Soviets torture Troutman or use chemicals on him and he breaks? He won't, Rambo said. But what if he does? Suppose they force him to admit the U.S. is financing, arming, and training Afghan rebels. Suppose they force him to lie and say he deliberately entered Afghanistan with the approval of the U.S. government. Take my word, they'll never make him do it. I appreciate loyalty, Briggs said. But the political facts are that the U.S. might need to insist that Troutman's a rogue, that our government had no knowledge whatsoever of what he was doing. We might need to cut him loose. You bastard. That's what Troutman called me. It's my job. But what I just explained to you is a worst-case scenario. It might not come to that. We might not need to cut him loose. Everything depends on the Soviets now. They might not use the colonel's capture as the basis for a massive propaganda campaign. It's possible they'll agree to release him in exchange for our promise to cut back on our criticism of the Soviet invasion. Or maybe they'll give him up if we give up one of their captured spies. Who knows? The bottom line is we sit tight and take a wait-and-see approach. Believe me, he'll be getting official help when the timing is right. The timing is right now. The longer you wait, the easier it is to forget. He cannot get official assistance at the moment. Then make it unofficial. What? Give me what I need. Then forget I'm alive. You're volunteering to go in after him. Briggs sounded astonished. What if you're captured too? Just to ease your mind, if I do get caught, you can tell the press I'm a hot-dog ex-soldier who wanted to go back to war. The government can say it's glad to be rid of me. Go back to war? A week ago you refused. Why are you doing this? Because the colonel would do it for me. 6. With frantic effort, Rambo worked the bellows, thrusting air beneath the flaming coals in the forge, urging them to a searing white heat. Sweat cascaded off his body. His muscles flexed and knotted, rippled and bulged as he labored. With tongs, he pulled a bar of glowing 440C stainless steel from the coals. He grabbed his massive hammer and struck it repeatedly against the red-hot metal. Clang! His blows were stunning, jolting his body as they did the steel. His arm ached from the fury of his assault. He pounded, he slammed, he shaped. For Troutman. Need to find Troutman. Need to save Troutman. Clang! The shaping completed, Rambo studied the instrument he'd created. It was flat, 12 inches long, 2.5 inches across, a 1/4 inch thick, with a double-edged blade. Its tip had a curve. 8 notches, 4 along each side, signified the 8 members of his A-team, friends, who died in Nam. The weapon had such weight he needed to make it lighter, needed to cut a slot along the middle of its length to reduce the weight, and as a bonus to add what was called a blood groove, to prevent suction from making him struggle to withdraw the instrument from a body. Hours from now, fully tempered, polished, and sharpened, its double edges would be the strongest and keenest that any blacksmith had ever created. When he secured a handle to its tang, the handle slanted to give him greater leverage on downward cuts, the total length would be 18 inches. An instrument of war. A knife whose modified Bowie design resembled a miniature Afghan sword, for he was soon to enter a land in which modern weapons competed with those from the Middle Ages, a land in which centuries overlapped, in which then and now were meaningless distinctions. Nodding bitterly, Rambo thrust the glowing blade into a water barrel. As if infused with a life of its own, the knife hissed angrily. Steam enveloped him. 7. Troutman moaned and slowly awakened. Agony racked his stomach, his side, his spine, and his head. He feared that the rifle butts had broken his ribs or fractured his skull. He gasped from dry heaves. Pierced by blazing lights, his vision spun. With terrified concentration, he managed to steady his eyes and focus them. He lay in a small stone cell with an iron door. A square of bars in the door formed a high, narrow window. Beyond the bars, there seemed to be a corridor. Turning painfully, Troutman saw that the walls themselves had no windows. The cell was empty. No cot, not even a latrine. The blinding lights were recessed behind protective metal grids in the ceiling. He struggled to organize his thoughts, to quell his apprehension. He remembered being beaten unconscious after the government troops had captured him. He remembered waking briefly when the soldiers lifted him into a Soviet gunship. The soaring flight, during which he'd vomited, was only a blur. But as the gunship touched down and he was placed on a stretcher, he'd vaguely seen his destination. Haloed by early morning haze, an enormous fortress rose out of a dusty plain. Barbed wire surrounded huge granite walls. A guard tower sat on each corner. Soviet sentries patrolled outside the walls and on the parapets. Tanks and armored personnel carriers raised dust, arriving and departing. Hulking gunships lifted thunderously from within the fortress. Troutman's memory halted as a key rattled in his cell door. Warily, he watched it swing open. A lean, square-shouldered Soviet officer entered. He was in his mid-40s, had short gray hair, and exuded authority. With a raspy voice, the Soviet said, "I am Colonel Zayson. Your identification tags indicate you are Samuel Trautman, a colonel in the United States Army, Special Forces Unit, an inferior version of our Spetsnaz Special Operations Group." Troutman didn't respond. "I can make this experience easy or painful for you," the Soviet colonel continued. "The choice is yours. I could have told my superiors about your capture. I could have sent you to Kabul. But I hate this country. You can help me leave it, but to do that, you must supply worthy information so I can impress my superiors. In return, I guarantee no further harm will come to you. So, we begin. Why did you come to Afghanistan? Who else is planning to cross the border? Will you publicly confess that your government sent you here? Do you know where my soldiers can find the rebel leader, Akram Haidar, and his gang of bandits? These and other matters I wish to know." "Go to hell," Troutman said. "No, it is you who are in hell. I will now introduce Sergeant Korov." A heavy, cruel-looking, bare-scalped soldier entered the room. "You and the sergeant will learn to know each other well." As Zayson left the cell and closed the door, Korov stepped toward Troutman. 5 seconds later, Troutman knew that Zayson had been right. A boot struck his teeth. He vomited. A boot struck his balls. He was in hell. Part 3. The Gun Shop. 1. From the sun-parched plain outside Peshawar, West Pakistan, Rambo stared toward his destination. 10 miles away, the legendary Khyber Pass zigzagged upward through the narrow confines of 1,000-foot-high limestone cliffs toward the snow-capped peaks of the massive Hindu Kush Mountains. Those mountains were Afghanistan. Distracted by cries of distress, Rambo lowered his eyes to survey the chaos around him. Since the Soviets had invaded Afghanistan in 1979, their 115,000 soldiers had devastated the country, killing as many as 1 million villagers, forcing 1.5 million to flee to Iran and 3 million to flee here to West Pakistan. Most of those 3 million refugees were spread out in every direction Rambo gazed. The newspapers called it a refugee camp, but camp couldn't begin to describe so vast a nightmare. 3 million fugitives. The number was too huge to be comprehended. They lived in tents made from blankets, the tottering shelters so crammed together it was almost impossible to walk among them. So-called hospitals were mostly first-aid stations, understaffed, under-equipped, merely barricaded open spaces without a roof or walls, in which cots were squeezed side by side, and patients were exposed to the scorching sun. He saw children whose legs had been blown off, women who'd been burned, old men who'd been blinded. Wounded rebels lay staring at the sky, suffering without complaint, except to beg doctors to help them get well so they could return to the fight. Pain struck the soul as well as the body. Farmers missed their land, villagers their homes. Herdsmen had no meaning without their animals. Veiled women, accustomed to hiding from strangers, endured the shame of constantly appearing in public. A proud, independent people, committed to the dignity of self-sufficiency, were charity cases, their hunger-swollen bellies forcing them to take handouts. To Rambo's left, an endless line plodded forward to fill gasoline cans with water from Red Cross trucks. To his right, another dispirited line brought tattered wicker baskets to piles of grain donated by Western nations. Along with tea and dried skim milk, that was all these refugees lived on. Their only solace was their religious fervor, their passionate belief in Islam. 5 times each day, before dawn, after midday, in late afternoon, just after sunset, and 2 hours after dark, they joined in public worship, kneeling toward Mecca, placing their foreheads on the ground and praying out loud. The essence of every prayer was the same. Allahu Akbar. God is great. There is no God but Allah. Even in hell, Rambo thought. For at the moment he heard no prayers, only moaning and wailing. He wanted to flee. At the same time, he almost sank to his knees and begged the God of the Christians, Navajos, and Buddhists to help these apparently forsaken people. But if God wouldn't help them, he would. To pay suffering back with suffering. Revenge. That thought came suddenly and surprised him. No, it's not your war. You're finished with war. This isn't your business. Then what are you doing here? Troutman, he thought. Repeating the name like a mantra, he turned from the nightmare. 2. The dingy shop was on Peshawar's outskirts. Its inside was shadowy. Its air, although cool compared to the street, was close and smelled of curry. The tall, gaunt Pakistani behind the counter had charcoal black hair and marijuana-enlarged irises. He studied Rambo with a mixture of greed and wariness. For his part, Rambo studied the merchant's wares. Weapons of nearly every type lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Assault rifles, bazookas, machine guns, mortars, pistols. They shared two characteristics. All were obsolete and in poor condition. One wall was devoted to nothing but knives and swords. The gun dealer eyed the long curved knife in its scabbard on Rambo's belt. "You come good place. You wish buy weapons?" "I'm looking for a man named Musa." The gun dealer straightened with suspicion. "Why you come here? Why you think you find him here?" "He likes to see the mountains grow." "And when they grow?" "They moan." The gun merchant nodded. Despite the code, he showed a lingering trace of suspicion as he stepped through a gap in the curtain that led to a room in back. Rambo glanced toward his right. Above a pile of crutches, artificial arms and legs hung on display. His features hardened. The rustle of the curtain made him turn toward the gun dealer emerging from the back room. Behind him came a barrel-chested man whose sallow face was long, his features pronounced. He had a thick dark beard and keen dark eyes. Noticing the artificial limbs that Rambo had been staring at, the Afghan said, "They sell many in my homeland." His voice was deep. "You are from Briggs?" Rambo nodded. "I am Musa, and you are called Rambo?" Again Rambo nodded. "You and Musa have long ride. You want first to eat?" Rambo shook his head. Musa shrugged. "Long ride?" "Do you know where the American colonel is?" "No. We find rebels in that sector. They know. Come, eat." Rambo followed him past the curtain. 3. The room was small and musty. Dust particles drifted through scattered sunlight that protruded through slender gaps in the crumbling mud walls. Instead of offering Rambo food, Musa opened a crate. "Briggs say you need this." Rambo looked inside. Plastic explosives, detonators, wire, fuses, batteries. "I hope you make many loud noises," Musa said. "Did Briggs tell you what else I need?" Musa pointed toward another crate. "Rifles, and this." He handed Rambo a long canvas pouch. When Rambo opened it, he found an automatic rifle with a grenade launcher attached beneath its barrel. In pockets along the pouch, he found a spare magazine, 3 boxes of rounds, and a box of 40mm grenades that resembled extra-large shotgun shells. Examining the base of a rifle cartridge, he satisfied himself that its caliber wasn't 5.56mm, the type used by NATO and in M16s, but rather 7.62mm, the type used by the Soviets in their AK-47s. Good. Briggs had obeyed instructions and sent a specially modified M203. Where Rambo was going, there'd be little chance of finding NATO ammunition, but there'd be plenty of Soviet ammunition to replace the rounds he'd use. This modified rifle gave him one other advantage. It would sound like an AK-47 instead of an M16, and thus not draw attention to him in a firefight. The Soviets might even hesitate to shoot, concerned that they'd misidentified one of themselves as an enemy. Rambo put the rifle and the ammunition back in the pouch. "I'm ready." "Not yet." Rambo frowned. Briggs send you something else. What? I don't understand. This is all I asked for. I not understand either. Briggs say he send you something old, yet something new. He say you know what he mean. Musa handed him 2 other pouches. Rambo frowned harder. The pouches were smaller than the one that contained the M203. He judged them to be 2 feet long. Puzzled, he opened the end flap on each. When he saw the contents, he slowly grinned. From the first pouch, he withdrew the handle and 2 limbs of a disassembled bow. Initially, he thought the bow was identical to the one he'd used a year ago when he returned to Nam to rescue American POWs. The bow was black, its handle magnesium, its limbs carbonized fiberglass. The slotted end of each limb was equipped with an eccentric cam wheel. These wheels were connected to a cable that wound back and forth between the tip of each limb, making it seem as if the bow had 3 strings, although only one was used to draw an arrow. The system of cam wheels connected to cables served 2 purposes. One, as the archer drew the arrow back, the eccentric wheels rotated, relieving the effort needed to pull the string. 100 pounds of force was reduced by half. But 2, as the archer released the arrow, the cam wheels spun back to their original setting, doubling the force with which the arrow left the bow, but adding thrust so efficiently that the arrow accepted rather than resisted being propelled. The result was minimum exertion from the archer plus maximum speed and accuracy in the arrow. Because the wheels first eased and then compounded energy, the weapon was called a compound bow. When disassembled as now, its handle and limbs could be conveniently carried in the 2-foot-long pouch. Its handle and limbs could be bolted into place with equal convenience. Ingenious, silent, deadly. But as Rambo studied it, he revised his initial impression that the bow was the same model he'd used a year ago in Nam. There were several differences. When assembled, this version was only 40 inches long, 4 inches less than the previous model, making it easier to carry in combat. As well, its wheels were larger, adding to its power. More, attached to the handle's side, was a quiver attachment, the slots of which would grip 7 arrows parallel to the bow. Finally, an extension from the handle, in addition to the ridge upon which an archer placed an arrow, allowed the bow to accept a projectile 6 inches shorter than usual, without sacrificing the length and stored energy of the archer's draw. Rambo quickly checked the second pouch, finding an ample supply of fold-down arrows. Like those he'd used a year ago in Nam, and like the bow, they were black for camouflage, to cloak them in the night and to prevent light glinting from them during the day. They were made from aluminum. Unlike wood, it wouldn't be warped by heat. Their fletches were made from nylon, more durable than feathers. But despite the similarities to the arrows he'd used in Nam, he noticed significant differences. These arrows were 6 inches shorter, easier to carry and doubly easier when taken apart, whereas the arrows he'd used in Nam had needed to be screwed together in order to be assembled, thus sacrificing precious time. These arrows had a cable inside them, linking each half. To assemble a shaft, all he needed to do was flip one half up in line with the other, and the interior cable's pressure would force the arrow's male and female slots together. In the pouch beneath the fold-down arrows, Rambo found a plastic box, its interior cushioned, filled with 4-pronged, razor-sharp serrated broadheads, 1 inch wide, 2.5 inches long, black like his bow and shafts, to be screwed onto the threaded tip of the arrows. The broadheads had a name that perfectly described their destructive capability: Copperhead Ripper. Or, if he preferred not to use the broadheads, he could attach other objects he found cushioned in the box: cone-shaped tips marked Frag Explo and Tear Gas. The concept of a bow and arrow was 100,000 years old. For a powerful instant, Rambo remembered meditating as he'd drawn the ancient Zen bow in the Buddhist monastery in Thailand. At once, he realized the horror he'd experienced when using the previous compound bow during his return to hell in Vietnam. But as he practiced assembling and taking apart this innovative version of an antique yet modern weapon, he once again smiled. Turning to Musa, he said, "Yes, Briggs was right. It's something old, yet something new." "I still not understand." "You will." But despite Rambo's smile, Musa looked troubled. "What?" Rambo asked. Musa pointed toward Rambo's jeans and denim shirt. "You must change clothes. Where we go, you look odd, yes?" Rambo agreed, but Musa still looked troubled. "What else?" Musa pointed toward Ko's Buddhist medallion that dangled from Rambo's neck. "Where we go, all Muslim, not like Buddhist." This medallion's special to me. Muslim not like Buddhist. Rambo tensed. He knew that Musa was right. A soldier needed to be a chameleon, needed to blend with the customs of the people he asked for help. But to take off Ko's medallion would betray her memory, would finalize her death. On the other hand, if he kept the medallion on his neck, it might well cause his own death. He swallowed despondently. Despite a powerful tug of reluctance, he untied the medallion and put it in his pocket, at once feeling naked. "Good," Musa said. "Now we eat." 4. Rambo's horse was thick-legged, bred to endure steep mountain trails. While he held its reins in his right hand, he used his left to grip a rope that led back to a fully laden pack-horse. Ahead, Musa also rode while leading a pack-horse. Both men wore traditional Afghan clothes, baggy pants and long-tailed shirts that hung loose to their hips. But while Musa had an Afghan hat, shaped like a towel that had been twisted tightly and wound around the top of his scalp, peaked with a smooth woolen cloth, Rambo's head was bare. Musa wore sandals. Rambo wore combat boots. His knife hung on one side of his belt, the pouches containing his disassembled bow and arrows on the other. The sleeve containing his rifle was tied to his saddle. Although tense about what he soon would face, he savored the sweet, cool mountain air. The scent, and indeed the landscape, triggered memories of his boyhood camping trips in the mountains of Colorado and northern Arizona. As the narrow trail twisted higher between the steep rocky slopes studded with fir trees, Musa glanced back. "I show you best trails. Soviets not find. Excellent." "I thought we'd use the Khyber Pass." "Khyber watched by Soviets. This way better. Harder, but better." The trail became steeper. "I tell you about Khyber," Musa said. "Most battles fought there than anywhere. Most bloody. In last century, the British tried twice to conquer Afghanistan. The first time they lose, so they come back. The second time, they get ass-kicked good. They run. Afghan warriors wait on cliffs of Khyber Pass. Not many. They kill 16,000 British soldiers." 16,000, Rambo thought. All on one day, in one place? He shook his head. It was almost too much to comprehend. They reached the top of the trail and began a twisting descent toward more fir trees in a rocky valley. Across the valley, the massive Hindu Kush mountains rose to their jagged, snowy 25,000-foot height. But Musa seemed oblivious to them, preoccupied with what he was saying. "Over 2,000 years of war. Afghan never defeated. Hard country. Hard people." Musa guided the horses between two boulders, then down a switchback in the trail. "Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan, the Persians, the Mongols, the British, now the Russians, all have tried to conquer my country. They will not do this." They reached a meadow. "You do not talk much," Musa said. "Why?" "I leave it to people who do it better." "Like me?" Rambo grinned. "Like you." They descended through more trees. "There is a famous prayer. You wish to hear?" "Why not?" "Deliver us from the venom of the cobra, the claws of the tiger, the vengeance of the Afghan." You understand the prayer? "You guys don't take any shit." "Correct. The Soviets bomb our homes, spray poison on our crops, rape our women, burn our children, shoot our animals, torture our young men. It is said that in Kargil, they hung women by their feet from trees and practiced bayonet thrusts. In Logar province, it is said they bound the elders of a village, threw them onto the dirt, and crushed them with tanks. Each year we fight harder. Each year, more Soviets die. We will make them wish they had never come. They will learn about Afghan vengeance. You help us, maybe?" "No," Rambo said. "I've had my fill of war." He tried not to glance away from Musa's piercing gaze. "I'm just here to find my friend." "Well," Musa said, "you are not Afghan. Why should you understand?" 5. By mid-afternoon, they'd crested another ridge and were walking their frightened horses along a descending narrow path that dropped on the left toward a gorge that Rambo judged to be at least 5,000 feet deep. Stones, dislodged by the horses' hooves, clattered over the rim and plummeted toward a surging stream. Walking ahead of his horse, Rambo stroked the side of its face and murmured endearments to the pack-horse behind it. "You good with horses," Musa said. "I was raised with them. My uncle bred quarter horses. He taught me how to handle them." "He teach you well. If Allah wills it, and you rescue your friend, you must tell your uncle he was of help." "My uncle died 2 years ago." "I am sorry. The Russians shot my own uncle the month before last." The trail abruptly broadened. Rambo hid his shock about what Musa had said, and followed him as the trail veered from the side of the gorge and entered a gentle slope of scattered fir trees. Musa squinted toward the sun, which was 3/4 across the sky. He stopped and tied the horses, then pulled a rug from a saddlebag and spread the rug on a section of mountain grass. Rambo turned to leave him, to give him privacy. "You not pray often?" Musa asked, stopping him. "In a different way than you. I think about suffering and how to avoid it." "That is foolish. Suffering cannot be avoided. If suffering come, it must be Allah's will. Everything is Allah's will." "And the Russians, are they Allah's will?" "To test my people. If Allah wills it, we will make the invaders leave. But we must prove ourselves worthy of Allah's will. So we fight." "Did Allah will your uncle's death?" "Allah wills everything. Allah allowed my uncle to die to test me. Like you, I think much about suffering. But I do not blame Allah. I blame the Russians. They killed my uncle. Allah merely allowed it." "Sounds complicated." "No, it's simple. Life is test of worthiness." Musa studied the sky, judging the points of the compass, and knelt to face southwest toward Mecca in Saudi Arabia. Bowing his head to the rug, he prayed out loud. "Allahu Akbar. God is great. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet." Rambo walked away. 6. As the sun descended toward the mountains, they reached the bottom of a wooded valley, crossed a glinting shallow stream, and arrived at a low-ceilinged hut made from logs. Smoke drifted from a chimney. Behind the hut, a corral contained several exhausted-looking horses. Rambo was reminded of similar huts he'd seen in the mountains of northern Arizona. "We have tea here," Musa said. "Tea?" "Afghan must have his tea. Good custom. Then we sleep." "But there isn't time. We need to keep moving." "At night? We fall off mountain. Colonel get in trouble because his guide lead at night. Tea is better idea." They took the horses into the corral, unsaddled, unpacked, then brushed, watered, and fed them. The animals directed widening, curious nostrils toward the unfamiliar scents of the horses near them. "Wait here," Musa said at the cabin's door. Rambo watched him step inside and heard him speak in greeting, then in explanation. Voices murmured. Musa gestured for him to enter. The room was even lower and smaller than it looked from outside. A squat 12 by 16-foot enclosure. The walls were bare. Gaps between old rugs on the floor showed that underneath there was only earth. A thin haze of resin-scented smoke drifted from burning pine logs in a poorly vented fireplace. Clustered before the hearth, 6 Afghans directed suspicious eyes toward the strangers. 5 were in their late 20s. The 6th was an old but strong-looking man who seemed to be their leader. They wore the same type of baggy pants and loose, long shirt that Rambo did. They also wore distinctive Afghan hats made from scarves wound around their heads. In addition, the old man had a woolen vest. Holding teacups, they stared judgmentally at Rambo, then turned to one another, talking in low but energetic tones. Gun belts and obsolete Enfield rifles lay beside them. Rambo noticed that one of the young men had burn scars all across his forehead, and that the old man had lost the 3 middle fingers of his left hand. "They do not like strangers, especially infidels," Musa said. "I explain you are no ordinary infidel, can be trusted, come to kill Russians." "To get the colonel," Rambo corrected. "I bend the truth to vouch for you. It is good to keep your rifle in its pouch." Rambo set the pouch and those containing his bow and arrows against the wall beside the door. "They are mujahideen," Musa said, sitting opposite the Afghans. "Holy warriors, soldiers of Allah. All rebels called mujahideen. He opened his pack and prepared to make tea. They come from fighting jihad, holy war against the Russians. In our sacred book, the Quran, Allah grant permission to fight only two types of enemy: infidels, and those, even Muslims, who drive us unjustly from our homes. The Russians are not only infidels, they are atheists, an abomination. This is holy war. These mujahideen come from the fighting, travel to Pakistan to get supplies, return to the war. But don't the Russians come into the mountains? All the time. Then why haven't these rebels posted a sentry? We could have been Russians. Perhaps they do have sentry. Perhaps he decide we not dangerous and let us through. 6 horses in the corral, 6 men in here. No, it doesn't look like they posted a sentry. Holy warrior, not like ordinary soldier. Trust in God. Better to trust in God and a sentry. As the rebels stopped talking, one of them began to sing. His voice was soft at first. Gradually it gained volume, the others joining. The tune was eerie, energetic, yet sad, high-pitched, rhythmic, its few notes repeated relentlessly. The voices sounded like mandolins tuned to an Arabic scale. They beg Allah to make them martyrs, Musa said. To die in holy war is greatest honor. Martyrs go at once to paradise. All pleasures await them. The point of war is to stay alive and kill the enemy. Oh, they kill plenty of Russians, Musa said. Mujahideen, not martyrs if enemy not die with them. Afghans have holy day to honor brave dead. The day of martyrs. Rambo felt increasingly on edge as the song continued. It was loud enough to be heard outside the hut and quite a distance across the valley. If he was right, and the Mujahideen hadn't posted a sentry, if a Russian patrol heard the song... I hope they get their wish another time, Rambo said. I'm not eager to be a martyr. Inshallah, Musa said. What's that mean? God willing. Make tea now, eat and rest. Long day tomorrow. 7. In the blinding glare of the midday sun, they rode to a wooded summit and faced a desolate plain below them. Fir trees gave way to scrub brush. Lower, stunted grass gave way to barren dust. The wasteland rose and fell as if gigantic fingers were pressing up beneath it. This was once cropland, Musa said. Russians drop chemicals, kill wheat. At the bottom, as they entered the wasteland, Musa pointed toward the sky at the far end of the plain. Rambo squinted, not sure what Musa wanted him to see. Then he understood and frowned. In the distance, the sky's blue began to turn gray. White clouds darkened. Black pillars sank from them, touching down, roiling, sucking up sand into churning clouds. Black wind come soon, Musa said. Always something difficult here. We must stop and prepare. Musa blurted instructions. Rambo hurriedly obeyed. In a hollow, they unpacked the horses and arranged the saddles and crates so they formed the corners of a square. Within the square, they made their horses lie down. One animal resisted. Rambo gripped an arm around its neck and wrestled it to the ground. He and Musa draped blankets over the animals, then tied the blankets securely to the saddles and crates. Specks of dust began to fly. A far-off moan gained force. Quickly, Musa said. They crawled beneath the blankets and lay on their stomachs between their horses, pressing an arm across each animal's neck to soothe and keep it down. With palms turned upward, they clutched the blankets, pulling them tightly over their horses' heads and their own. It was difficult to breathe. Rambo waited tensely as the shadow beneath the blankets turned ever darker. He could barely hear Musa's muffled voice. Afghanistan once called Yagistan. What? It mean land of the unrestrained. What's that got to do with land of the free? Don't talk, save your strength. We show the Russians the truth of our country's name. I said keep quiet. But Yagistan also mean shut up. The land of the out of control. The black wind struck with a terrible roar. Part 4. The Wasteland. 1. The persistent roar alone would have been excruciating, but when added to the force of the storm, it became an almost unendurable agony. Pressure squeezed Rambo toward the ground at the same time it threatened to scrape him backward. He gripped the blankets with all the strength he could muster, whispering assurances to the horses, trying to hold them down. Sand accumulated on the blankets, adding to the weight of the wind. Heat built up beneath the blankets. The air turned foul. He found it ever more difficult to breathe. His thoughts swirled. Delirious, he saw a blurred vision of Ko, her bullet-ravaged body shuddering as he held her and she died. At once, Ko's double-focused image changed to Troutman, in the foundry the last time Rambo had seen him, when Rambo had refused to do the favor the colonel had asked. Troutman's voice echoed far away, repeating what he'd said when Rambo refused to accompany him on the mission. Nothing personal. Rambo wanted to scream. Nothing personal? Damn it, this was very personal. He needed to save. He'd become so used to the roar of the wind that his mind retained the sound even when it wasn't there. He suddenly realized that all he truly heard were the labored breathing of the horses, his own frenzied gasps, and a ringing in his ears. Breathe. Need to breathe. He let go of the blankets. Burdened with sand, they continued to press upon him. He let go of the horses. They squirmed. He tried to crawl backward from beneath the blankets. Couldn't. Tried to raise himself. Couldn't. No air. Too weak. Inching his knees up beneath him, thrusting his hands against the ground, straining his back up with all his might, he still couldn't move the blanket. He thrust up harder with no result. We're going to suffocate. The horses were barely inhaling. His mind became dark, his lungs cramped. No. He fought the need to hug the ground and sleep. Inch by painful inch, cramping with effort, he tugged his shirt above his waist. Completely out of breath now, he didn't waste time by trying to work his lungs. He concentrated on only one goal, converged his energy on only one purpose. His knife. He needed to grip the knife, draw it out of its scabbard, cut the blanket. When he did, sand cascaded onto his head, filling his ears, squeezing his eyes and cheeks. He clawed at what smothered him, grabbed fistfuls of sand and crammed them beneath his chest, squirmed and groped, scratched and pawed. All the while he kept thrusting his knees up under him, straining to raise his back. His agonized lungs rebelled. He fought their insistence, but consciousness dimmed, and reflexes took control. He breathed in sand, and burst up from his grave toward sunlight, so glaring it felt as if fiery needles had pierced his eyes. He coughed sand from his lungs. He bent over, vomiting. He straightened and screamed. It seemed he would never stop. The scream kept on, ravaging his throat as he saw the ordeal that now awaited him. He'd emerged from a 3-foot-high mound of sand. Musa and the horses were still under it. They'd die if he didn't uncover them. His movements were frantic. With powerful thrusts, he scooped armful after armful away from the mound. He clawed sand between his legs and burrowed like a dog. With a moan of triumph, he reached the blanket, grabbed where he'd cut it, and tore it upward, exposing the face of a horse. Scrambling to the left, he tore at the blanket again, and this time he found Musa, his face pressed into the ground. The Afghan wasn't breathing. "Musa!" Rambo flung sand off Musa's body, in the process exposing the flank of another horse. He tugged at Musa and dragged him from the mound, turning him onto his back. The Afghan's normally sallow face was sickly gray. His eyes were closed, his chest still. Rambo pressed his hands on Musa's ribs, trying to get the lungs to work. He opened Musa's mouth and checked to make sure it wasn't clogged with sand before he breathed past Musa's lips. He tried again, forcing air down Musa's throat, again, and Musa coughed. With greater resolve, Rambo breathed down Musa's throat. Musa coughed again. His chest filled, taking in air on its own. When Rambo tried once more, Musa raised a hand and weakly restrained him. Musa's chest rose higher. Wheezing and gasping, he inhaled greedily. Rambo scurried back to the mound. Earlier he'd exposed the face of one horse. Now he labored to uncover the faces of the rest. Exhausted, he studied their noses. At least the blankets had prevented sand from clogging their nostrils. The noses on 2 horses quivered slightly. The other 2 horses didn't move. Rambo strained to uncover all their bodies, and when at last the weight of the mound was off them, he fell back limply. To his right, Musa breathed forcefully, filling his lungs to capacity, his exhales prolonged sighs. "Such a wonderful thing. Such a gift from Allah. To breathe," Musa said. Rambo's hands were bleeding. Under the circumstances, even the pain felt good. He propped himself up on his elbows, assessing the horses. 2 were dead. The flanks on the other 2 were rising and falling. Rambo crawled to a water skin he'd exposed and trickled liquid into their mouths. Their tongues lapped their lips. He tried to get them to stand. They resisted. Gently he tugged at their reins. If they didn't want to stand, that was one thing. But what if they couldn't? What if... They fidgeted and slowly rose to their feet. Taking a metal bowl from a pack, he filled it with water, let one horse drink, refilled the bowl, and let the other drink. He decided not to let them drink further for a while, to prevent them from getting sick. One final task remained. His weariness made it the hardest thing he felt he'd ever done. To tether the horses to the saddles he'd exposed. With that accomplished, he slumped beside Musa, offering him the water skin. "No," Musa said. "You saved my life. Drink first." Rambo didn't give him an argument. He gulped tepid, wonderful water down his parched throat. As drops rolled off his lips, he handed the skin to Musa, who now accepted with eagerness. "We were lucky," Rambo said. "I almost didn't have the strength to." "No, not lucky," Musa said. "Allah willed you to have the strength." "Then you better thank Allah for me." "Why don't you do it yourself?" "I don't know how." "I teach you." "Maybe." 2. In the glint of dawn, they felt rested enough to continue. Under Rambo's expert care, the horses had regained their strength. Musa said his prayers. He and Rambo ate, then buried the crates the pack horses had been carrying. Musa marked the spot with a good-sized rock, but looked worried. "If black wind come before we return, it bury rock. We never find this place." Mounting their 2 remaining horses, they continued. The wasteland became more dismal. Rambo saw bomb craters, the rocks around their edges blackened and scorched. He rode past skeletons of oxen. He passed the burnt-out hulks of Soviet tanks and armored personnel carriers. As they neared the far end of the plain, approaching rugged foothills, Rambo noticed something he'd never seen before. It so puzzled him that he stopped his horse and dismounted for a better look. Ahead on a slope of rocks, small green objects were scattered in profusion. There seemed to be hundreds of them. They looked like toys, like small green tops of the sort he'd spun on the ground when he was a boy. He led his horse toward one and stooped to pick it up. "No!" Musa yelled. The alarm in Musa's voice made Rambo freeze with his hand above the toy. Musa jerked his horse to a stop and quickly dismounted. "See?" Musa warily picked up the toy and inspected it as he would a loathsome insect. Then, using a cautious, underhanded motion, he threw the toy toward the wasteland behind them. The toy exploded with a roaring flash, stones and shrapnel pelting the dirt. Rambo steadied his startled horse. "Enemy leave toys for children," Musa said. "Toys green, the color of Islam. Children trust. They spin tops. Bang. Hand gone, foot gone. Everywhere these. Russians not want kill children, just want wound so parents take care of them instead of fighting. To be wounded in Afghanistan is to die. Slow. Very slow death." Rambo swelled with outrage. "You saved my life," Musa said. "Now I saved yours." "We make a good team." "Inshallah." "Yes," Rambo said. "God willing." "See? You learn." 3. "I want you to teach me," Rambo said. As they rode, Musa brightened. "About Islam?" "How to speak Afghanistan." Musa shook his head in discouragement. "I know in a short time I can't learn enough to speak it well," Rambo said. "But if I understood a few basic words—" Musa kept shaking his head. "In Afghanistan is 10 nationalities, 8 different languages, 32 dialects. No such thing as speaking Afghanistan language." Rambo remembered what Musa had said as the black wind came, the land of the out of control. "Aren't some languages used more than others?" Rambo asked. "2. Pashto and Dari." "Then teach me a few words in one of those." An echoing rumble became a powerful roar. Jolted, Rambo reined back his horse. Another black wind? Amid the growing roar, he heard a thunderous whump, 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 and suddenly knew in dismay that the ominous sound he heard was made by something far worse than the blackest of winds. 2 Soviet gunships rushed across the sky. They'd been hidden by a bluff to the right. Now they sped relentlessly above the barren landscape. Mi-24 helicopters. Streamlined boxcars with wings and grotesquely shaped armaments hanging beneath them. He jumped from his horse and ran with it toward a cluster of massive boulders. Musa raced beside him. They reached the boulders and peered from behind them toward the rapidly enlarging gunships. "They see us," Musa said. Rambo grabbed for the rifle in its pouch as the gunship sped toward a ridge 400 feet ahead. But he didn't remove the weapon. Didn't need to. Instead of continuing toward these boulders, the gunship circled above the ridge, then swooped below it, disappearing. 5 seconds later, Rambo heard machine guns, the burping racket of thousands of bullets shattering a target. He swung onto his horse and galloped toward the ridge. "No!" Musa yelled. Rambo barely heard him amid the impact of his horse's hooves and the explosions now echoing beyond the ridge. Just before he reached its rim, he halted sharply and jumped from his horse. He ran the last few yards. Below him, a wide scoop in the land had somehow not yet been despoiled by the Soviets. The land was green with crops. A stream ran through it. On the far side, rectangular buildings made from dried mud rose in tiers up a slope toward the foothill of a snow-capped mountain. The buildings reminded him of pueblos built against cliffs in northern Arizona. He judged that there were 50 buildings at least, and the gunships were disintegrating them with machine guns, cannons, rockets, and missiles. The village was 100 yards below him, close enough for him to see Afghans scurrying in panic. Veiled women grabbed children and darted into doorways. Men fired antiquated bolt-action rifles and out-of-date machine guns toward the gunships. But the gunships hovered just far enough away that if by chance a bullet struck a weak spot in their armor, it would do no damage. As mud walls erupted in flames and smoke, the gunships kept unleashing their missiles and rockets. A building into which 3 women had scrambled suddenly wasn't there any longer. Men who fired from behind a large stone water container became a mist of blood. The gunships flashed more rockets from their wings. Their machine guns stuttered, muzzles sparkling. Shattered buildings were turned into rubble. The volcano that swelled in Rambo's chest at last overflowed. He turned toward his horse, unzippered the end of his rifle pouch, and withdrew the weapon. Musa galloped toward him. "They'd kill you! Get down!" But Rambo ignored him, arming the rifle, cramming a tubular grenade into the underbarrel launcher. He squinted toward the village below him as 5 Afghan men were nearly cut in half by machine gun fire. On the left side of the village, he saw a young girl rise from cradling a dead woman and run in horror from bullets that kicked up dust streaking toward her. The girl raced from the ruins of the village along a path toward a clump of trees. A gunship followed, diving toward the fleeing girl. Although the village was 100 yards below Rambo, the gunships were closer. He steadied his aim by propping his left foot on a rock and resting his left elbow on his bent knee. He peered along the rifle's barrel, lining up its sights, holding his breath in concentration. The girl had nearly reached the clump of trees. She glanced back in panic. The gunship sprayed dust-kicking bullets along the path. Rambo pulled the trigger. The grenade launcher barked. Absorbing its powerful recoil, he didn't take his eyes off his target. The projectile pierced the gunship's nose. Plexiglass shattered. The cockpit exploded a moment before the entire machine split open in a fiery blast. The wreckage hung in the air, then plummeted, chunks of flaming, twisted metal cascading over crops. The bulk of the wreckage walloped the ground and exploded again. Rambo shifted his gaze toward the girl. She sensed where the shot had come from. With a frantic stare toward the ridge on which Rambo stood, she raced again toward the trees. The slope beneath Rambo heaved from a blast that shocked him off his feet. As he landed hard among rocks, black smoke spewed around him. Another explosion shook the ground. The second gunship had seen its mate destroyed and was roaring toward the ridge. Musa, who'd galloped toward Rambo and stopped as Rambo fired, wheeled his horse from the smoke and rode to escape yet another explosion that tore a massive hole in the slope just below the ridge. Musa's horse skittered. Musa fought to control its panic as it sped past the boulders behind which they'd hidden earlier. Abruptly it stumbled, jerked upright, and changed direction. Musa toppled. Machine gun bullets strafed the ridge. Amid thick clouds of dust, Rambo rolled in a frenzy, feeling the ground behind him give way. He felt weightless, then gasped as his back struck a slab of rock. Dazed, he lay at the bottom of a gully, his confusion intensified by a stunning barrage of machine gun bullets that tore up rock shards along the gully's rim. Another explosion shuddered the earth. Dust, clouds, and dense black smoke sank over him. But the second gunship had ceased its barrage. Its whump-whump-whumping roar thundered close as if waiting for the smoke to clear so the crew could study the effectiveness of the attack. Ears tortured, Rambo reloaded his grenade launcher and squirmed toward the gully's rim. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The stench of gunpowder stung his nostrils. He stared toward the thunder beyond the smoke and aimed. The smoke thinned. He saw the gunship at the moment its pilot saw him. The gunship was close enough for Rambo to note the pilot's startled eyes. Rambo pulled the grenade launcher's trigger, and this time, instead of keeping his gaze on his target, he tumbled protectively back into the gully. The gunship blew apart. Although he couldn't see the blast, he heard it, felt it. Wreckage streaked over the gully. A twisted rotor blade landed across the gully's rim. Another explosion and a massive crash followed. Rambo stood in pain and struggled from the gully. When he'd fired, the gunship had been hovering where the ridge sloped down toward the ruined village. The blast had made it plummet down the slope away from him. When he reached the edge of the ridge, flaming portions of the gunship were still tumbling over rocks toward the stream at the bottom. He exhaled with angry triumph. His tightly wound muscles suddenly loosened. He trembled with the sickness he always felt after battle, and with an excitement he'd hoped never to feel again, the excitement of having faced death and survived. Time seemed suspended. At once it began again. He stared toward the smoking rubble of the village. He studied the trees into which the girl had fled. He turned toward where he'd last seen Musa. During the fight, he'd been only vaguely aware that Musa had galloped toward him, and then away to avoid the second gunship's attack. He'd heard the horse's frightened cries. Now he saw it speeding riderless into the distance. He scanned the terrain in search of Musa. Past the boulders where they'd hidden earlier, a figure sat up weakly, bending forward, clutching his head. Rambo spun to find his own horse, to mount it and hurry toward Musa. But he froze in mid-stride when he saw the animal 30 yards away. It lay on its side. Its intestines protruded from a massive hole in its abdomen. Rambo shot it. As Musa tried to stand but fell back onto the ground, Rambo raced toward him. The Afghan's usually sallow face was pale. "Are you hit?" Rambo knelt beside him. "Dog of a horse! Threw me off!" Musa clutched his head. Rambo took off the Afghan's hat and gingerly inspected the back of his head. He didn't see blood, but he felt a large lump. "Are you sick to your stomach?" "No." "Look at me. Watch my hand." Rambo moved a finger back and forth. Musa's eyes followed. "Are you seeing double?" "No." Rambo held up 4 fingers. "How many?" "4." "Your thick headgear protected you. You're lucky you didn't fall off." Musa started to object. "Don't tell me," Rambo said. "I know what you're going to say. Allah willed it not to fall off. Everything's inshallah." Despite his pain, the Afghan smiled. "Do you think you'll be all right if I leave you?" Rambo asked. "There might be survivors in the village. I've had paramedic training. Maybe I can help them." "Go." 4. In disgust, Rambo searched through the smoldering wreckage of the village. Despite what seemed 100 lifetimes of combat, he still couldn't adjust to war's insanity. Except for a few walls that somehow remained standing, the buildings had been so pulverized it was difficult to imagine that a village had ever been here. Bodies lay everywhere. Some were headless, others limbless. Still others were burned or blown apart, or eviscerated, or crushed by falling walls. Flies swarmed over wounds in pools of blood. Scavenger birds circled overhead. He heard a moan and rushed toward a pile of rubble, where he found an old man who'd been shot in the forehead. The old man died as Rambo touched him. A rock scraped. Rambo swung and saw the top of a tiny head ducked below another pile of rubble. He hurried, but when he got there, he was too late to stop a little girl from darting over more rubble and fleeing along the path that led toward the clump of trees outside the village. He assumed this was the same little girl he'd seen from the top of the ridge, and he ran to catch up to her. "Wait!" But the little girl raced as if from the devil. "Stop! I won't hurt you!" It was pointless, he knew. She couldn't understand what he was shouting. But he tried again, hoping she'd sense from his tone what he said. "Please, don't run. I want to help." She wouldn't stop. As Rambo chased her along the path, he felt a hot breeze rush past his face. He heard a distant rumble, but the sound was not from another black wind or from Soviet gunships. He recognized it from his boyhood on the reservation. Horses. Many horses. He hesitated. Past the trees, along the foothill of the mountain, dust swirled, quickly approaching. A mass of dark-moving figures could be seen inside it. Riders. Afghan horsemen. From out of the swirling dust they suddenly appeared, intervening between Rambo and the fleeing girl. Their faces were contorted with rage. They rode in a circle around him, bumping him with their horses, swatting him with whips and ropes. At once they stopped. The tallest man on the largest horse seemed to be their leader. He glared with hard, proud eyes, his bearded face like a photograph in a history book. "Russi!" he growled. Rambo didn't need an interpreter to tell him he was being called Russian. "No, I'm American." "Russi!" The leader blurted orders Rambo didn't understand. A gun butt slammed the rear of Rambo's neck. He staggered forward. The circle of horses tightened around him. A rope was thrown around his neck. A horseman grabbed his right arm and looped a rope around his wrist. Another horseman did the same to his left wrist. The riders fastened each rope to a saddle. Rambo's arms were spread out, painfully taut. The riders pulled in opposite directions. "No, I'm American. I tried to." The riders kept urging their horses. Rambo felt his arms being pulled from their sockets. "They'll rip me apart." With a bellow of pain and fury, he clutched each rope. He tugged back as hard as he could. The horses faltered. He strained to draw his arms back. The riders made a cursing noise and kicked the flanks of their horses. "I'm here to help," Rambo screamed. "I'm not a Russi." The Afghan leader spat and gestured forcefully for the riders to gallop away. Rambo felt the sinews in his arms begin to pop. "No!" His scream was matched by a shout from someone else, from Musa, who staggered toward the horseman and mustered strength to yell what sounded like protests. The horseman hesitated. Musa spoke quickly, urgently, insistently. The Afghan leader gestured for his men to ease the pressure on the ropes. "Whatever you're saying, keep saying it," Rambo told Musa. The Afghan leader spoke, and Musa responded. The Afghan leader gestured toward the wreckage of the helicopters and said something else. Musa turned to Rambo. "He'd not believe you destroy the gunships." A small voice made the tribesmen turn their heads. The little girl stood on the path to the trees. Her voice was thin, unsteady from shock. She pointed toward the burning hulks of the gunships and then toward Rambo. The stony-faced group became silent. They glanced at each other, their skepticism changing to wonderment as the girl continued speaking. With a nod of admiration, the leader gestured again, this time telling the riders to let go of the ropes. The tension in Rambo's painfully stretched arms kept them up a moment longer. Slowly they sank to his sides. He freed the ropes and rubbed his raw, swollen wrists. The leader got off his horse and stood face to face with Rambo. The hot wind fluttered the leader's shirt as he stared so piercingly into Rambo's eyes that it seemed the leader could read Rambo's soul. He spoke 3 words of what sounded like gratitude, put his strong hands on Rambo's shoulders, and kissed Rambo's cheeks. Rambo felt the leader's stiff beard against his skin and saw what might have been a teardrop in the corner of the leader's left eye. The Afghan walked to the little girl, crouched, and embraced her. Sobbing, she held him tightly. Musa stood beside Rambo. "His name Khalid, great warrior. This," Musa glanced toward the smoking ruins, "his village." "Tell him," Rambo swallowed. "Tell him I'm sorry. When time is right. The girl's name Halima. Khalid owe you debt." "For shooting down the gunships? What good did it do? I didn't save the village." "You saved his daughter's life." Rambo's chest tightened. Noises behind him distracted him. The tribesmen had dismounted. Tethering their horses to chunks of rubble, they somberly entered what used to be their village. "They go now to find the bodies of their loved ones," Musa said, "to bury them." Following, Rambo heard their stifled moans of grief. "Where are you going?" Musa asked. "To help dig the graves." 5. They worked as fast as they could. Using chunks of metal they found among the wreckage, Rambo and the tribesmen scraped trenches out of the soil. Because more gunships would be sent to learn why their comrades hadn't kept in radio contact, there wasn't time to prepare the bodies for proper burial. And because there weren't enough tribesmen and horses to transport so many bodies into the foothills where Muslim funeral ceremonies could occur, the Afghans were forced to make do with essentials. Respectfully setting the bodies into the trenches, Rambo and the tribesmen covered them with earth. Green cloths, the color of Islam, were set on the graves. The tribesmen intoned abbreviated prayers for the dead. Although their voices were choked with grief, Musa explained that their words were joyful. "Those who die here, all martyrs, in paradise now." Rambo didn't repeat his objection to the concept of martyrdom. He thought it, though. Glorify the dead for their sacrifice. Be glad their suffering has ended. But don't see death as an opportunity. Don't be eager to die. Make the enemy die. Now comes vengeance, Musa said. That I believe in. Khalid signaled the end of the ritual. With mournful eyes, he turned from the grave of his wife, lifted his sobbing daughter, and mounted his horse. The other tribesmen got onto their horses as well. Rambo and Musa climbed behind two riders and held their waists. They started into the foothills. The moment they reached the cover of pine trees, Rambo heard the far-off sound of approaching gunships. Just in time, he thought. Another minute, and we'd have been spotted. 6. Troutman jerked as his cell door banged open. His side ached. His back was in agony. His lips were swollen from countless punches, his face a mass of oozing bruises. His eyes hurt the worst. Even when he scrunched them as tightly together as possible, the grid-protected spotlights in the ceiling blazed through his lids and seared his eyes. His retinas felt encrusted with white-hot sand. Sleep. If only I could get some... Outside the door, a raspy voice spoke in Russian. "Lieutenant, is he ready to talk?" An uncertain voice answered. "Colonel, it has been 36 hours since he slept. When he starts to doze, we rouse him with this." A klaxon blared so loudly, Troutman screamed and grabbed the sides of his head, fearing his eardrums would burst. The klaxon blessedly stopped. Bootsteps thumped into the room. Huddled in a corner of his empty cell, Troutman squinted painfully toward the lean, ramrod-straight colonel who'd said his name was Zayson. Devoid of emotion, the colonel announced, "I wish you to answer questions now." Troutman put a hand above his eyes, trying to shield them from the glaring spotlights. Parched, he licked his swollen, scab-covered lips. "You suffer needlessly," Zayson said. "A cool drink of water? Answer my questions, and you can drink. Will you confess that your government sent you? Can you tell me where to find the rebel leader, Akram Haidar? Why are you here?" "Why are you here?" Troutman asked. "Suffer if you wish. I have time." Zayson motioned to someone in the corridor. The massive, bare-scalped, cruel-lipped sergeant, whose name was Kurov, entered. He grabbed Troutman's hair and slammed his head against the wall. The unspeakable began again. Part 5. The Sanctuary. 1. After the hot, bitter wasteland, the cool mountain air smelled sweet, the ground beneath the horses' hooves soft and loamy. Mounted behind an Afghan rider, Rambo peered ahead past the other horsemen and Khalid toward a trail between boulders. It sloped gently upward to pine trees, whose resin fragrance seemed the greatest pleasure on earth. But within the trees, Rambo saw movement and almost called out in warning to the riders, until he saw that the running figures were children. They shouted and jumped up and down in eager welcome. Khalid overcame his grief enough to pretend to smile. The children ran beside the horses. Soon the trees gave way to a clearing rimmed by a semicircular cliff. To the left, a small waterfall formed a pool. Tents filled the clearing, some covered with ragged anti-aircraft camouflage netting. Veiled women wearing ankle-length dresses prepared meals over smokeless coals in stone-rimmed pits. Others kneaded bread, mended clothes, and tended animals. Men sat in groups, drinking tea while cleaning old Enfield rifles. One group watched two teenage boys wrestling. They shouted instructions and encouragement. As Khalid and his guerrillas rode into the camp, all activity stopped. The villagers crowded around, at first glad to see Khalid and his men, then puzzled by the somber look on their faces, then suspicious about Rambo, the outsider, the infidel. Dismounting with his daughter, Khalid explained what had happened. A moan of grief swept through the crowd. Rambo stood in the background. Musa approached him. "Is this their base of operations?" Rambo asked. "Until Russians find, yes. Khalid decide village too dangerous. He choose this spot and move his people here. But not move all at once. Too many people. Too many things to carry. He leave his wife and daughter at village, not want to show favorites. He come back today to get them." Rambo imagined the agony Khalid must be enduring. Khalid's need to be fair had cost him his wife. "Soon Russians find this camp," Musa said. "Move to another." "And another," Rambo said. "It never ends." Beyond the tents of the makeshift village, several cave entrances pocked the cliff. Khalid led Rambo and Musa into a spacious cavern, its shadows deepening as the sun began to set. The cavern was an infirmary. Sick and wounded lay upon blankets or else on scattered straw or on blood-stained piles of yellowed linen. As at the gun merchant's shop in Peshawar, Rambo saw crutches and artificial limbs, some carved from wood, others crudely fashioned from metal. On a rock ledge there were several wooden feet. Kerosene lanterns hung from a rope strung across the cavern's ceiling and tied to jagged outcrops of stone. Khalid led his daughter to a figure kneeling beside an unconscious wounded man. When the figure changed a bandage on the man's bloody chest and then straightened, Rambo saw a weary, sandy-haired woman in her early 40s. She wore a dusty khaki shirt and pants. Her features were strong, almost mannish. She lit a cigarette. With a taut voice, Khalid repeated what he'd told the villagers. The woman's eyes narrowed. She responded in a shocked tone and stooped to examine Halima, who looked withdrawn, her eyes fixed on nightmarish memories. A veiled Afghan woman came over to help. Khalid watched with concern as his child's wounds and bruises were cleansed and treated. He led her toward the side of the cave and tried to subdue his own grief enough to console her. Cigarette dangling from her mouth, the sandy-haired woman studied Rambo. "American?" Her accent was Dutch. Rambo nodded. "Michel Pilar." She held out her hand. "Rambo." He shook hands with her. She continued assessing him. "You don't have a camera. You're probably not a journalist. You haven't come to watch the war, take pictures, then leave like the others. Why are you here?" "I'm looking for someone." "Who?" The woman inhaled on her cigarette. "A friend, another American. The Soviets captured him." "God help him, then. Where are they holding him?" "I hope these people can tell me." Khalid spoke suddenly. "He say you both talk later," Musa said. "Yes, later," Michelle echoed. "You come now with him," Musa said. "He and villagers say prayers. Then you talk to council." 3. It was night. 30 guerrillas sat in a semicircle, their dark eyes reflecting the fire, glaring at Rambo across from them. Khalid sat on the far left. 2 chiefs from other tribes had arrived as the council convened. One was a wiry, clean-shaven warrior in his late 20s. His name was Rahim, and he seemed to have a reputation equal to Khalid's. But the other was a bullish, angry-looking man in his 40s, tall, with a beard that had a silver streak down each side from the ear to the chin. His name was Akram, and he was treated with the respect accorded to a living legend. Akram clearly didn't like dealing with strangers, especially infidels. While Akram, Rahim, and Khalid spoke heatedly to each other, Musa sat behind Rambo and explained. "Akram say you're a Russian spy." "That doesn't make sense," Rambo said. "Would a spy shoot down 2 of his country's gunships?" "Khalid explained that. Akram say Russians not care about human life, not even of fellow Russians. He say Russians do anything to trick and kill us." "I also saved Khalid's daughter. That ought to prove I mean them no harm." "Akram say, why not you save all village? Khalid say he trust you, owe you. Akram say you KGB. Rahim sit on, how you call it, fence." The 3 leaders argued while the guerrillas listened. Musa explained. "Khalid convinced them you not Russian, not look like Russian, not speak like Russian." "Good. But I not think they help." The guerrillas turned to Rambo. Musa spoke rapidly to them, respectfully but emphatically. Rahim interrupted. As he and the other leaders spoke, Musa translated. "You claim you're an American. No matter. America is no friend," Rahim said. "We want help in fighting the war, help from other countries. But this has not happened. We will not help those who do not help us." Rambo tried to reply, but Akram stopped him. "We hear your country help many people. In Afghanistan, no help. We fight for survival, alone." Rambo finally had a chance to speak. "I'm not here because of my government. I came on my own, to find my friend. Besides, America has sent aid. My friend was trying to learn why the supplies my country sent haven't reached you." "Words," Akram said. "The weapons I brought aren't just words." Akram sat straighter. "Weapons?" Automatic rifles and ammunition, Rambo said. And explosives. I brought as many as 2 pack horses could carry. Rahim glanced around.
Where are these pack horses? I don't see the weapons.
The horses died on the way here. Akram scoffed. Words! The rifles are lies. We buried the weapons and marked the spot. They're a 3-hour ride from here, Rambo said. You think you can find this mythical place? Akram asked. No. Of course not. The weapons don't exist. But I can find them, Musa said. Rahim stroked his clean-shaven chin.
You are sure?
If the wind hasn't buried the marker. If you cannot find the weapons, both of you will die, Akram said. Khalid had been silent throughout the conversation. At last he spoke. I trust the American. I believe he did bring weapons. If they cannot be found, it is not his fault. For the life of my daughter, I will not let you kill him. We will wait for tomorrow and see, Akram said. What if the weapons are found? Rambo asked. Will you help me find my friend? If the Russians captured your friend, he cannot be saved. I don't believe that. Many rebels captured, tortured, always killed. He cannot be saved, Akram said. I need to try. Then if we do not kill you, the Russians will. 4. At dawn, after the villagers had finished their prayers, Rambo watched Musa and 3 rebels ride from camp leading 2 unburdened pack horses. One of the rebels belonged to Khalid, the others to Rahim and Akram, who'd wanted witnesses to search for the weapons. Look hard, Rambo thought. The colonel's life depends on you, Musa. Find those rifles. He followed the riders down through pine trees, pausing on a bluff, watching them disappear among lower foothills. In the distance, dust clouds skittered across the wasteland. Turning to his left, he saw a spacious clearing. 10 Afghan warriors played a game in which they each held a lance and took turns charging on horseback toward a 3-inch tent peg stuck into the earth. As Rambo approached the clearing, the Afghans noticed him and galloped faster back and forth, showing off, excitedly trying to spear the peg.
If they find the rifles, when do you expect them back?
The voice behind Rambo made him turn. It belonged to Michelle, the sandy-haired Dutch woman he'd met yesterday in the cave infirmary. Early afternoon, Rambo said.
Don't blame these people for being suspicious. It's very hard for them to trust outsiders after what they've been through.
I just hope.
If the weapons were meant to be found, they will be.
You've been in Afghanistan a long time. Michelle raised her eyebrows.
How did you know?
Meant to be found. You think like a Muslim, Rambo said.
There's a lot of wisdom in Islamic teachings, Michelle said. The concept of destiny helps these people believe there's a purpose for their suffering.
Rambo shook his head bitterly. I can't accept that. I don't believe in destiny, and suffering is meaningless.
But suffering's also a fact. It needs to be dealt with.
Michelle pointed toward the infirmary in the cave.
I'm forced to deal with it every day. I couldn't go on if I didn't believe their suffering had some meaning.
Have you figured out what that meaning is?
Not yet.
I didn't think so. Rambo glanced back toward the game. A galloping horseman speared the tent peg, yanking it from the ground. The others cheered. A few horsemen turned in Rambo's direction. The next rider missed the peg and was jeered. More horsemen turned toward Rambo.
Don't be misled by their carefree attitude, Michelle said. The war is always on their mind. They play the game with sorrow and pride, to remind themselves of the way this country used to be.
One of the players who dropped out of the action yelled at Rambo. What's he saying? Rambo asked.
He wants you to join the game, Michelle said.
The Afghan waved for Rambo to get on a horse. A larger player shouted and pointed toward the tent peg.
Don't watch, Michelle said. They'll make you play.
2 other players yelled at Rambo. He shook his head and held up his hands as if to say he didn't know anything about the game. The riders shouted gruffly. What are they saying now? Rambo asked.
Just the usual Afghan insults. Don't let them bother you.
Tell me.
They think...
What?
Nothing.
Tell me.
They think you're afraid.
We can't have that. Rambo stepped into the clearing.
No, Michelle said. They've played it since they were children. They make it look easy, but it's...
I need to make them respect me. Rambo reached the players. A grinning Afghan handed him reins. Rambo mounted the horse and gripped a lance he was offered. The players nudged each other. Rambo focused on the peg 50 yards away. As when he'd drawn the Zen bow in the monastery, he concentrated so hard that everything around him disappeared. But now, instead of a bow, he held a lance. He pressed his heels against the horse's flanks, and the animal surged forward. Its hooves pounded, its powerful withers rippling beneath him. The tent peg enlarged with astonishing speed. He clutched the lance and aimed, his arm muscles hardening. The horse ran faster. The peg zoomed closer. He thrust with the spear. The spear dug into the ground, jolting him so hard he hung in the air while the horse continued galloping. The next thing he knew, he hit the ground, gasping. The Afghans laughed. Rambo slowly came to his feet. Word of the joke had spread. Other Afghans came down from the camp, watching from the trees at the edge of the clearing. Rambo walked toward the horse from which he'd fallen. He remounted.
"Don't!" Michelle shouted. "You'll be killed!"
He ignored her. This time, when a grinning warrior offered him a lance, he refused. The warrior stopped grinning. The players and villagers looked at each other in puzzlement. Rambo rode back to where he'd started. Again he focused on the peg. Determination sharpened his concentration. He jabbed his heels against the horse, the command so strong that the animal bolted into sudden full gallop, its speed even greater than before. With massive strides, it bore down on the peg. The peg enlarged with greater abruptness. In a blur, Rambo drew his huge knife, let go of the reins, gripped the saddle, leaned down until his head was even with the stirrups, and strained his vision toward the peg that swiftly approached just below him. His long, curved, sword-like knife flashed with sunlight as he thrust, jabbed the peg, and yanked it from the ground. Holding the gleaming knife up so that everyone could see the peg, he straightened in the saddle and galloped around the clearing. The Afghans couldn't restrain their reaction. They yelled, whooped, and laughed in enthusiastic approval. Again leaning down from the saddle, Rambo jammed the peg back into the ground and returned to the rider whose horse he'd borrowed. Akram had been watching from the trees. Stern, he stepped forward, the silver streaks in his beard catching the brilliant sunlight. When he spoke, Rambo didn't understand what he was saying. Michelle translated, unable to hide her concern.
"He says your performance was impressive. He wants to know if you'd like to play a different game."
"If I need to," Rambo said, "to make him trust me."
"No," Michelle said. "Think of a way to bow out gracefully. He wants to trick you, to make you look foolish."
"I'll look foolish if I don't play."
"But I'm afraid I know the game he has in mind."
"Buskashi," Akram said. "Buskashi?" Rambo frowned.
"The game of the calf," Michelle explained.
"The game of—"
"It's Afghanistan's national sport. Akram's an expert. To play with him would be like boxing with a heavyweight champion."
"I don't have a choice." 5. Buskashi was played on horseback. A beheaded calf was placed in a ditch. The point of the game was to run to the ditch, fight with other players to gain possession of the calf, then throw the carcass over a saddle, jump onto a horse, and ride across a field. At the far end of the field, you needed to pivot your horse around a marker, gallop back across the field, and toss the carcass into the ditch where you began. All the while, other mounted players would fight to pull the carcass from your grasp so that one of them could return the carcass to the ditch. It was simple and brutal. The entire population of the encampment came down to watch. Since food was scarce, a diseased calf was chosen for beheading. As soon as its blood stopped gushing, it was set in a furrow at one end of the clearing. With their horses behind them, Rambo, Akram, and 10 other tribesmen waited for the game to begin. Akram stood with his feet apart, his chest out, a champion who intended to show he was still the best. The village executioner was the referee in a game that had virtually no rules, except to do everything to win. Rambo took off his shirt. His broad muscles rippled. He flexed his powerful arms and shoulders. The executioner raised his sword and shouted. The game began. Akram and the other Afghans charged. Rambo rushed after them. The ditch became a flurry of writhing bodies and clawing hands. A tribesman groaned and doubled over from an elbow to his stomach. Another tribesman grabbed a hind leg on the calf, only to be thrust aside by a rival who lifted the calf and was knocked to the ground. Blood flew from the calf's severed neck. The blood sprayed across Rambo's chest and face. He shouldered between two men, reached for the calf, and felt his legs kicked out from under him. The man who'd toppled him was Akram. The chieftain shoved and pulled, twisted and yanked his way through the tribesmen. Grabbing the calf, Akram kneed an opponent's groin and struggled toward his horse. Still sprawled on the ground, Rambo grabbed Akram's ankle, dropped him, and scurried toward the calf. Someone pounded a foot against Rambo's back. Someone else ran over his head. Spitting dirt, Rambo sprang to his feet and raced beside Akram to stop a tribesman from flinging the carcass across his saddle. Akram shoved Rambo, trying to make him lose his balance. Rambo shoved back, then grabbed a tribesman from behind and threw him to the ground. He surged past two others, winced from a fist against his spine, and lunged for the player who'd managed to sling the calf across his horse. But Akram reached the player first, pushed him to his knees, and used the player's back for support as he vaulted onto the horse. Kicking its flanks, he urged the horse forward. Rambo ran toward the horse and jumped, catching Akram's shoulder, both men falling to the ground. Akram growled, jabbed Rambo's ribs, and chased the riderless horse. So did the other tribesmen. The calf began to slide off. Someone shoved it back on and hurried to mount the horse. He was knocked aside. The man who replaced him was also knocked aside. Akram thrust players right and left, reached the horse, and swung onto it. Rambo was the first man to reach his own horse. As the villagers shouted Akram's name, Rambo galloped after him, pursued by the other now-mounted tribesmen. Akram had the dead calf in front of him. Its stomach drooped across the horse's neck, its legs dangling on each side. Rambo caught up to him and grabbed for the calf. Akram swatted his hand away. Rambo tried again. Akram flailed with his reins, whipping Rambo's hand, then his face. Cheeks stinging, Rambo grabbed for Akram instead of the calf. Ignoring the fiery welts on his hand, he jerked Akram's arm so angrily he almost toppled him. The Afghan managed to steady himself. But not before Rambo yanked the calf away. He held it just below a hoof. Trying to fling it across his horse, he listed from the sudden weight. 3 seconds of awkwardness gave Akram just enough time to flank Rambo and grab an opposite leg on the calf. Galloping side by side, they each tugged at the carcass, its skin bursting, its sinews popping. "We'll pull it in half," Rambo thought. Other riders were suddenly around them, jostling Rambo, bumping Akram, trying to make them lose their hold. A horse banged Rambo's leg. He flinched. His fingers began to slip from the calf. Again a horse banged Rambo's leg. He groaned and the calf fell away. The confusion of riders reached the end of the field. Gripping the calf, Akram urged his horse around the stone marker, kicked the animal's flanks, and began to gallop back. As Rambo veered around the marker, 2 horses next to him collided, throwing their riders. He surged ahead. The calf dangled from Akram's hand, dragging along the ground. The hide on its stomach was gashed. Rambo sped closer. He avoided a rider who tried to bump him, avoided another rider who tried to get ahead and block his way, and succeeded in blocking someone else. Rushing nearer, he told himself it didn't matter if Akram won. As long as they know I tried, I'll gain their respect. It's better if Akram wins. If I win, Akram will lose face, hate me even more, and refuse to help, regardless of whether he gets the rifles. Confused by conflicting intentions, Rambo galloped abreast of Akram and again tried to grab the calf. Once more, Akram whipped him. Across the lips, across the nose and eyes. Rambo felt as if a swarm of hornets had stung him. "You bastard." Tasting blood, Rambo lunged in fury, grabbed Akram's beard and yanked viciously, with every intention of ripping the beard out by its roots. He didn't succeed, but Akram screamed, clutching his beard, and Rambo pulled the calf away. Hearing the rumble of pursuing horses, Rambo almost flung the calf across his saddle, but decided instead to drape it across his shoulders behind his neck. Stooped by its weight, he let go of the reins, guided his horse with his knees, and locked his arms around the calf's legs. On either side of him, riders grabbed for the calf. He galloped onward, the trench looming closer. Akram knocked Rambo's right arm off the calf and grabbed its legs. Rambo kept his left arm securely in place and fought to pry Akram's fingers loose. The calf stretched across Rambo's shoulders. The gash in its stomach split open. Guts cascaded over him, stomach, liver, and bowels spilling down his bare chest. Blood drenching him, intestines draping him like writhing snakes turned inside out. The organs flopped and dribbled, swung and slopped. Their hot, slippery wetness smeared him. Their stench was overpowering. He twisted Akram's arm until he thought it would crack. Akram would not let go. Even when they reached the trench, Akram would not give up. Rambo needed to lean over and drop from the horse, almost carrying Akram with him. Only then did Akram release his grip. Rambo tumbled into the ditch, landing hard on the carcass, his face and chest almost indistinguishable from the mangled calf and its guts. He lay on his back, breathing stridently, struggling not to be sick. Indeed, his breathing became the only sound he heard. The players were silent, the villagers dumbstruck, astonished that Rambo, an outsider, an infidel, had won. Akram glared, his eyes like blazing charcoal. The chieftain barked what sounded like a curse. He leapt from his horse, stormed into the ditch, grabbed Rambo's shoulders, and jerked him to his feet. Rambo didn't resist. For letting his emotions control him, for allowing his anger to force him to win, he knew he deserved to be punished. With another bark that sounded like a curse, Akram embraced him. Rambo blinked in surprise. Blood smeared Akram's shirt. Crushed organs stuck to him. He kissed Rambo's cheek and shook his hand. The villagers now understood how to react. Cheers filled the clearing. The other players hurried over, embracing Rambo, sharing the warm, sticky feel of blood. Babbling, they kissed Rambo's cheek, then pumped his hand. Bewildered, Rambo grinned in response to their grins. Akram made a speech, walked over to Khalid and Rahim, nodded, and pointed toward Rambo. Talking excitedly, the villagers began to disperse, disappearing into the trees, returning to camp. The exhausted players stepped back to take care of their sweating horses. Michelle came over and lit a cigarette.
"It looks like you've made a friend."
Still confused, Rambo touched the stinging welts on his face. Michelle continued.
"Akram says no Russian could have beaten him in buskashi. As far as he's concerned, you're definitely not an enemy. I might add, you're also a good judge of character."
Rambo limped from the ditch. "I don't understand."
"At first I hoped you'd be smart enough to try hard but lose."
"That was my intention."
"But losing's not in your nature."
Rambo glanced at the guts on his blood-soaked pants. "Sure looks that way."
"These people sense when someone's determined to win or else die trying. You couldn't have fooled them. Akram would have hated you for holding back. That's what I mean. You're a good judge of character. You realized you needed to win. Akram's honor forces him to give you credit. To win against him, you must be special, he says. And in that way, he makes himself look special. A champion graciously accepting another champion. You're very shrewd."
To tell the truth, I didn't think it through. I just did.
What was natural?
Michelle exhaled more smoke from her cigarette.
Akram even shook your hand.
And kissed my cheek.
You don't understand Afghan customs. These people have a saying, to kiss a man's cheek is to be polite. To shake his hand is to remember him forever. Come up to the infirmary. I'll disinfect your cuts.
No, I need to do something first.
What?
Take care of the horse they lent me. 6. A white-bearded old man stepped onto a boulder and chanted, his droning voice announcing midday prayers. The Afghans gathered before him, spreading their blankets on the ground facing southwest toward Mecca. Rambo turned toward the shadows of the cave. The wounded man whom Michelle had been treating yesterday had died in the night. A boy whose face was black with burns lay in his place. Michelle approached Rambo with a cloth and a basin of water.
Go behind that blanket, take off your clothes and wash. You'll find a clean shirt and pants. I need to get those blood-soaked things you're wearing out of here before the stench makes my patients even sicker.
The calf makes me smell that bad? I guess I got used to it.
A person can get used to just about everything.
No. Rambo squinted toward the boy's scorched face. Not everything. He went behind the blanket. When he came back, Michelle cleaned and disinfected the welts on his hands and cheeks.
The lashes aren't serious, she said. You won't have scars.
I've got enough as it is.
I noticed. What are you?
Just someone looking for peace.
Apparently you've been through the opposite. Looking for peace? Yes, aren't we all?
Hearing wood click against stone, Rambo turned and saw a legless old man who used sticks as crutches to hobble past the entrance to the cave.
A mortar shell blew off his legs,
Michelle explained.
Now he's a crawling mine detector.
A what?
He squirms across minefields and finds a safe path. It doesn't matter to him if he touches a mine, since he figures he doesn't have much else to lose, except his life. But his life means nothing compared to his country. He's like the rest of his people. He has great spirit, but little else.
Rambo walked from the cave, distress gnawing at him. He closed his eyes to subdue his anguish, opened them, and flooded with hope, seeing Musa ride into camp, the 3 escorts behind him, their 2 pack horses burdened with crates. The villagers crowded around the horses, hurriedly unloading the crates. Khalid, Rahim, and Akram pushed through. Using a sword, Akram pried the lid off a crate, gazed down, and took out a rifle. He turned toward Rambo at the entrance to the cave and held up an M16 exultantly. Rambo shook a fist, as if he too held a rifle. Michelle came out of the cave.
Yes, they'll help you find your friend now.
7. Troutman lay in agony on the floor of his spotlit cell. Bruises swelled his face. The small of his back hurt with every movement. The last time he'd urinated, he'd passed blood. Colonel Zayson, Sergeant Kurov, and several Russian soldiers surrounded him.
You are on your own here, Zayson said. You have only us to depend on. No one has asked about you. No one has tried to find you. You have been deserted by your government.
Troutman faced a wall, ignoring him.
I despise the way we both are considered disposable, Zayson said. But I assure you, I do not intend to lose the chance you've given me. I intend to get out of this shithole. So I ask you one more time. Spare yourself more needless pain. Why are you here?
Sergeant Kurov kicked Troutman's stomach. Troutman's knees jerked toward his chest.
Why are you here?
Didn't plan, Troutman gasped. To cross the border. Made a mistake.
Tell me again, this time the truth.
Kurov kicked Troutman's back.
What were you doing across the border?
Sightseeing.
Spying. How many Americans came with you?
None.
Liar! How many Americans crossed the border? Do not waste my time or insult my intelligence, Zayson ordered. 2 gunships were shot down yesterday. This has never happened in my sector. Do you think I believe your arrival and yesterday's attack are coincidence? Where can I find the rebel leader called Akram Haidar? Where can I find another bandit leader known as Khalid, and yet another known as Rahim? You came to promise them weapons, to help them, to train them, to show them how to kill more of my men. Where are they camped?
Kurov punched Troutman's face.
If there is a plan to upset the order of this region, and in so doing destroy my reputation, Zayson said, you will tell me.
Part 6. The Valley of Pain. 1. Rambo sat among sunset-tinted trees at the edge of the camp. Uneasy, he finished cleaning his combination rifle grenade launcher and for the 3rd time today checked the crate of explosives. In the camp, a wedding was about to take place. Women wore ornate veils. Men used splinters of wood to apply thin lines of red, green, or blue dye above their eyelids. Several stuck bright flowers into their turbans. Musicians played exotic instruments. A small rectangular box, the back of which pumped air in and out, the front of which had keys, sounded like a high-pitched accordion. A long, narrow-stringed metal instrument sounded like a tightly tuned mandolin. A spicy meal was being prepared from the village's meager supplies, the fragrance of goat mixed with curry and rice filling the air. Musa came over.
Sometimes I not understand this life. People get married in morning, die in afternoon. War make people hurry.
Rambo nodded. Sometimes you can live years in days. An approaching sound made him grab his weapon and turn toward pounding hooves. He watched a horseman gallop into camp, jump to the ground, and rush toward Khalid. The man spoke urgently. His military uniform made Rambo stand in alarm.
He's a government soldier, Rambo said. He is also a spy for us. After coming here, he dare not return to his base. But his news is worth the loss.
News?
He say tomorrow the Russians send an armored column here.
2. The men danced not for a wedding now, instead for battle. As their shadows wove across the firelit camp, drums and sitars pulsed. Word of tomorrow's combat had spread to other villages. 100 mujahideen milled excitedly, inspecting weapons, tending to horses. Wide-eyed children watched from a cave while women scurried to help their husbands. Khalid, Rahim, and Akram came out of a tent, all talking at once, all disagreeing. From the dark of the trees, Rambo watched.
Musa, what are they arguing about?
Who will lead men? Who will plan attack? All chiefs think they're smarter than the others. All think their plan is best. All think they know God's will. And if they don't decide, they'll all get killed. Musa shrugged. Always they quarrel. That problem with rebels. Afghanistan, country of tribes. All tribes, all leaders equal. Each tribe go own way, not work together. Rambo watched the leaders try to outglare each other. Rahim shook his head stubbornly and walked away. Khalid and Akram followed him, each insisting on his own point of view. As they argued, they approached the trees where Rambo stood. A campfire revealed him in the darkness. The sight of him made them stop. Rambo knew what was coming. At least there's one thing they agree on, he thought. "You fight with us, American," Khalid said, and Musa translated. "No, I'm here to get my friend."
"It will wait," Rahim interrupted. "We must stop the Soviet convoy before the soldiers find our villages."
"But what about my friend?" "We help our people before we help you," Akram insisted. "You fight, or you watch." There it is. The challenge, Rambo thought. He's made this a point of honor. If I don't fight, I'll look like a coward. I'll be back where I started with them. With all his heart, he didn't want to do this. "Where are you going to attack?" Rambo asked. "A valley 20 kilometers from here," Akram said. "Far enough that they won't suspect where we hide." "I want to go there 2 hours before dawn. I'll need 6 men." "No, you go with us together," Akram ordered. "Listen carefully." Rambo's voice was as sharp as the knife at his side. "If you want my help, you'll do it my way." The chieftains blinked in astonishment. No one, certainly no outsider, had ever spoken to them like that. They looked in surprise at each other. Akram touched his silver-streaked beard. As if remembering the buskashi they'd played and the bond they shared because of it, he slowly nodded. 3. Rambo tugged back on his horse's reins and stopped on a bluff above a rock-strewn valley. Moonlight glimmered off sand that resembled lye. Countless boulders resembled massive skulls. What is this place? Musa steadied his horse beside the 6 mujahideen who'd ridden with them. "They call it Valley of Pain." The moon revealed a primitive road through a narrow pass to the right. The exit from the pass opened like the mouth of a funnel, merging with the cliffs along the plain. "There," Rambo pointed. "We'll set the charges up there." Darkness had turned to the gray of false dawn by the time they reached the top of the pass. Rambo unloaded a box of explosives from the back of his horse. He waited until first light, studied both sides of the pass, and prepared the charges, placing C4 plastic explosive into metal tubes, inserting a detonator into each, then wiring each detonator to a small battery-powered radio receiver. He capped the tubes. "Musa, tell the men to treat these things as gently as they'd handle a baby." "They do what you say. They want to die in battle, not before." "No talk about dying." Rambo indicated strategic spots along both sides of the pass and within the valley. "Tell the men to put the charges into crevices, to put them down deep and cover them with rocks." The men climbed down a niche in the cliff. As the morning brightened, Rambo watched 3 of them cross the bottom of the pass and start up the opposite side. He couldn't see the men on the cliff directly below him, but everyone else was obeying instructions, so he tried to stop worrying and planted charges along the top of the ridge. An hour later, Musa and the others returned. Rambo handed Musa another small radio transmitter and kept the first one for himself. "To set off a charge, all you need to do is flick this switch to turn the transmitter on and then press this button. It'll send a radio signal. A receiver will catch the signal and send a battery current to a detonator. The C4 explodes." Musa nodded. But Rambo wondered if he truly understood how remote-controlled detonation worked. Musa surprised him. "When I press button, won't all charges go off together?" "Not if you do it right. See this dial above the button? The numbers on the dial match up with different charges. 1 through 6 are the charges you set in the valley floor. 7 through 12 are along the opposite cliff. The next 6 are arranged along this cliff, and I put 6 up here on the ridge. If you want to set off number 12, just turn the dial to 12 and push the button." "Complicated, but I remember." "I know you will." "You have transmitter also," Musa said. "The same as yours. I want a backup in case one of these doesn't work." "Or one of us die." "I told you no talk of dying." They led their horses to a hollow and tethered them to scrub brush. As Rambo climbed out of the hollow, he looked toward the far end of the valley. Mounted warriors approached the pass. They split up, some going to the right and left, others staying in the middle. Dismounting, they hid their horses behind boulders a safe distance from the pass and ran forward on foot. When they reached strategic positions, they sank to the ground, pulled sand-colored blankets over themselves, and blended perfectly with the huge rocks they lay among. "Who taught you to fight like this?" "It is way my people fight for 1,000 years. "A good way." Rambo thought for a moment. "When are the Russians supposed to come?" "Another hour." He crept forward to study the pass a final time. Flat on his stomach, he peered from the rim of the cliff. He still couldn't see where the Mujahideen were hiding. He didn't doubt that the charges had been properly placed. All the same, something felt wrong. "It's too easy. If I was a Russian, this is one of the places I'd worry about. I'd take precautions before I drove through." "Russians believe their tanks invincible." "Maybe. We'd better separate. I'll cross to the opposite cliff." Rambo shoved the radio transmitter into the knapsack on his back, slung his combination rifle grenade launcher over his shoulder, and squirmed over the cliff. It had ample outcrops for hand and footholds. "You fight with us. Now, you are one of us," Musa said. 4. He was halfway across the road when the startling clank of tank treads echoed from the pass. Amplified by the narrow cliffs, the crunch of metal over stone seemed very near. Diesel engines roared, becoming louder with dismaying speed. No. He broke into a run. At the side of the road, he dived, crawled frantically over jagged stones, and huddled behind a chest-high rock. A cannon barrel emerged from the pass. At 50 miles an hour, an armored personnel carrier sped into view, its treads a blur. The armored carrier was long, low, and narrow, an anti-tank missile on top of its cannon, a machine gun barrel on its turret, other machine guns on its front. It was built to hold a crew of 5, along with 6 soldiers in a passenger compartment. Another emerged, and another. Then a tank, dwarfing the armored carriers. Trucks filled with soldiers sped out of the pass. 4, 5, 6. 5 others were still in the pass, and farther back were another tank and 2 more armored carriers. They lunged into sight so quickly that Rambo didn't have time to tug the knapsack off his back, yank out the radio transmitter, dial to the number he wanted, and push the button. "Blow the charges, Musa." But nothing happened. Rambo suddenly understood. "Musa's afraid I'm too close to the charges. Push the button, Musa." Rambo tugged at his knapsack. "Do it, Musa." A stunning blast knocked him backward. A second blast walloped his ears. As he scrambled to return to the boulder, flying rocks cracked against it. Shards tore up sand around him, a chunk of stone bouncing past his knee. Amid smoke and debris, the cliffs heaved, shattered, and fell. Tons of stone plummeting onto the 5 trucks, the 2 armored carriers, and the tank still in the pass. Metal cracked, dust billowed. Rambo sensed more than saw and heard this. Disoriented by the force of the blasts, he managed to free the knapsack from his back. Transmitter in one hand, rifle in the other, he raced toward a boulder 20 yards behind him. The vehicles that were out of the pass halted. Soldiers jumped out of 6 trucks, burly Spetsnaz commandos firing as they landed and crouched. Turrets pivoted on the 2 armored carriers. Machine guns fired from the front of the tank. The holy warriors had thrown off their sand-colored blankets and started firing the moment the cliffs exploded. The single cracks of Enfield rifles could barely be heard amid the clatter of M16s. Even louder was the persistent staccato of a 20-year-old Chinese machine gun. Spetsnaz soldiers fell, but most reached the cover of boulders, returning fire with their AK-47s. An armored carrier fired its cannon. An instant later, the tank jerked as its larger cannon roared. The ground shook. Boulders disintegrated. In the past, the fallen cliff walls had only partially done their job. 3 trucks and 1 armored carrier had been squeezed by rocks, but not destroyed. Soldiers scurried out of them, clambering over piles of rubble, anxious to join the fight. Rambo twisted the dial on his transmitter. Locked on the number he wanted, he pushed the button. Another section of cliff exploded, thrusting rocks down on the screaming soldiers. He twisted the dial to another number, but before he could press the button, the opposite side of the pass blasted outward, toppling more rocks on the soldiers. That explosion had been caused by Musa, Rambo realized, and pushed the number that he himself had dialed. Whoom! More rocks cascaded. A rapid volley of bullets ricocheted off the boulder he used for cover. Sand flew up around him. The armored carrier had spotted him. Rambo hurriedly dialed to 5 and pressed the button on his transmitter. Thunder heaved the sand before the carrier, rocks clattering over metal, but the carrier hadn't been damaged. He hadn't expected it would be. The charge had been too far ahead. But the swirl of sand from the blast would hamper the gunner's vision and give Rambo a chance to reach better cover. Running backward, firing his rifle with disciplined bursts, he bumped against a boulder and frantically slumped behind it as the armored carrier boomed. Its gunner had decided to shoot, even if he couldn't see his target. The boulder that Rambo had fled blew into pieces, smoke wafting over him, stinging his nostrils. The Afghans kept shooting. A shell from a much-repaired 88mm recoilless rifle struck the tank. The wallop was fierce, but not enough to split the tank's massive armor. The tank's machine guns strafed the warriors. Rambo fired his rifle's grenade launcher at Spetsnaz soldiers shooting from a cluster of rocks. Meanwhile, the tank's cannon struck several Afghans. Whoom! The mouth of the pass turned into rubble, burying Soviets who'd found cover near it. Musa again. Rambo kept firing. Abruptly, the explosions and gunfire around him were muted by a whoosh from the sky. A smoke-streaming rocket streaked into the valley. In a jolting burst, a clump of boulders became a crater. Cannons thundered from above the demolished pass. Rebels disintegrated. High ahead, Gatling guns sprayed 100 bullets a second, cutting a trench through the sand, atomizing everything they touched. A Soviet gunship. The almost deafening noise of battle had prevented Rambo from hearing the roar of the Mi-24's approach. Despairingly huge, it surged above what had once been the pass and swooped toward the valley. Its grotesque wings flashed, launching 2 more rockets, its Gatling guns streaming fire. The attack turned into chaos. The earth shook. The rebels faced flaming, churning, exploding death wherever they looked. As the gunship rushed over the battle, the wind from its rotors raised swirling dust. The Soviets pressed their counterattack, multiplying the confusion. The rebels retreated. Rambo now understood what had troubled him when he'd studied the pass before the Soviets came through. The pass was so obvious a trap that the Soviets would have wanted air surveillance. The bird of death was probably supposed to check the pass before the column came through, but something must have detained it, forcing it to arrive a minute too late. Too late at least to subdue the attack, but not too late to destroy the attackers. The gunship circled the battle, skirting the bluff upon which Rambo had studied the pass, coming back for another devastating run. As it swooped down again, its underwing weapons firing, Rambo fought to steady himself on the shuddering ground. Rebels shot M16s at the gunship, their effort useless. Even if their bullets somehow struck the speeding gunship, the hits would do no damage to its armor. But something else could. Pulse hammering behind his ears, Rambo twisted the transmitter's dial. Enveloped by smoke and dust, he could barely see the number he wanted. His body trembled from explosions around him. The rumbling gunship again passed overhead. Again it circled the battle zone. Again, as smoke cleared, Rambo saw it skirt the bluff adjacent to the pass. He pushed the transmitter's button. The bluff erupted. Hurriedly, he switched the dial to another number. He pushed the button again. Another explosion. While he'd waited for Musa and the 6 Mujahideen to place their charges, he'd set charges on his own, burying them along the top of that bluff. In case the battle spread in that direction, in case the rebels had to retreat across it and needed something to delay the enemy. In case. Always plan for the unexpected. Troutman had taught him that. Troutman. Rambo dialed and pressed the button again. The first explosion had jolted the gunship, but the gunship kept moving. The second explosion had turned the gunship on its side, but the gunship kept speeding. The third explosion turned the gunship all the way over. Its upside-down thrashing rotors couldn't support the tons of weight pressing down on them. The boxcar with wings managed to hang in the air for a second longer. Then it fell as if in slow motion. But the flaming blast on impact came very quickly. A massive eruption of fire scorched the side of the bluff. The concussion made Rambo flinch. Is Musa near that bluff? Did I kill him? Rambo flinched once more, this time from an armored carrier's booming cannon. The shell hit 20 yards behind him. As the shouting rebels suspended their retreat and ran forward, again attacking, the armored carrier clanked ahead to meet them. An explosion beneath it tore off a tread and ruptured its belly. Flames gushed. The blast could have only one cause, a charge that Musa had detonated. Musa was still alive. An Afghan held the only rocket-propelled grenade launcher these rebels had, a weapon to be hoarded until just the right time, when its shooter was absolutely certain the projectile couldn't fail to miss its mark. He fired the metal-piercing rocket and destroyed the second armored carrier, its ruptured hulk heaving as fuel and ammunition exploded within it. The remaining Soviet soldiers raced to escape through the rubble of the pass. Rebels chased them, shooting. But the tank moved forward, its machine guns firing. A wounded Afghan pulled the pin on a satchel charge and threw it before he died. Fuse smoking, the charge landed 5 feet from his hand. The tank kept coming, but it wouldn't get close enough to be harmed when the charge went off. Rebels fired useless bullets at it. Rambo surged to his feet and raced toward the smoking satchel. He grabbed it and rushed toward the tank. Machine gun fire forced him to dive. He threw the satchel onto the turret. The tank's shadow reached him, its belly lumbering over him. Treads clanked fiercely on each side. Seeing sudden daylight at the rear of the tank, he rolled to his feet and raced, his legs straining. The blast knocked him forward. A hot wind singed his neck. The tank's turret hung off its mount. The barrel tilted toward the ground. Flames gushed upward from the tank's interior. When a shadow hovered over him, Rambo grabbed for his knife and stopped when he saw Akram grinning, reaching down to help him stand. 5. Sporadic shots echoed from the pass, not the rattle of automatic weapons, instead the single cracks of bolt-action Enfield rifles. The rebels were chasing the retreating remnant of the Soviet force over the rubble that blocked the pass. Dust settled. Rebels scurried among the carnage, collecting Soviet weapons and ammunition. An Afghan slit a wounded Russian's throat. Rambo looked away. It's not my war. These people can barely feed themselves, let alone feed prisoners. They've got too many wounded of their own to spare medical supplies for wounded Russians. If they let their prisoners go, these Russians will return to kill more rebels. The rebels don't have a choice. They've got to kill their prisoners. All the same, it's not my war. A commotion made him turn. To the left, quite a distance from the battle zone, the rebels had formed an excited circle and jeered at something in the middle. Akram ran toward the jabbering crowd. Khalid and Rahim quickly joined him, shoving to reach the center. Rambo hurried there also. When he saw what the rebels jeered at, he almost turned away. A Russian soldier, 20 years old at most, lay huddled on the sand, his arms clutched around his head, trying to shield himself from the stones that the Afghans hurled at him. A mujahideen pulled the Russian's arms from his head. The young soldier risked a frightened glance upward. He reminded Rambo of a dog that had lost its spirit from too many beatings. Blond, blue-eyed, boyish, he had soft features fresh with the innocence of a victim, not an attacker. The rebels grabbed the Russian's shoulders and spun him like a top. The Russian swirled in the sand and was struck with more pebbles. An Afghan drew a knife, grabbed the prisoner's hair, jerked the victim's head back to expose his throat, and slashed the knife toward. Rambo lunged through the crowd and grabbed the Afghan's wrist an instant before the blade would have severed flesh. The knife's glinting edge trembled a quarter-inch from the Russian's jugular vein, the Afghan straining against Rambo's grip, Rambo applying more pressure to pull back the knife. The Afghan growled. Rambo twisted the knife from his grasp. The Afghan lurched back and aimed his rifle at Rambo's chest. Khalid surged out of the crowd and pushed the barrel toward the ground. He blurted angry objections to the Afghan and spun toward Rambo, speaking even more angrily. "He say he save your life. He say he make up for you saving his daughter's life. You should not have interfered," an out-of-breath voice said with effort. Rambo turned and saw Musa, but there wasn't time to say, "Thank God you're alive." The Afghans scowled harder, tension making them rigid. Rahim spoke with fury. Musa translated. "You take this man's knife. You dishonor him. Insult must be punished." "I didn't mean to insult him." "Afghan never attack Afghan." "But I'm not one of you. I don't understand your ways." "Keep voice low," Musa warned. "Afghan never shout. Use force of words. Shout is insult." Rambo struggled to calm his voice. "Tell him I meant no dishonor. I respect his bravery. He's a mighty warrior. But I couldn't let him kill this prisoner. I wouldn't have interfered without a good reason, if he'll just listen." The Afghan whose knife Rambo had taken trembled with rage. "Tell him I apologize. This is how much I humble myself before him." Rambo pressed the knife against his own forearm and slowly sliced the blade across his flesh. Rambo's blood welled. The Afghan straightened. Rambo handed the knife butt forward toward the Afghan. "I am deeply sorry. Your honor remains intact. You did not draw your knife in vain. It did taste blood." The Afghan hesitated. "To forgive is to place me in your debt," Rambo said. Blood dripped from Rambo's arm. The warrior brooded, shuddered with indignance, and took the knife. "Thank you," Rambo said. The Afghans murmured in approval. Rambo's shoulders relaxed. The warrior spoke gruffly. "He say better this way," Musa translated. "Obey Quran, have trial, assess, be just, and then kill Soviet." Rahim said,
"No. The Quran demands a trial only for fellow Muslims. Infidels are not protected by our laws. This soldier is worse than an infidel. He is an atheist and a coward. When we attacked, he ran to these rocks and hid. He does not deserve the dignity of a trial. The executioner should remove this dog scum from our sight and behead him."
The Afghans nodded. The lean executioner stepped forward with his axe. "Musa, tell them no." Rambo emphasized his words, straining not to shout. "Tell them I need this man. Tell them I think he can help me save my friend." "We will discuss this in council," Akram said. "And discuss something else while you're at it," Rambo said. "Since I got here, I've been doing everybody favors. It's time someone did me a favor. You promised to help me find my friend. You keep talking about your honor. Obey your promise. If this man can help me, let him live." The Afghans looked astonished. "It is bad," Musa said. "You should not question their word. They have only two choices now, to kill you or do what you ask." Akram stepped forward. "You claim I will not keep my promise. I'm reminding you of it. You know what you risk by speaking so bluntly." Rambo nodded. "Your friend must mean a great deal to you." Rambo nodded again. Akram studied him. "You have the loyalty of an Afghan. We will spare this man for you. But if he does not help, it is you who will need to behead him." 6. Troutman lifted his swollen face from a pool of blood. In the blinding glare of his cell, he squinted toward the small barred window in the door. He heard noises out there, reverberating along the corridor. Troutman struggled to concentrate. Footsteps. Yes, but not the confident march of Colonel Zayson and Sergeant Kurov coming back to question and beat him again. No, these footsteps shuffled. Many of them. Someone fell. A club struck flesh. A man groaned. Another pleaded. The club struck more flesh. A guard snapped orders. The footsteps continued shuffling. Troutman groped to his hands and knees. Clutching the wall, he managed to raise himself and groped toward the window in his door. Through its bars, he saw Afghans stumbling past, pushed by guards. Although his vision was fuzzy, Troutman managed to count at least 10 prisoners, and although his thoughts were cloudy, he retained sufficient presence of mind to realize that the prisoners hadn't just arrived. They weren't being shoved toward cells. The opposite. The guards were herding them in the direction from which Colonel Zayson always came. Toward the door through which Troutman had been carried here. Toward the fortress courtyard. Troutman's legs refused to support him. He slid down from the window, his face against metal, his mangled lips trailing a smear of blood. He felt a sickening premonition. As he slumped on the floor, he knew that if the Soviets were releasing these prisoners, the guards would have treated them differently, and the prisoners would not have resisted, would not have begged. It was hardly likely that 10 prisoners would be questioned together. Troutman's premonition made him groan. 7. From a window in Colonel Zayson's office, Major Azov studied the courtyard. The setting sun cast the shadow of a wall across a line of soldiers standing at attention. Azov shook his head, disgusted. He was 40 years old. He had a soldier's hardened face, but paradoxically sensitive eyes, and he dearly wished he'd never heard of the land of the out-of-control, let alone been sent here. He turned to his commanding officer.
"Colonel, with due respect, it was your idea to send the column rather than wait until we knew where the rebels were hiding."
"You're saying what happened was my fault?"
Zayson demanded.
"Of course not, sir. We need to take the initiative, but we can't always foresee the consequences, even when our tactics have been well planned."
"You call the loss of 3 gunships, 2 tanks, 6 armored carriers, and over 100 men in 2 days well planned?"
Azov didn't dare mention again that sending the column had been the colonel's idea.
"The rebels must be taught a lesson," Zayson said. "They're hiding near where they attacked. I'm convinced of it. Tomorrow, I'm ordering a full-scale search and destroy operation."
"But what if they want you to think they're hiding in that area? By acting too quickly, you might do exactly what they hope.
They might set another trap. Don't contradict me, Major. You mentioned consequences. For what the rebels did today, there will indeed be consequences.
What about the American prisoner?
What about him?
Politically, it might be better to transfer him to Kabul before you teach the rebels about consequences. If he learns about this—
Azov gestured toward the soldiers outside.
The American will go nowhere until he tells me where the rebels are hiding, and I settle this embarrassment.
Someone knocked on the door. Sergeant Korov entered.
The rebel prisoners have been taken to the courtyard, sir.
Then do as I ordered.
Azov wished more emphatically that he'd never been sent here. 8. Despite the thick walls of his cell, Troutman heard a volley of shots in the courtyard. His head lay in a pool of blood. His moans became curses. 9. The prisoner's name was Andreev. As he sat with Rambo at the mouth of a cave, the sun dipped below the mountains. The Afghans knelt in prayer. Rambo waited silently until they finished, then explained to Andreev in Russian what he wanted. The young man's blue eyes widened.
You speak Russian well.
It was one of my specialties in the military. I also speak Thai and Vietnamese.
You're a soldier?
I used to be. I asked you a question. Do you know where the American is?
Yes, I've seen your friend.
Rambo leaned closer. Where?
At the fort.
He's alive? Andreev raised his hand and tipped it from side to side.
Who knows how much longer? They beat him every day.
Rambo felt his jaw muscles harden. Show me where they're holding him. Draw me a map.
It isn't possible to rescue him. The fort's too well protected. Even these many rebels couldn't overcome it.
They won't be going in.
Then who?
At once, Andreev understood.
You?
With a friend. 2 men have a chance to get in unnoticed.
There's a minefield around the fort. Even with a map, you'd need a guide to get through it.
Andreev calculated.
You'd need to take me along.
Need to? I don't think so.
You don't know if you can trust me.
There's a man down there with an axe who's sure of it. Why did you run from the battle?
You believe I'm a coward, is that it?
I don't know what you are. I'm giving you a chance to explain. Andreev tugged at his rumpled blonde hair.
What we do here is wrong. I love my country, but I hate this war. Many soldiers feel the same way. It's a bad war, like Vietnam.
Yes, Rambo said. He tasted something bitter. You saying you want to defect? Andreev gestured toward the camp.
Apparently, I already have.
If these people accept you. Andreev stared toward the ground.
Yes, if.
If you came with me, you'd need to fight your own people. Can you do that?
The soldiers at the fort aren't my people. I come from a small city called Perm. Those are my people. The ones who live in Moscow don't know how bad things are. The army takes young men from the countryside and sends them far away. In Moscow, they say we're winning. They're wrong. If the Afghans let me stay, they will be my people.
Rambo watched him intensely.
No, you can trust Andreev, American. But can I trust you?
I risked my life to save you.
Now I'll risk mine to help you.
Maybe. Footsteps on stone made Rambo turn. Another cigarette dangling from her mouth, Michelle approached with Khalid's daughter.
I thought you might want to see how your friend is doing.
Rambo smiled at the child whose life he'd saved. When she spoke, he asked, "What did she say, Michelle?"
It's nothing, really.
Tell me.
You know how children are. They speak before they think. She didn't realize what she was saying.
Tell me.
She hopes you get wounded soon so she can take care of you.
Well, she'll probably get her chance. Part 7. The Fortress. 1. Rambo studied Andreev's diagram of the fortress until he memorized every detail. He stood from where he'd been sitting near a kerosene lamp in a corner of the infirmary, pushed a blanket aside, and stepped from the cave into the dark. The cool, sweet air cleared the kerosene from his nostrils. Tonight, the rebels used no fires. The camp was totally black. If gunships seeking revenge for the day's attack flew over these foothills, they'd shoot at any sign of human life. It took a moment for Rambo's eyes to adjust to the dark. The tents were perfectly camouflaged, shadows in the night. Except for a nicker and the thump of a hoof on dirt, Rambo wouldn't have known where the horses were corralled among the trees. Even the weather cooperated, thick clouds scudding across the sky, obscuring starlight. On Rambo's right, a man's murky torso detached itself from the cliff wall against which it had blended perfectly. "Musa, I need you to translate." They walked toward a tent straight ahead. Muffled voices stopped as they entered. A candle revealed the troubled faces of Khalid, Rahim, and Akram.
"Did the Soviet give you information?"
Khalid asked. Rambo showed them the diagram.
"But is this information accurate?"
Rahim demanded.
"I showed it to your spy, the soldier who came here yesterday and warned us about the armored column. He said the Afghan military unit he belonged to isn't barracked at the fort, but he's been there twice, and the map shows the portions of the fort he managed to see." "But what about the portions he didn't see?"
Akram insisted.
"I'll soon find out."
"Soon?"
Khalid frowned.
"How soon? When do you plan to leave?"
"Tonight."
"Tonight? But you need time for preparations."
"There isn't time. The prisoner said my friend's being tortured. I need to get him out as soon as possible."
"I do not like this,"
Akram said. "I'm not exactly overjoyed myself."
The Afghan leader studied Rambo with respect.
"I gave my promise to help. I intend to fulfill it. How many men will you need?"
"Just Musa and 5 men waiting with horses."
"But how can you attack a fortress with so little help?"
"I won't attack. Not in the way you're used to. My unit called it Sneaky Pete."
"Sneaky? What does—"
"Getting my ass in and out as fast as I can."
Akram allowed himself to smile.
"Then I pray that Allah will protect your ass."
The group sobered at Rambo's next statement.
"I'm also taking the prisoner with me."
"You trust him?"
"No, but I need to accept the risk. He says there's a minefield around the fort. I need him to guide me through it."
"What if he shouts and alerts the guards?"
"He knows he'll be the first one to die."
"But you might be the second."
"In that case," Rambo shrugged, "you'll be rid of me."
Akram gripped Rambo's shoulder.
"I would hate to see so good a buskashi player not survive to win another game."
"Next time you'd beat me."
"I want a chance to find out."
They were smiling when they left the tent, but in the darkness, Akram's voice became bleak as he stared at the sky.
"Allah decided not to bless you."
"I don't understand."
The chieftain pointed at thickening clouds. With increasing speed, they obscured the stars at the far end of the valley.
"Storm come."
"Then you're wrong. Allah did bless me."
"Now it is I who does not understand."
"I don't have time to explain. Musa, we need to go, before the storm hits."
Rambo rushed past murky tents and entered the one in which Afghans guarded Andreev.
"You're coming with me," Rambo told him. "Hurry."
"You're giving me a chance to prove myself."
"If you run from this fight the way you did..."
"I'm not a coward. I'll fight for something I believe in."
"Believe this. If you make me think I can't trust you, I'll finish what that warrior started this morning and slit your throat."
2. The wind gained force. Sand stung Rambo's face as he led his horse down a dark, rocky slope and reached what seemed to be a hollow. It was difficult to know in the growing chaos of the storm. At least the wind held off until we came this far, he thought. Even so, the journey had been hard. Although the group had used familiar trails, they'd frequently been forced to feel their way around fallen rocks and toppled trees. If not for an Afghan's expert knowledge of the area, they'd never have reached this valley before the night ended. But now the storm's to our advantage, Rambo thought. Combined with the dark, it provided excellent cover, and as a bonus, it would be a major distraction for the Soviet guards. Yes, Akram had been mistaken. Allah hadn't failed to bless this mission. Rambo's thought surprised him. You've been living with Muslims too long. You're starting to think like them. The concept of fate had never appealed to him. He believed in controlling, not being controlled. But the providential arrival of this storm made him wonder. No, he decided. I just got lucky. Or maybe luck was an ignorant way of describing God's will. He suddenly recalled something Troutman had said at the foundry in Bangkok the last time Rambo had seen him. John, you've got to accept your destiny. I don't believe in destiny. Yes, and that's your problem. You've got to accept what you are. Accept what I hate? Well, now he was doing what he hated, the thing he did best and was better at than anyone. The horse ahead of him slowed, then stopped. He felt it turn. In the gusting sand, Andreev walked back to him. Musa and the other warriors led their horses into the hollow and joined them. Andreev's voice was faint in the shrieking wind.
Leave the horses here. The slope will give them some shelter.
We're close to the fort? Andreev raised the phosphorescent dial of a compass and pointed northwest.
300 yards in that direction.
Are you sure? In this storm, you might have made a mistake.
I've been stationed here for a year. I know where the fort is.
We might go past and never notice.
It's big enough you'll notice. Just remember, they keep the prisoners on the north side, down in the bottom, Andreev said.
Musa stepped closer. Put this on. He pried the lid off a can. What is it?
Leopard grease mixed with lampblack.
In this storm, we don't need camouflage.
Out here, Musa said. But what about in fort?
Agreed, Rambo said.
Guard dogs afraid of leopard smell. They sniff and run, afraid to bark.
Rambo smeared the grease on his face and the back of his hands. He wiped his palms on his shirt. He didn't want them slippery. He needed to be able to grip his weapons firmly. Flying sand stuck to the grease, making him one with the storm. As Musa and Andreev took turns applying the grease to their faces, Rambo made sure that his knife was secure on his belt, along with the pouches for his bow and arrows. He tightened the straps on his backpack and slung his rifle grenade launcher onto his shoulder. Musa and Andreev checked their rifles. One last thing. Rambo untied a coiled rope from his saddle and slid it over his arm. The rope had a grappling hook at one end. All set?
Yes.
Rambo breathed deeply, thought of Troutman, and gripped the back of Andreev's uniform. Let's go. Musa shouted through the storm toward the 5 Afghans who waited with the horses.
I tell them, if we do not return in an hour, leave.
Musa clutched the back of Rambo's shirt. As they left the hollow, the storm enveloped them. 3. The wind shoved Rambo forward. Flying sand scoured the exposed skin on his neck, scalp, and hands. Equally sharp, the keening wind lanced his ears. Time and space became distorted. Musa had told the Afghans to leave in an hour, but already it seemed that half of the hour had elapsed. The constant gale of sand made Rambo feel as if nothing but the storm existed. Behind him, Musa clung tightly to Rambo's shirt, while Rambo increased his grip on Andreev's uniform ahead of him. The Russian periodically stopped, hunched forward, and checked his compass, correcting their course. They tried to maintain a steady pace, striving for as much speed as the storm and caution would allow. Another half-hour seemed to pass, although a disciplined corner of Rambo's mind fought to assure him that no more than 10 minutes had really elapsed since they'd left the hollow. The fort. We should have reached it by now, he thought. Andreev must have made a mistake. We missed it. We're beyond it. We'll just keep going until we reach the opposite side of the valley. Discipline stifled apprehension. Determination urged him forward. Ahead, a sand-shrouded gleam subdued all doubts. A searchlight. Then Rambo saw a second sand-shrouded light, and a third. They were spread out from right to left. But no matter how powerful, they couldn't match the cloaking force of the wind-driven sand. If anything, their muted gleams provided help, acting as beacons. Andreev saw them too, as did Musa. Crouching, they slackened their pace to creep onward. Andreev paused. Rambo wondered why and strained to see past him, glimpsing a jumble of something in front of the Russian. Barbed wire. It lay in chest-high loops like a massive, razor-sharp slinky toy expanded to its fullest length. On their way to this valley, Andreev had explained,
I helped lay the minefield. It's between the fort and the barbed wire.
The barbed wire was as much a demarcation line as it was a barrier. Rambo and his 2 companions pushed a thick blanket over the wire and struggled across. A few barbs pierced the blanket, gouging Rambo's legs, but the pain was insignificant. They stood on the edge of the minefield now, and although Andreev had said that the fort was 50 yards from the wire, Rambo still couldn't see the wall in the driving sand. The searchlights pivoted, one on each corner of the fort and one between each set, scanning the valley floor. But although Rambo was close, the beams were still ineffective, too sand-enshrouded to detect intruders who had ground-colored clothes and sand-embedded camouflage grease on their faces. When a beam did pass near them, they lay beside the barbed wire. A few tense seconds passed. No siren wailed. The gunships, tanks, and armored personnel carriers were stored behind corrugated metal walls on the rear side of the fort, Andreev had explained. The area for the vehicles had a roof, but the one for the gunships was open to the sky, the helicopters protected by tarpaulins during storms. In contrast, the front and side approaches were open, although guards did patrol them, sometimes with dogs. The question is, Rambo thought, do the guards patrol during a storm as severe as this one? It's not a black wind, but it's bad. How effective would guards be at night, exposed to this? Not much. They'd even be at risk. Extended exposure would send them to the hospital. Their superiors might decide to keep them behind the walls and depend on the minefields to warn the sentries on top about anyone approaching the fort. Maybe. But he couldn't depend on maybe, and for now they had a more immediate problem, the minefield. Andreev turned to the outstretched loops of barbed wire. He gingerly felt his way along the row until he came to one of the posts that held the wire in place. From there, he turned again toward the fort. Another scanning searchlight made them hug the ground. A few more tense seconds passed. Once more, no siren wailed. Rambo came to his knees, feeling Musa and Andreev rise beside him. Andreev inched forward.
"The posts securing the wire to the ground are the key to the minefield," Andreev had explained. "We spread the explosives in a pattern out from those posts."
"A minefield's not supposed to have a pattern," Rambo had said.
"Yes, if all you want to do is booby-trap a field or a road or blow up soldiers or vehicles that come through. But the fort's a different matter. Suppose rebels get past the barbed wire. Suppose they are blown up by the mines. Their bodies need to be removed to keep the stench of decay from entering the fort. Soldiers need to enter the field to gather the corpses. They use metal detectors, of course, but to speed the process, it helps if the soldiers have a good idea where the mines were buried. We established a pattern that led out from the posts. The pattern was based on uneven numbers. 1, 3, 5, 7. The numbers represented the footsteps we took as we—"
"Hold it." Rambo had raised his hands. "I'm convinced. I can't get through the mines unless you lead me." As Andreev led him now, crouching in the fierce wind, the Russian felt cautiously along the ground and kept inching forward. Rambo and Musa came directly behind him. If he makes a mistake, the blast will kill all of us, Rambo thought. But we can't hang back to protect ourselves. We need to stay close so we know where he's walking. Tension made sweat ooze through the sand-embedded camouflage grease on Rambo's face as Andreev moved warily onward. Again, a murky searchlight scanned in their direction. If we lay on the ground, we might set off a mine. But if we don't— Rambo hunched as low as he could. The pale light scanned closer. He knelt. The yellow beam kept coming. He eased his stomach toward the ground. The beam passed over his head and continued scanning. Relaxing his tense muscles, Rambo rose and crouched again. Ahead, Andreev felt tenderly along the ground and shifted farther into the minefield. Rambo's sense of time became more distorted. "We're taking too long. The men will leave with the horses before we get to the fort." But he didn't dare nudge Andreev to tell him to hurry. If anything, they ought to be moving slower. Andreev calculated, took another step, another, and stopped. Rambo waited nervously. The Soviet must be having trouble making up his mind, he thought. "Come on, don't get us trapped in here." Excitement quickened his pulse as he realized they'd reached more barbed wire. The Soviet threw a blanket over it. They climbed across quickly. Rambo rushed toward the wall of the fort.
"Beyond the second stretch of wire, there aren't any mines," Andreev had said. "All we need to worry about are guards."
But in this weather, would there be guards outside the fort? If there were, Rambo wouldn't see them until they loomed next to him. He couldn't let it bother him. There were too many other problems. Such as what to do about Andreev. The Soviet had served his purpose. He'd led Rambo and Musa through the minefield. From now on, he'd be a liability as much as an asset. Could Andreev be trusted? The question nagged at Rambo. Would the Soviet run toward guards if he was allowed to enter the fort? Would the Soviet shout an alarm? What reason did Rambo have to trust him? None. And every reason to be suspicious. Andreev might only have pretended to defect in order to stay alive. I've got to save Troutman, Rambo thought. Nothing else matters. I can't let anyone jeopardize the mission. Back at the camp, when Rambo had decided to take Andreev along, he'd understood the implications. Even then, he'd considered the possibility that this moment would come. He'd forced his mind to subdue the thought. He'd told himself there'd be time to weigh his decision while they went to the fort. But now there wasn't time to brood about it anymore. He needed to make his choice. What am I going to do about Andreev? The Soviet was next to him, pressed against the wall. Troutman. With a motion that Andreev didn't detect, Rambo drew his knife. He braced himself to sweep a hand across Andreev's mouth and thrust the knife into the Soviet's renal artery. Death would be almost immediate. The hand across his mouth would mute any scream. I don't want to do this, but I need to. Rambo primed his muscles to lunge, and couldn't move. A protesting recess of his consciousness refused to allow his brain to send its deadly message to his limbs. He fiercely mustered his will. Do it. You can't risk trusting him. Do it now. Rambo's paralysis broke. His arms moved. Too late. Andreev bolted from the wall. Rambo rushed to stop him. His suspicion was justified. All along, the Soviet had meant to escape. I'll never find him in this storm. But Andreev wasn't trying to escape. He was charging toward a guard whose shadowy figure emerged from the storm. Andreev whacked his rifle butt against the soldier's jaw. The guard jolted back. Andreev whacked a second time. The guard went down, and didn't move. Just to be sure, Andreev struck him a third time, then knelt to feel for a heartbeat. When he turned, he saw Rambo holding the knife directly behind him. Rambo put the knife away. Allah watched over you tonight, Andreev. They dragged the guard toward the wall. Peering up, Rambo chose a spot between the searchlight on the corner and the next searchlight midway along the parapet. The distance between the lights was at least 200 feet. He unslung the coiled rope from his shoulder, made sure that it wasn't tangled, and gripped it below the grappling hook tied to one end. He swung his arm and hurled the hook toward the parapet. The wind resisted. The hook lost its impetus and fell. Rambo picked it up and swung his arm again. In this storm, would guards be patrolling the parapet? Or would they stay in the sentry boxes that Andreev had told him were in the middle and on each corner of the walls? Would the shriek of the wind mute the scrape of the hook against stone? Go with God, Rambo thought. When he hurled the hook once more, it caught. 4. Troutman raised his head from the blood-pooled floor of his spotlit cell and shuddered at the sound of heavy bootsteps marching along the corridor outside. 2 sets of them almost in unison. Their solid impacts echoed harshly. Troutman had heard them too many terrible times before not to be able to identify them, not to wince in apprehension of the agony he soon would suffer. But Colonel Zayson broke the pattern. He didn't order the guard to unlock the door, didn't bang the door open, didn't march inside with Sergeant Kurov. Instead, he halted in the corridor. Staring through the small barred window, he spoke in a rasp that sounded like a file against the bars.
My superiors have contacted me. They are displeased about recent incidents in this sector. I am displeased because they are displeased. I promise you will be displeased much more than I am. My patience is at an end. Will you answer my questions?
Trautman groaned. If I answer your questions, you just have me shot the same as you did those prisoners.
If you choose not to answer my questions, you will wish you had been shot. Your pain until now has been nothing. Tonight, I promise, you will tell me. After that, I also promise, you'll be rewarded. You'll be given water. I will turn off the spotlights in your cell. I will send the doctor to administer sedatives for your pain. You have 30 minutes. Think. In the meantime, I will stimulate your motivation.
The colonel's voice stopped rasping. His glaring face disappeared from the small barred window. What does he mean, in the meantime, I will stimulate your motivation? Troutman wondered. Would the door now bang open and Sergeant Kurov enter, eyes gleaming? A door did bang open, but not Troutman's. Instead, the door to the cell on his right. Troutman heard the twin set of heavy bootsteps march into that cell.
How old are you?
He heard Zayson ask in English. Zayson then asked the same question in an Afghan dialect. The tremulous voice of a frightened boy responded in dialect.
13,
Zayson said in English, then repeated in dialect.
Such a pity.
Troutman didn't understand what was going on. Why was Zayson translating what he said? Troutman suddenly realized. He's translating for my benefit. He wants me to be his audience.
Such a pity,
Zayson said again in English, then in dialect.
There's a man next door who won't answer my questions. Because of him, I need to question you. Do you know where the rebel leader Akram Haidar is hiding?
The boy's voice shook as he answered in dialect.
No,
Zayson said.
Such a pity. Sergeant, put the acid on his chest.
The scream that followed was so inhuman, it made Troutman crawl to the farthest corner of his cell and clamp his festering hands against his swollen ears. But no matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't shut out the screams.
If the American had only cooperated,
Zayson said. 5. Rambo climbed the rope to the edge of the parapet, glanced both ways in the wind-driven sand, and eased over the edge. Continuing to scan right and left, seeing no one and nothing except the sand, he tugged the rope to let Musa and Andreev know he'd reached the top. One of them would begin to climb. Before they joined him, he had much to do. He took off his knapsack, removed a time-controlled charge, and crept to the sentry post on the corner of the fort. Through its corrugated metal wall, he heard muffled voices. He set the timer on the charge for 15 minutes, placed it against the wall, and rushed back to his knapsack. With another charge, he crept to the metal box that enclosed the searchlight and its operator at the middle of the parapet. Again he set the timer for 15 minutes and placed it against the wall. Peering down toward the fortress courtyard, he saw that despite the ferocity of the storm on the parapet, the fortress walls eased the storm's severity below. Although dust blew across the courtyard, the result was merely a haze, not the chaos of dense flying sand above where Rambo crouched. Lights filtered through the haze, revealing the Russian equivalent of 5 jeeps parked beside 3 armored personnel carriers. Sure, in case superior officers decide to risk leaving the fort, so they can inspect the results of orders they've given. 2 soldiers stood on duty near the vehicles. Despite the extremely late hour, 7 other soldiers walked from a door on the right toward a door across from Rambo. They laughed about something. One offered a cigarette to another and had trouble igniting his lighter. Rambo nodded. Returning to his knapsack, he found Musa and Andreev waiting for him. A lingering doubt made him wonder if Andreev could really be trusted. Did he sense I was going to kill him? Did he lunge toward the soldier to make me think I was wrong to suspect him? Too late for second thoughts. We're here. What's going to happen will happen. Fate. But he felt uneasy as he assembled his bow and several arrows, pressing the arrows into the 7 slots on the quiver attachment bolted to the handle of the bow. Muscles tensing, he followed the diagram he'd memorized and led his companions toward an enclosed stairway adjacent to the sentry post on the right corner of the wall. Ignoring the combination of rifle and grenade launcher that he'd slung across his shoulder, he placed an arrow under the bow. If he needed to defend himself, he didn't dare use the rifle. Not yet, at least. Until the explosion started, he hoped not to make a sound. His logic was confirmed when a Soviet soldier plodded up the staircase, his head down until he saw Rambo's boots. Raising his eyes, the soldier blinked in shock, tried to raise his rifle, and was killed by an arrow that pierced his forehead with the penetrating force of a copper-jacketed bullet. As the soldier toppled, Rambo lunged and grabbed him before the soldier's rifle had a chance to clatter. 6. Afghanistan. Even the name of the country made Major Azov want to vomit. Although he wasn't religious, no other word occurred to him but hellhole. The windstorm tonight confirmed his revulsion. The chaotic insanity of the storm was matched by only one thing: his commander's insanity. Colonel Zayson was so determined to prove his worthiness to his superiors, to redeem himself from this mistaken war, that he'd stop at no outrage. Rumors of the colonel's intention had reached Major Azov only 5 minutes earlier. At once he'd set down the book he'd been reading and stormed into the bowels of the fort to discover if the rumors were true. They were. As his hurried bootsteps echoed along the corridor, passing the captured American's door, reaching the open door of the adjacent cell, Azov gaped in disgust at the sight of the acid-bubbled skin of the screaming Afghan boy whom Colonel Zayson was questioning.
"Answer me,"
Zayson said in English, then in Afghan dialect, bewildering Major Azov.
"Where is the rebel leader called Akram Haidar?"
The Afghan boy kept screaming.
"This is all the Americans' fault," Zayson said.
Sergeant Kurov poured more acid. The boy shrieked louder. Unable to restrain himself, Major Azov stormed into the cell.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded in Russian.
"The more you torture these people, the more they resist. Reports of these atrocities spread. The rebels fight back harder. We ought to negotiate, not torture. Or leave. It doesn't make sense to—" "I will decide what makes sense, Major Azov."
The colonel turned to Sergeant Kurov.
"Pour more acid."
He glanced at his watch.
"Soon we'll show the American the result of the agony he's caused." "Suppose the American really doesn't know where the rebels are," Azov demanded. "And even if he does, what difference will his answers make? This is only a useless sector in a useless war. What are we doing here? Protecting our homeland? No. These tortures don't make our families safer. But they do make the enemy more defiant. This country is well named, the land of the out of control. And you are out of control," Colonel Zayson snapped. "It's obvious you suffer battle fatigue. You've been here too long. For once I agree, but I'm not as out of control as you." "You've gone too far," the colonel said. "Get out. Tomorrow you will be transferred to Kabul, and after that Moscow, and after that obscurity."
Azov shook with fury as Sergeant Kurov poured more acid and the boy shrieked even louder. Powerless to stop this insanity, Azov raged from the cell, taking long, angry strides along the corridor. The screams. He needed to get away from the terrible screams. 7. Rambo dragged the dead soldier to the top of the stairs. Returning to the parapet and the storm's dark confusion, he set the body into a niche between the wall and the stairs, where the corpse wouldn't be noticed until the storm stopped. Quickly, he went back down the stairs to join Musa and Andreev. They waited just high enough that no one standing at the bottom could see their feet. With a nod to one another, they cautiously started down, Rambo at the lead. But Andreev suddenly touched Rambo's shoulder and squeezed ahead of him. Rambo tensed and almost tugged him back, then stopped the impulse when he understood the Russian's logic. Andreev was in uniform. If a soldier saw him appear from the stairwell, there'd be no cause for alarm, unless the soldier recognized Andreev and knew he'd been reported missing in yesterday's battle. In that case, the soldier would wonder how Andreev had inexplicably returned to the fort. At best, the soldier would approach with suspicious questions. At worst, the soldier would call for assistance. Rambo could only hope that if Andreev were seen, it would be from a distance, his features obscured by the courtyard's sandy haze. Andreev emerged from the stairwell and surveyed the courtyard. His posture seemed relaxed, but muscles quivered on the back of his neck. He moved his hand behind him and gestured for Rambo and Musa to follow. But what if he's tricking us, Rambo thought. What if we come down and find ourselves in front of soldiers? Again, he repressed his misgivings. What happened from now on continued to depend upon fate. He crept down the stairs, saw only the backs of 2 sentries 40 feet away in front of vehicles, and darted toward the cover of a troop truck. Squirming under it, joined by Musa, Rambo pulled a timer-controlled charge from his knapsack, set it for 13 minutes, and wedged it above the truck's drive shaft. Musa took several charges, crawled from beneath the truck, and snuck toward an adjacent row of armored personnel carriers. Rambo followed, staying low, constantly glancing around him, prepared to dive for cover if soldiers appeared. For his part, Andreev strolled nervously along the wall to the right of the stairwell, past several doors, and stopped in shadows beside the door that Rambo had been told led down to the cells. Musa finished placing his charges beneath the armored personnel carriers. Rambo did the same beneath the vehicles that looked like jeeps. Because a minute had elapsed, he set the last charge for 12 minutes instead of 13, wanting the explosions to be as simultaneous as possible. As he crept back toward Andreev, he saw a large fuel tank beside the last vehicle in the row. The target was too tempting. He changed direction and snuck toward it. A quick glance toward the sentries made him freeze. One man was turning in Rambo's direction. Exposed, Rambo dived to the ground, but apparently not soon enough. As Rambo squirmed beneath the jeep at the end of the row, he saw the sentry's boots approach it. They reached the vehicle's front, pointing toward Rambo's face, as if the guard were staring over the hood toward the space between the jeep and the gasoline storage tank. The boots shifted toward the side of the jeep. Despite the swirling haze of dust, Rambo saw the boots with terrible clarity. They were only a yard from his face. They looked huge. At once, Rambo heard the guard's puzzled voice.
"I thought you were dead."
Dear God, he spotted Andreev.
"Where have you been?"
The guard asked with greater puzzlement, his voice partly muffled by the wind.
"How did you survive the battle? How did you get back here?"
The guard's boots moved along the jeep and rounded its back to reach Andreev. Would the guard see Musa? Was Musa well hidden? Heart-pounding, Rambo crawled from beneath the jeep, keeping its bulk between him and the guard. He risked a cautious glance over the top and saw that the second guard had turned to watch the first guard walk troubled toward Andreev.
"After we lost, I managed to escape," Andreev said. "I returned this evening."
He forced a laugh.
"It was quite a walk." "No one told me you'd come back,"
the guard said, confused.
"Surely word would have spread."
The guard reached Andreev. The other guard started over.
"I have been with Colonel Jason, making my report."
In a blur, Andreev slammed his rifle butt into the soldier's face. The other guard straightened and raised his weapon. An arrow from Rambo's bow shattered his temple. Rambo swung to aim his bow at the guard beside Andreev. He didn't need to shoot. Andreev had already slammed the guard again and knocked him unconscious or worse. Rambo hurried over. Musa crawled from beneath the treads of an armored personnel carrier. They dragged the bodies to the carrier and shoved them underneath. In a rush, Rambo set a charge for 11 minutes and squeezed it behind the gasoline storage tank. He ran to the door that led to the cells below. Andreev opened it. Peering anxiously toward brightly lit stairs, they started down. 8. Hearing far-off screams, Rambo tensed. The screams were so high-pitched that they seemed to come from a boy, not a man. Although distant, they had terrible force. Whatever obscenity was being done to him, it must be excruciating, Rambo thought. His impulse was to hurry toward the wails, but caution slowed him. Andreev again went ahead, showing himself at the bottom of the stairs.
"Andreev?"
a man's voice asked in surprise. Andreev stepped forward, out of Rambo's sight.
"The rebels captured me. I escaped. I just got back to the fort. I have important information. I know where the rebels are hiding." "The rebels? The colonel will want to see you." "I'm looking for him. He's not in his quarters. A guard said he might be down here."
Far off, the boy continued screaming.
"Yes," the voice said. "The colonel is here."
Keys jangled, a chair scraped, footsteps clattered.
"I'll hurry and tell him."
The gruff voice made a sudden gagging sound. Rambo rushed to the bottom of the stairs and turned to see Andreev using the guard's club to choke the man from behind. The guard thrashed, went limp, and slumped to the floor. Andreev didn't release the club until the guard stopped quivering. Rambo grabbed the guard's ring of keys. Musa helped Andreev drag the corpse into what seemed a supply room. The guard had been stationed at a desk, behind which a closed metal door had a small barred window that revealed a corridor lined with cells. The screams echoed shrilly along the corridor. Rambo timed a charge for 9 minutes and placed it in a drawer of the desk. He heard an engine's muffled roar.
"What's that?" he whispered.
Andreev pointed toward another corridor.
"The generator room. Show me."
They reached a door that vibrated from the noise of the motor behind it. Andreev stepped inside, glanced around as if he belonged there, and gestured for Rambo and Musa to enter. A huge kerosene-powered generator made a deafening roar. The floor shook. Rambo verified that the room was empty and placed a charge timed for 8 minutes into a space beneath the generator. His knapsack was now empty. He hid it beneath trash in a barrel. As he left the generator room and hurried with Musa and Andreev back to the guard station, Rambo had several unnerving thoughts. What if Troutman's not down here? Suppose he was moved since Andreev left the fort. He might have been transferred to another part of the compound, or he might have been flown to Kabul, or he didn't want to consider the possibility. Troutman might have been killed. No. Rambo shook his head fiercely. No, I can't be too late to save him. He reached the door to the cell block and tested several keys on the guard's ring until one of them fit into the lock. Metal scraped when he turned the key. The lock resisted, then budged. The door had a handle instead of a knob. Rambo pulled, and the door inched open. Staying low, out of sight behind it, he let Andreev go ahead. The screams that echoed along the corridor reached a peak of agony. 9. Abruptly the screams stopped. Their echo lingered, then stopped as well. The corridor became disturbingly silent. except for Andreev's bootsteps on the floor. The guard down the corridor had already turned in his direction, made curious by the key scraping in the lock and the door coming open. Andreev held an envelope that he'd grabbed from the desk. He thrust it forward as if bringing an urgent message. The guard left his post, coming to get the message. After 10 steps, the guard hesitated, his features contorted with puzzlement when he recognized Andreev. He opened his mouth, but never had the chance to speak. Andreev dived to the floor. The guard squinted down at his bizarre behavior and didn't have time to react to Rambo's sudden appearance in the open door at the end of the hallway. Rambo fired his bow. Streaking at a speed of 250 feet per second, the arrow struck the guard, knocking him backward. The tip of the arrow, projecting from his skull, made a scraping sound on the concrete floor. Again the corridor was silent. Rambo left Musa to watch the stairs from the courtyard and snuck toward Andreev. The Soviet dragged the guard past the open door of an empty cell. Rambo joined him. Out of sight from the corridor, they heard voices from a cell farther down.
"Colonel, the boy is dead,"
a husky voice said in Russian.
"The acid ate into his heart. Then we'll get another child."
The raspy voice spoke in English, but the accent was Russian, and Rambo didn't understand why the man didn't use his native language.
"That's what happens when criminals don't confess,"
the raspy voice continued in English.
"They die needlessly. Indeed, in another way, this boy did not have to die. If the American had merely told me what I wished to know, I wouldn't have been forced to question this child. It's the American's fault, not mine."
"Bastard!" a voice screamed in English from a nearer cell. The voice made Rambo's heart stop. He inhaled. Overwhelming excitement swelled his chest. The voice was unmistakable. Even shaky, fraught with pain, and hoarse with rage, it couldn't possibly belong to anyone else. The colonel was still alive. He continued to rage, heaping obscenity upon obscenity until his voice cracked, and he gasped in pain.
"Our guest speaks well enough when he wants to,"
the raspy voice said in English.
"A pity he didn't do it sooner. If I interrogate another prisoner, someone even younger, would our guest extend us the courtesy of a conversation?"
The corridor again became silent. The silence was broken. "I don't know where the rebels are hiding," Troutman shouted.
"We will soon determine that. And in the meantime, perhaps the next child we question will know."
For the past 30 seconds, Rambo had been in motion. Clutching the key he'd used to open the hallway door, he inserted it into the open door of the cell in which he hid, hoping to learn something. The key budged the lock. Its scrape was muffled by the voices from the other cells. The key must fit all the locks, he told himself. He peered from the doorway, saw no one, and shifted as silently as he could past the door to Troutman's cell toward the open door adjacent to it. He had no way of knowing how many people were in that room. He'd heard 2 voices, but what if there were other men inside as well? Too many for Rambo to shoot before one of them shot him. And the noise. He couldn't risk alerting the fortress by shooting. Not until he absolutely was forced to. Not until he got Troutman out of his cell and did everything he could to escape. 4 minutes from now, the charges would begin exploding. Then the noise of gunshots wouldn't matter. There'd be plenty of shooting after that, he had no doubt. But for now, he needed to subdue these men silently. He stopped beside the open cell from which the voices came.
"Bring another prisoner,"
the raspy voice said in English.
"A girl this time. If she doesn't confess, her death too will be on our guest's conscience."
Hearing heavy bootsteps approach the door, Rambo thrust into motion. Pivoting into the entrance, he slammed the door and shoved the key inside the lock. His arm strained to resist a soldier's massive pressure tugging from the other side. Rambo twisted the key. The lock slid home. In the cell, voices shouted. "Shut up," Rambo thought. He raised his knife to thrust it through the bars toward the massive soldier tugging at the door. At once he realized that even if he killed this soldier, he wouldn't be able to silence another man, unseen, who shouted for help. Rambo sheathed his knife and reached in his arrow pouch, removing a tip for one of his arrows. It had a cone shape. It wouldn't make a noise when it hit, but it would incapacitate whoever was in there. Fists hammered against the inside of the door. The shouts became louder. Rambo threw the cone-shaped tip between bars in the door. The tear gas container struck the opposite wall of the cell and shattered. White vapor blossomed, spreading to every corner of the cell. Men coughed and retched as the vapor swirled. Rambo threw a second tear gas tip and the vapor thickened. The hand that tugged at a bar in the window let go. The coughing became more extreme. But at least the men weren't shouting. At least the fort wouldn't hear their protests. Grasping the key, Rambo lunged to the cell beside him. Fingers shaking, he managed to guide their thrust toward the lock. He twisted the key and pulled the door open. He nearly wept at the sight of Troutman, whose face was bruised and swollen almost beyond recognition. The stench-ridden cell was pooled with blood. "Oh, Jesus, Colonel!" "Rambo?" Troutman blinked up in confusion, as if afraid he'd lost his mind and was having a vision. "You're getting out of here, sir." "How the hell?" "No, out of hell. On your feet, sir." Rambo raised him, supported him, and urged him out of the cell. "But, John, how—" "Move, sir. Don't talk." 10. A welter of dismay and emotions flooded through Troutman with sickening force. After the glaring spotlights in his cell, the normal lights in the corridor seemed extremely pale. Shadows swirled. He saw everything as a blur. But he had no doubt that it was Rambo who'd charged into his cell and lifted him, who now was helping him stumble along the corridor. How? Rambo stopped periodically, doing something that Troutman didn't understand. He gradually figured it out. Rambo was unlocking other cells, freeing other prisoners. But among the double-focused Afghans running along the corridor, Troutman strained to steady his vision on a man who made him cringe. The man had blonde hair. He wore a Soviet uniform. "The soldiers found us." Troutman tried to push away, but Rambo held Troutman tighter, making him hurry closer to the soldier. "No, they'll kill us, John." Troutman's turmoil worsened as Rambo spoke hurriedly in Russian to the soldier who answered. "John, who?" Troutman's mind swirled. 11. Rambo tightened his hold on the colonel and made him move faster. They reached the end of the corridor, went through an open door, and stopped while Musa blurted instructions to the rebel prisoners. "The charges are set to explode in 2 minutes. Move," Rambo said. The door at the top of the stairs swung open. A soldier closed it, came halfway down, and stared at Rambo, Troutman, and the Afghans. With widening eyes, he turned to run. "Musa, don't shoot," Rambo warned. With one arm supporting Troutman, he couldn't aim his bow slung over his shoulder. He grabbed his knife with his free hand and threw. The long curved blade struck the soldier's back. As he fell, Musa scrambled toward him, pressed a hand across his mouth, and muffled his dying moans. Rambo hurried with Troutman toward the top of the stairs. He retrieved his knife from the dead soldier's back, then inched the door open and peered toward the swirl of sand in the courtyard. Wind shrieked across the storm-obscured parapets. He didn't see any guards. The charges. He checked his watch. "We've got just 90 seconds to get out of here." He guided Troutman into the courtyard and shifted through shadows along the north wall. The row of jeeps, trucks, and armored personnel carriers stretched along the opposite side. Beneath the vehicles, timers counted toward the instant when voltage would surge from batteries toward detonators. "Move." He held Troutman tighter, urging him harder. Andreev hurried behind him. Musa rushed to follow with the Afghans. The stairwell to the parapet loomed closer. 20 feet. 10. Just as Rambo led Troutman into it, he heard a shout from the courtyard and spun. A soldier in an open doorway had seen them. Yelling, the soldier grabbed a rifle from inside a room and aimed. There wasn't a choice. Musa shot him. Startled by the shot, more soldiers appeared in doorways. They overcame their surprise and lunged for weapons. Musa kept shooting. As bullets chipped walls and soldiers fell, the Afghan prisoners ran up the stairs. A siren wailed. Soldiers returned Musa's fire. Rambo dragged Troutman up the stairwell until they couldn't be seen from the courtyard. Musa and Andreev strafed the courtyard and ran up the steps. Rambo set Troutman down, unslung his M203, and risked showing himself to scurry back down the stairs and aim the grenade launcher. The charges wouldn't go off for another 30 seconds. He needed to distract the soldiers. Sighting toward the fuel tank beyond the row of vehicles, he shot. The grenade's explosion burst the tank and set off the charge wedged behind it. A swelling fireball slammed everything within 20 feet. Soldiers fell, burning, screaming. The jeep near the blast caught fire and blew apart also. Bullets tore chunks of stone from the stairs. Rambo ran up, out of sight from the courtyard again, and grabbed Troutman. Higher, he heard shots on the parapet. Soldiers from the sentry box, he decided. He heard a burst from an M16. That would be Musa. Then the louder clatter of an AK-47. That might be a soldier or Andreev, no way to tell. The shots on the parapet stopped, but those from the courtyard persisted. A soldier charged into sight at the bottom of the stairs, about to fire upward when his body heaved from the force of a flaming blast behind him. The charges were going off. In the courtyard, another blast was followed by another and another. Wind-driven flames reflected brilliantly up the stairwell. Concussions shoved Rambo off balance. He fought to remain standing and tugged Troutman up the stairs. More shots crackled on the parapet. Soldiers from the searchlight box on the middle of the wall must have joined the fight. Other soldiers must be rushing from the sentry boxes at the other corners of the parapet. The searchlight box, the sentry box. Rambo realized the charges he'd placed against them hadn't gone off yet. Musa, Andreev, and the Afghans might be blown apart. He and Troutman might be blown apart if they reached the parapet too soon. Bullets ricocheted up the stairwell. In the courtyard, another vehicle exploded. Recoiling from the noise and heat, Rambo suddenly felt a fist of air strike his back. The simultaneous blast from the top of the stairs must have been the sentry post exploding. Flames whooshed past the top of the stairs, then flickered from the force of the wind. Rambo tugged Troutman higher. He helped him step over jagged wreckage and reached the howling sandstorm just as the searchlight box at the middle of the parapet burst apart in a roar of flames. He and Troutman lurched back, almost toppling down the stairwell. Soldiers charged up the stairs. Rambo aimed with his free hand and fired. The grenade's blast hurled the soldiers down the stairs. "Musa!" Rambo shouted. "Andreev!" Had they gotten off the parapet in time? Had the charges he'd set up here killed them? In the courtyard, an armored personnel carrier exploded. In the northern bowels of the fort, two muffled blasts shook walls. Every light in the fort went off, its generator destroyed. But the mass of flames in the courtyard revealed the confusion of soldiers down there. Rambo fired a quick burst from his rifle and hurried Troutman along the parapet. "Musa! Andreev!" Several bodies lay on the parapet. Rambo rushed with Troutman toward them. Two rebels had been killed by a blast. Musa rose slowly, dizzily shaking his head. Andreev tried to stand, but fell back. Even in the thick flying sand, flames from the courtyard were bright enough to show the chunk of metal embedded in Andreev's chest. A blood stain spread across the Soviet's shirt. "No!" Rambo screamed. Andreev fought to sit up. A bullet from the courtyard hit him. "No!" Rambo pivoted toward the courtyard. "No!" Supporting Troutman, firing one-handed, he strafed the burning area below him. Another charge went off. Another armored personnel carrier exploded. Rambo kept shooting. "No!" 12. Major Azov raised his eyes from the document he typed. His initial intention had been to write a request for reassignment to another command, one as far from the land of the out-of-control as possible. But recalling the acid-bubbled chest of the young boy he'd seen being tortured, Azov had yanked the page from his typewriter and torn it up. He'd hastily inserted another page and furiously begun typing a much different document, one in which he resigned his commission and demanded to be retired from the army. He wanted nothing more to do with war. He wanted to return to the farm country in which he'd been raised, to see things grow instead of people die. But no matter how much he wanted to flee from the war could not be avoided. It insisted on coming to him. Gunfire startled him. An explosion in the courtyard shattered the window in his second-story room. He shielded his face from flying glass as he fell to the floor. A fireball rose past his window, its glaring brilliance hurting his eyes. A second explosion shook the floor beneath his chest. He staggered to his feet, heard shots, more explosions, and screams. Before he realized what he was doing, he pulled his pistol from its holster. Jarred by a further explosion, he hurried toward the wall beside his gutted window. The courtyard was in flames. Chunks from devastated jeeps, trucks, and armored personnel carriers lay everywhere. Soldiers fired toward a stairwell in the northeastern corner of the fort, then shifted their aim toward the eastern parapet. Azov edged toward the window and exposed himself to the minimum, risking furtive glances that lasted no more than a few seconds. The pattern of the fight confused him. It seemed the attack came not from outside the fort, but from within. He didn't hear the distinctive whistle of mortar shells arcing into the courtyard. Instead, the vehicles exploded from underneath, as if charges had been planted under them. Risking another hurried glimpse, he saw figures on the parapet, most of them Afghan civilians, although one man, with blond hair wearing a uniform, seemed to be a Soviet soldier. The soldier astonished Azov by shooting at the courtyard instead of toward the Afghans. The concussion from another blast sent Azov reeling backward, but not before he saw an Afghan squirm over the parapet, grip what seemed to be a rope, and slide down, disappearing. Azov recovered from the shock of the nearby explosion and staggered to return to the thick wall beside his window. Again he glanced out. Another Afghan squirmed over the parapet and slid out of sight. Another followed. Had the soldiers managed to repulse a group of invaders who'd somehow climbed over the walls? Azov shook his head. That theory didn't make sense. Invaders would be carrying weapons, but most of the Afghans on the parapet were defenseless. And how to explain the Soviet soldier who fired toward the courtyard? With force, Azov suddenly did know how to explain every confusing detail he witnessed. The Afghans weren't invading. They were escaping from the cell block. The Soviet soldier was helping them. The sentry box on the northeastern corner of the parapet erupted into flames. The force of the blast knocked 3 remaining Afghans and the Soviet soldier flat onto the parapet. They attempted to stand, but an explosion farther along the parapet knocked them down again. The shooting continued. Azov told himself he ought to rush from his room, charge down the stairs, and join the soldiers in the courtyard. It was his responsibility to lead his men. But the furious resignation he'd been typing when the battle began negated his need to obey his training and do his duty. No, this war isn't mine. 2 other figures appeared on the parapet. One stumbled. The American prisoner. The man who helped him along the parapet was dressed like an Afghan, but he too seemed American. Despite the density of the wind-driven sand, Azov couldn't fail to see him, and be impressed. The second American was tall and muscular, magnificent. As his long dark hair blew back in the wind, he crouched beside the 3 Afghans and the Soviet. One Afghan managed to stand. The Soviet sat up, fell back, sat up again, and jerked his head as if shot in the skull. The American straightened in rage. Holding his rescued compatriot with one arm, he used the other to shoot his automatic weapon toward the courtyard. He shuddered from the recoil, but powerful muscles controlled the arm that held the weapon, scanning the rifle back and forth, strafing soldiers in the courtyard. "No!" the American screamed. "No!" he repeated. "No!" he insisted, out-shrieking the wind. Unaware of what he did, Azov raised his pistol. Surprised at his action, he nonetheless followed through. Responding to discipline and training, he aimed toward the American. From this window, with its clear vantage point toward the American, he had no doubt that he would hit his target. The front and rear sights on his pistol were lined up perfectly, centered on the American's chest. From his youth, Azov had been an expert pistol shot. He took pride in having won more championships than any soldier in his regiment. Indeed, he held the all-time division record. He felt totally confident in his ability. All he needed to do was gently squeeze the trigger. The colonel would be extremely pleased with him. Azov slowly lowered his pistol. "Colonel Zayson can fuck himself. This isn't my war. I'm finished with war." 13. The last empty cartridge flipped from Rambo's rifle and was thrust away by the wind. He set Troutman down, ejected the empty magazine, grabbed a full one taped to the butt of his rifle, and rammed it into his weapon. Instead of resuming fire, he swung to yell at Musa, "Get down the rope!" Musa aimed a burst from his rifle toward soldiers appearing at the top of the stairwell. As they toppled back, he grabbed the rope, swung over the parapet, and descended. Rambo fired 3 quick shots toward more soldiers in the stairwell. He jerked at the rope hand over hand in a frenzy, yanked it all the way up, and tied its free end around Troutman's armpits. As bullets walloped the parapet, he eased Troutman onto the edge of the wall. Bracing his feet, looping the rope around his left shoulder, he grabbed the section of the rope nearest Troutman and swiftly lowered him. The rope burned, sliding across Rambo's tightly squeezed palms. He didn't care. Bullets zinged past his head. He didn't care. All that mattered was Troutman. Below, outside the fort, an explosion made him wince. No, the rebel prisoners must have lost control. Some of them must have panicked and blown themselves up in the minefield. "Musa, tell them no!" Desperate to set Troutman on the ground, to scurry down, he increased the speed of the rope sliding through his fists. A bullet nicked his arm. He let the rope slide even faster, felt it go slack, and pivoted to shoot a grenade at the stairwell, to fire a volley at soldiers rushing along the courtyard toward the stairs. For an instant, he saw a face in a window across from him, an officer lowering a pistol. Rambo didn't understand. He slung his M203 over his shoulder, grabbed the top of the rope, made sure its hook was anchored, and vaulted over the parapet, rappelling with an urgency he'd never before attempted. Stomach swooping, palm burns bleeding, he struck the ground, bent his knees, surged upright, and lunged toward storm-obscured figures in the darkness. Musa held Troutman. The remaining Afghans fidgeted, terrified. "How do we get through the minefield?" Musa asked. "Without Andreev?" Rambo faced the unseen barbed wire, fired his grenade launcher, and saw the blaze with which the barrier disintegrated. He walked forward through smoke and blowing sand, strafing the ground ahead of him. Mines exploded. Shrapnel flew ahead of him. He grabbed a grenade from a pocket, reloaded his launcher, and fired at the ground he approached. Other mines exploded. He emptied his rifle's magazine, reloaded from a full one taped to the opposite side of his rifle butt, strafed the ground again, and continued walking through explosions. More mines exploded. Erupting sand merged with sand blown by the wind and made him feel as if he strode through a heaving sea. But he kept on, exploded the rest of the barbed wire barrier, pushed the Afghans so they'd race even harder into the storm, and turned toward Musa holding Troutman. "Give him to me." "I took Andreev's compass from his body," Musa said. "Here." Rambo hoisted Troutman onto his shoulder. Staring at the illuminated compass, he chose his direction and ran. Troutman's weight on his shoulder was awkward at the start, but Rambo adjusted his urgent stride, making it smooth, no longer jolting Troutman. He raced harder from the burning fortress. The horses. He needed to get to the horses. Part 8. The Cave. 1. The moment the soldier unlocked the cell, Colonel Zayson shoved ahead of Sergeant Kurov and stumbled out. Except for the pale beam of the soldier's flashlight, the corridor was dark. 10 minutes ago, after yet another jolting explosion, every light bulb down here had been extinguished. Although he breathed through a handkerchief, Zayson couldn't free the sting of tear gas from his nostrils. His eyes were watery, raw, and swollen. His face felt as if he'd been scalded. His throat and lungs hurt too much for him to question the soldier, but the frenzied battle he'd heard made him grab the soldier's flashlight and stagger along the corridor as fast as his labored breathing would permit. So many shots and explosions, he thought. The rebels must have attacked in force. But at once it occurred to him that the man who'd locked the cell had done so before the battle started. Zayson had caught just a quick glimpse of him through the barred window in the door. The man had worn Afghan clothes, but his fierce, startling, camouflage-greased face had seemed Caucasian, possibly American. Only after tear gas exploded in the cell and other cells were unlocked along the corridor, prisoners escaping, had the battle begun outside. Urgent questions insisted. How had the American snuck into the fort? How could a large group of rebels have snuck in with the American and not have been detected? Followed by Sergeant Kurov and the soldier, Zayson lurched through rubble at the end of the corridor. His flashlight revealed a dead man as he stumbled up a stairwell. Coughing to clear his lungs of tear gas, he opened the door to the courtyard and faced such unexpectedly dismaying devastation that he almost tottered back. The courtyard was littered with wreckage. Flames gushed from the twisted hulks of trucks, jeeps, and armored personnel carriers. Bodies lay everywhere. Soldiers sprayed fire extinguishers, pulled wounded men from under rubble, scurried to guard the parapets, aimed machine guns toward the fort's huge solid gate, and searched for other intruders, all the while interfering with each other. Zayson lunged through the door and grabbed a lieutenant running past. "Get these men under control!" Frightened, the lieutenant jerked to attention. "Those soldiers behind you! Tell them to lower their weapons before they shoot our men on the parapet. Organize a squad to help the doctors. Find the engineers. See to it the generator's repaired." The strain on Zayson's burned throat made him cough again. He swung toward Sergeant Kurov. "Tell every officer I want a status report as soon as possible." Zayson scanned the chaos. "Where's Major Azov?" Abruptly seeing him near the wreckage of a truck in the middle of the courtyard, Zayson stalked forward. Azov struggled to lift a huge chunk of metal from a wounded man. "How many casualties?" Zayson demanded. Azov's face contorted with effort as he tugged the chunk of metal off the soldier. "Don't move," he told the wounded man. "I'll get the doctor." "I asked you a question, Major. How many casualties?" The wounded man drooled blood. When the soldier quivered and stopped moving, Azov looked disoriented, lost. "How many casualties, Major Azov?" Azov's eyes gained focus. It seemed that only now had he become aware of the colonel's presence and what was being shouted at him. "Casualties?" He sounded sick. 20 men dead." He shook his head. "At least that I know of. Maybe twice as many wounded." Zayson's face twitched with shock. "And the rebels? There must have been a small army. How many attacked? How many did we kill?" 2 Afghans died on the parapet. Another 2 were killed in the minefield." Zayson gaped. "A force big enough to kill or wound at least 40 soldiers, and the enemy loses only 4. Impossible!" "You don't understand. The Afghans weren't attacking the fort." "What were they doing?" "Escaping. They were prisoners." "We didn't kill any invader?" "One, but he wasn't Afghan." "You're not making sense." "One of our soldiers was helping them, a defector. He was killed. Apart from the defector..." Azoff gestured toward the confusion of soldiers, wreckage, flames, and bodies around them.
Only 2 men caused all this, an Afghan and an American. The American did most of the damage. I saw him from my window.
You saw him?
He was standing on the parapet, holding the American prisoner with one hand, strafing the courtyard with the other.
Why didn't you shoot him?
Too much was happening. There wasn't time.
You're the speed-shooting pistol champion of your division, Major. Something's very wrong here. You're badly mistaken. A few men didn't cause this much damage. But listen to me. The fort was attacked by at least 200 rebels. Because of the storm, I prudently ordered more guards to watch the parapets. In spite of my precautions, the rebels managed to reach the fort undetected. Their assault was merciless, but our heroic soldiers rallied, repulsed the attack, and inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. During their retreat, the rebels carried away their dead and wounded.
But that's not how it happened. It's not what I saw.
You saw almost nothing. A few confused glimpses from your window. Too much was happening. That's what you told me. There wasn't time even for you, a speed-shooting pistol champion, to fire at the invaders. That's how your report will read, or I'll have you court-martialed for cowardice and dereliction of duty.
Azoff nodded grimly.
Your fellow officers will submit reports agreeing with yours. You will see to it. A few men couldn't have caused this much devastation.
Zayson didn't add that, if impossibly a few men had done this much damage, his superiors would demand an explanation. He couldn't provide one. His career would be ruined. He'd be stuck in this shithole forever, and he did not intend to let that happen. As it was, he'd face accusations enough from his superiors. Only one thing would save him.
I've been too lenient. I've relied too much on subordinates. This time, I'll take charge of the search and destroy operation.
Yes, he thought. Destroy.
Mobilize the men. I want them ready to attack within the hour.
In this storm, you won't be able to see.
The enemy won't be able to see either. They'll expect us to stay in the fort. They won't even know we've left. I'll use their tactics against them. I'll catch them by surprise, just as they caught us.
2. Rambo's strides became longer, faster. As he ran supporting Troutman's weight across his shoulder, he worried that he wouldn't be able to find the hollow in the darkness. He studied the phosphorescent dial of the compass and corrected his direction. Sensing Musa behind him, he prayed that the men who'd waited in the hollow hadn't obeyed Musa's instructions and left with the horses after an hour elapsed. Although his legs and shoulder ached, although his muscles cramped and blood dripped from his rope-burned palms, he raced harder. He felt the ground begin to rise, the edge of the valley floor. He'd soon be in the foothills. But he needed to find the hollow where they'd left the horses. He stopped and waited for Musa, hoping they weren't so far apart that they wouldn't find each other. A shadow emerged from the storm. It belonged to Musa, who halted beside him, gasping for breath.
"We know the hollow's along this slope, but there's no way to tell if it's right or left."
Rambo raised his voice to be heard in the wind.
"Take the right. Go 2,000 paces. If you still haven't found it, come back this way and join me."
"But what if you'll not find the hollow either?"
"We head into the mountains on foot."
"Not get far before soldiers find."
"They know they can't see us until the storm ends," Rambo said.
"Dawn in an hour. Storm easier to see through in daylight."
"That'll help us as much as it does the soldiers. Don't waste time."
Musa disappeared into the storm. Rambo readjusted Troutman on his shoulder.
"How you doing, Colonel?" "Smoothest ride I ever had, John."
Rambo's grin died as his consciousness registered the hot, sticky liquid dripping down his side. He'd been too preoccupied to notice it until now. He tried to assure himself that the blood flowed from the bullet that had nicked his arm, but he couldn't convince himself.
"Were you hit, sir?"
"In my shoulder."
"Christ. I've been pressing against it, but I can't stop the blood."
Rambo tore a strip from his shirt and tied it around Troutman's shoulder to make a tourniquet. He removed a broadhead from an arrow, folded the arrow in half, and used the arrow to twist the tourniquet tight, then secured it. With greater urgency, he lifted Troutman and started toward the left, counting his footsteps.
"Hang on."
"No, you hang on." Troutman seemed to think he'd made a joke. He chuckled. Although his voice was close to Rambo's ear, it seemed to come from far away. As Rambo walked, counting his paces, Troutman said,
"I can't believe you're here, John. How did you do it?"
"Fate, sir." "What?"
"I did what you wanted.
You told me to accept. Rambo stumbled over an unseen rock. He straightened, anxious not to lose his grip on Troutman. My destiny. Sir, I'm a little busy right now. If it's all the same to you, we'll talk about this later. To tell the truth, Rambo counted 100 footsteps and kept going. Truth, sir? I wouldn't mind giving my voice a rest. Tired. Rambo hurried. Don't let him die. Don't let him die. Distressed by a greater flow of blood down his side, Rambo forced himself to go faster. He'd reached 500 paces now, but he still hadn't found the hollow. The slope of the foothills curved along the valley floor. He stumbled over another unseen rock, and this time he did lose his grip on Troutman. Toppling, landing hard, rolling downward as if toward a precipice, Rambo slammed to a stop against a boulder. The hollow. He'd reached it. But as he forced himself to stand, he realized that the hollow was empty. They left. We're on our own. He felt his way through the storm, toward where he'd dropped Troutman, but as he clutched at sand to scramble upward, he heard a horse's nicker. Above him. A hand grabbed his shoulder. He drew his knife, almost thrusting, relaxed, and grasped the Afghan whose language Rambo couldn't translate, but whose meaning was very clear. You waited longer than Musa told you, Rambo thought. Even with the wind, you must have heard the explosions from the fort. You must have been tempted to panic. But you stayed. Rambo shook the Afghan's hand, remembering what Michelle had told him after the buskashi game, after Akram had shaken his hand. To grasp a man's hand was the highest honor. I'll remember you forever. The colonel groaned. Let's get him out of here, Rambo said. The Afghan understood. He spoke with force against the wind, his meaning clear. The horses are this way. Musa, Rambo thought. We need to wait for Musa. Ravine on the right. Musa's approaching voice surprised him. I couldn't go farther. Help me. Yes. Rambo carried Troutman. They reached a horse. Musa helped them up, Rambo on the saddle, Troutman sagging in front. The other men stayed on foot and led their horses. Working up an incline, they started into the mountains. 3. Zayson ignored the stinging chaos of wind-blown sand as he strode from the fort surrounded by soldiers. Even the shriek of the storm couldn't mute the multiple roar he heard on his right. Something glinted from that direction. At once another glint appeared, others following. The glints enlarged. Instead of flickering, the lights now glowed steadily. Coming closer through the sand gusts, they resembled the gleaming eyes of monsters. The roar increased. Huge murky objects emerged from the storm, a column of tanks and armored personnel carriers that the colonel had summoned from the buildings in the heavily guarded compound behind the fort. The vehicles halted. The roar of their engines diminished slightly, although the earth still shook as they rumbled on idle. Zayson yelled orders to Sergeant Kurov and Major Azov. They followed him to a personnel carrier, climbed onto it with him, and descended after him through its open turret. A gunner closed the hatch and secured it, its muffled clang echoing. Zayson no longer heard the shriek of the storm. The only sound was the muted rumble of the carrier's engine. Forced to stoop in the low, narrow, crowded interior, Zayson made his way past racks of cannon shells and belts of machine gun ammunition. He sat behind the 5-man crew, motioning brusquely for Sergeant Kurov and Major Azov to stay with the 4 soldiers huddled in the rear compartment. Zayson considered Kurov's presence a necessity, seldom going anywhere without the sergeant's protection. But Azov was another matter. The major didn't need to be here. He could have stayed behind and helped other officers supervise repairs. But Azov had been so argumentative, and if Zayson was right, both irresponsible and cowardly, that Zayson was determined to punish him by bringing him along. For once, you'll be part of the war, instead of holding back and complaining about it, the colonel thought. When the shooting starts, I promise you'll be in the thick of it. You'll prove yourself in combat, Azov, or you'll spend the next 20 years in prison. His features hard, Zayson peered toward the vehicle's commander. Radio the column. Start. The commander obeyed. The carrier's engine stopped rumbling and roared again. Zayson's stomach pressed toward his spine as the vehicle sped forward. The commander flicked a switch and shut off the carrier's headlights, switching to a night vision system. A small television screen showed green-tinted swirling sand, the image received from a powerful camera. The camera's ability to penetrate the dark flying sand was astonishing. By the time the storm cleared, the column would be miles from the fort. After the dust settled, rebels watching the fort from the mountains would feel reassured when they didn't see tanks and carriers setting out in reprisal against the attack. They wouldn't know that the reprisal had already started, that the search and destroy force was poised to strike from strategic positions miles closer than the rebels suspected. Zayson squinted with resolve. He admitted his plan wouldn't work if a crucial assumption turned out to be wrong. The attack force needed a definite goal, a specific destination. Otherwise, all these tanks and carriers would merely be speeding aimlessly through the storm. But he did have a goal. The day before last, 2 gunships had been shot down during a raid on a village in a valley northeast of the fort. Yesterday, an armored column had been attacked in a valley southeast of the fort. Tonight, the men who'd assaulted the fort had escaped in an eastward direction. Granted, as soon as they gained some distance from the fort, they might have changed their course in an effort to avoid pursuers. But why would they waste time doing so when the night and the storm concealed them? And wouldn't they want to maintain as straight a line of escape as possible, for fear that evasive maneuvers would confuse their sense of direction and make them lose their way in the storm? Yes, Zayson thought. Each time he assessed the logic of his assumption, he became more convinced he was right. East. Everything suggested east. With his target specified, he could concentrate his forces in that area. Given the advantage of surprise, he had a considerable chance of finding and destroying the rebels. He might still be mistaken, but if so, all he lost was time. On the other hand, if he guessed correctly, he gained a victory of such importance that his superiors would be distracted from his recent failures. Zayson glanced back toward Azov in the carrier's troop compartment. "You and I have one thing in common," he thought. "I hate this war as much as you do. It should never have started. After 8 years of trying to defeat the rebels, we're no closer to victory than when we first arrived. We killed 500,000 people. We drove 4 million others into neighboring countries. We forced 5 million to flee the countryside and congest the cities. We destroyed thousands of villages. We bombed and poisoned millions of acres of cropland. We attacked the rebels with the finest gunships and armored vehicles in the world. And still, we haven't defeated them. If anything, we made them more determined to fight back harder. This war will destroy reputations and ruin careers, including my own, if I'm not careful. I'll do anything. Torture, brutalize, massacre. Anything to impress my superiors, to convince them I deserve to be promoted and sent somewhere else, anywhere, out of this terrible country and this futile war." Yes, the colonel thought. We share one similarity, Azov. We both hate where we are and what we're doing. But unlike you, I refuse to let this war defeat me. While you give up, I assert myself. While you let events control you, I control events. By whatever means necessary, I will confront the problem. He turned from Azov toward the green-tinted television screen and its vivid image of the storm outside. The swirling sand seemed less dense now, the wind less forceful. In a couple of hours, the air would be bright and clear. But not too soon, Zayson hoped. If the storm will just persist until mid-morning, until we're miles from the fort and in position, ready to pounce. That's all I ask. A little more time. The column this carrier belonged to was heading southeast toward a valley that flanked the mountains. Another column was headed northeast to reach a valley on the opposite side of the mountains. When both arms of the vise were in place, Zayson would give the signal, and the columns would enter the mountains, squeezing toward each other. Eventually, of course, the tanks and armored carriers would reach terrain too difficult to be driven through. At that point, soldiers would scramble from troop trucks and search the mountains on foot. If they sighted a rebel camp, the tanks and carriers would fire their cannons and rockets at coordinates the soldiers radioed to them. Meanwhile, as when birds and rabbits were being hunted, Zayson knew that something was needed to flush the quarry. The gunships, he thought. The moment the storm died, the gunships would take to the sky, stalking every ridge and hollow in those mountains. If the rebels were up there, they'd be found and destroyed. By attacking the fort, you did me a favor, Zayson concluded. You made me angry enough, desperate enough to view the situation simply. I can't attack every sector of the compass. But if you're in those eastern mountains, I've got you. I don't care how long this operation takes. I'll find you. I'll make you wish with all the agony I can possibly inflict that you'd never decided to rescue the American, and in the process, embarrass me. As the green-tinted screen showed the storm lose more force, Zayson suddenly thought about the second American. The startling camouflage-greased intruder who'd locked him in the cell and subjected him to tear gas. The warrior Azov had seen shooting on the parapet. Zayson wasn't sure how much of Azov's report he believed and how much he needed to deny in order to protect himself from the accusations of incompetence his superiors would shout at him. But he did know this. The second American existed, and Zayson's tear-gas-burned face made him vow on the sanctity of Lenin's tomb that the man who'd caused this disaster would be made to suffer more than any Afghan, to suffer beyond endurance. 4. In the dark, as they struggled upward from the valley floor, the flying sand diminished. Yes, the wind still persisted, trees bending, branches scraping. But at least we're away from the sand, Rambo thought. It's below us, behind us. He clenched his legs against the horse's thighs and kept his arms wrapped around Troutman, who slumped in front of him. Ahead, unseen, a mujahideen grabbed the reins and guided the horse. "Colonel?" No answer. "Colonel, I need to loosen your tourniquet." Troutman sagged forward, straining against Rambo's arms. "Colonel!" Rambo raised a hand to Troutman's left chest. The heartbeat was faint. He raised his hand higher and slapped Troutman's cheek. "Sir, wake up!" "What?" Troutman jerked his head. Sorry. Must have. Don't stop talking. Think I drifted off. You can't let it happen again, sir." Rambo didn't add, "Next time, I'm afraid you won't wake up." "Whatever you say. Just keep talking. The boss. You better believe it, sir. Make a speech." "What?" "Anything. The Pledge of Allegiance, the Act of Contrition." I'm a Presbyterian, not a Catholic." "Fine, sir. Just talk." "I pledge allegiance," Troutman responded reflexively, "to the flag, and to the republic for which it stands." Rambo untwisted the fold-down arrow, loosening the tourniquet it secured on Troutman's shoulder. Blood flowed. Rambo's love for Troutman made him desperate to retighten the tourniquet and stop the gushing blood. But love, paradoxically, made him cruel. If he didn't allow the injured veins a chance to flow, the blood-starved tissue would develop gangrene, and in this wilderness, the colonel would die from that instead of blood loss. "One nation, under God, indivisible," Troutman murmured, "with liberty and—" Rambo waited as long as urgency allowed. He quickly retightened the tourniquet. "Justice for all." Troutman's blood stopped. Rambo sighed. "Don't stop talking, sir. You did so well on the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's hear the words to the Star-Spangled Banner." "Give me a break. No one knows the words to the... I'm afraid you're right. So how about... Sure, just the thing. When Johnny comes marching, home again." "That's right, sir. Just keep talking. Don't piss me off. You better not fall asleep again." 5. Hate. Sergeant Kurov couldn't decide which officer he hated more. He sat in the troop compartment at the rear of the personnel carrier, felt the vehicle tilt up, then down, listened to the muffled roar of its engine, and avoided looking at Major Azov next to him. If he did look, he was sure that despite the murky green light inside the carrier, the major would see the loathing on his face, and Sergeant Kurov tried never to let an officer know what he was feeling. Weakness disgusted him, in himself and in others, and the major's behavior these past few months was worse than contemptible. Not only had Azov so lost control of himself that he'd argued with his commander, but he'd allowed himself to show his lack of nerve. Azov's squeamishness tonight when he saw the boy being tortured was inexcusable. His passiveness during and after the attack on the fort was loathsome, his presence on this mission an insult. Force, Kurov thought. That was what mattered. Strength and discipline. They mattered. If a man wasn't tough, he wasn't a man. He couldn't be respected. He couldn't endure, and more than anything, endurance, survival, was the goal. Kurov had learned this lesson from his earliest days. Growing up in the poorest section of Leningrad, he'd realized that his parents, his brothers and sisters, his friends, all had accepted their dismal lives. But Kurov had vowed to break out. Because he didn't have a sponsor in the bureaucracy, he couldn't hope to be admitted to a school that would prepare him to be an official, couldn't hope to gain employment that would earn him enough to improve the conditions of his existence. At 18, he'd been conscripted into the military, and the next 2 years had threatened him with more of the hardships he wanted to escape. But a sudden insight had given him hope. Since life was a constant battle, he would make battle his profession. The military provided food, clothing, and shelter. Although hardly luxurious, they were certainly better than what he was used to. Indeed, the higher the rank, the better a soldier lived. Koroff determined to impress his superiors, to excel at being a soldier, to rise through the ranks until he gave the orders, until he lived as well as those he envied. He had no doubt that he'd be successful. He had the necessary talents. He was stronger and tougher than anyone. But at the age of 38, he sat in this troop compartment at the rear of a personnel carrier, on his way to yet another battle. After 20 years in the military, he hadn't been promoted higher than sergeant. Although he'd proven his strength and ruthlessness again and again, he still received orders rather than gave them. He still put up with the shitty conditions of an enlisted man, rather than enjoying the rewards of an officer. The colonel, Koroff thought, glaring forward at him. I don't know which of them I hate more, the major for his weakness, or the colonel for his ingratitude. I made myself indispensable to him. He won't go anywhere without me as his bodyguard. Every atrocity he decides to commit, I'm the one forced to do it. But the son of a bitch won't recommend my promotion. Maybe I excelled too much. Maybe I made myself too indispensable. That boy I was ordered to torture tonight. I kept pouring acid. It ate into his heart. Who else but me would have followed the colonel's orders? Who else would have been tough enough to watch that boy's chest bubble and smell the acid fumes rising from his flesh and still have kept pouring the acid? Tough. Sure, I'm tough. Like that boy. He was tough, all right. I give him credit. I put him through unbearable suffering, and still he wouldn't talk. Maybe he didn't know the information the colonel wanted, but somehow I doubt it. There was something in his eyes, something that said, I'm stronger than you, and braver. I won't betray my people. On the other hand, Colonel, I wonder how you'd hold up under torture. Would you beg for mercy? Would you answer questions, give away secrets, betray comrades so you could live? How tough are you, Colonel? You're quick to make others suffer. You don't even have the guts to torture them yourself. You make me do it. Most of the time you can't even bear to watch. I wonder how you'd behave on the receiving end. I wonder how you'd like it then. As the personnel carrier tilted up and down, roaring onward, Koroff realized that this was the first time the colonel had accompanied his troops into battle. How tough would the bastard be? Koroff looked forward to the chance to find out. 6. We're almost there, sir. Hang on, Rambo said. But the colonel didn't answer. It was early afternoon. The wind had stopped. The group rode quickly up through trees, crossed the field where Rambo had played buskashi, and reached a higher section of trees. Rambo peered ahead, anxious to glimpse the camp. The farther he rode through the trees, the more uneasy he became. I should have seen tents by now, he thought. There should have been riders in the field we just crossed. There ought to be villagers among these trees. At once he did see figures, tents, movement. Relax, you're so tired you're paranoid. But 5 seconds later, when he entered the campsite, he braced his shoulders, worried. Most of the tents were gone. The remaining tents were being dismantled and hurriedly packed onto mules. Women and children gathered cooking utensils, looms, and rugs. Warriors checked their weapons. Musa, find out what's going on. Rambo jumped from his horse and rushed to carry Troutman toward the infirmary. Michelle appeared at the mouth of the cave, saw them coming, threw a cigarette onto the ground, and ran to help. In the background, Musa spoke to a group of warriors and quickly followed Rambo. They say they feared you not come back. Feared Soviets shot you. Michelle reached Rambo and grabbed Troutman's legs. Musa continued to follow. They say they are pleased you survived. Pleased you have your friend. Tell them I'm grateful. There is more. Helped by Michelle, Rambo carried Troutman out of the daylight into the cave and set him on a clump of straw. Troutman lay back, unconscious. Despite the shadows of the cave, his bruised, swollen face was shockingly vivid. His shoulder, Rambo said. Don't you think I see that? Michelle grabbed her doctor's bag and jerked it open. Troutman moaned. There is more, Musa repeated. You must listen. Not now, Rambo said. Now, they leave. They are sorry, but they leave. Rambo swung toward him. Yes, Musa said. I try to make you understand. I've got to talk to them. Michelle, do you need my help? Is there anything I can do?
Get out of here. For God's sake, let me do my work.
7. The chieftains sat in a semicircle, flanked by warriors, their faces grave. Reminded of the council meeting when he'd first come here, Rambo sat with concern across from them and turned to Musa. "Tell me again. They leave. Why? You force them. How? Because of the favor they grant you. They know when you attack fort, you make enemy angry. But they don't think their attack on the armored column yesterday made the enemy angry? That was war. Attack on fort is personal. This is crazy. Afghan war. Crazy. Holy war. They leave now. Allah wills it." Khalid spoke. "Too many attacks, too close together. Enemy get furious. Search everywhere. Never stop until they find this camp." Musa added, "That is part of the favor these people grant you. Not just to help, but to let you go after your friend. After you attack fort, they know they must leave, find other home, but they not try to stop you." Rambo stared at the ground. Despondent, he suddenly realized, yes, it all made sense now. He'd been so busy worrying about the colonel that he hadn't understood the sacrifice he forced these people to make. How many homes had they abandoned? How many would they abandon until the war was over? And in the end, would their sacrifices have been in vain? "Tell them I'm sorry. If there'd been another way." Rambo's voice was strained with sadness. "I needed to save my friend." Akram spoke. "He say they let you save friend because you are their friend," Musa said. "Thank you." "He say any man who not save friend cannot be their friend." Rambo had trouble speaking. "Tell him, even though we're different, we're very much alike. We do what we need to." Akram spoke again. "He say you are wrong about differences. You think like Muslim." "What does he mean?" "We do what we need to. He say you believe in destiny." Rambo felt a shock of recognition as he remembered one of the last things Troutman had said to him. "You're lost, because you won't accept, won't be what you are." "Why should I be what I hate?" "It isn't hate, it's confusion. Accept your destiny." "I don't believe in destiny." "Yes, and that's the trouble." In torment, Rambo turned toward the cave in which Troutman lay half dead from blood loss. "It's my fault. If I'd done what the colonel asked, if I'd gone with him to Pakistan, he wouldn't have been captured. He wouldn't have been tortured. He wouldn't have been shot. He wouldn't be in that cave now, fighting for his life. Destiny? That's why this happened. Because I wouldn't do what I knew in my heart I needed to do." He prayed to the God of the Catholics, the Navajos, the Buddhists, and the Muslims, begging for Troutman's life. Desperate for a reason to hope, he wondered if the Muslims were right, that nothing occurred without a purpose, that everything was part of a plan, the will of Allah. Could all that had happened, his search, his ordeals, his attack on the fort, his rescue of Troutman, could all of it have been for a reason? But what was the reason? Surely the point would not be that Troutman would die. No, Rambo thought. I won't believe that. He turned in distress from the cave and studied the chieftains. What's their destiny? Where will they go? Akram say he move camp to west. Go where enemy not expect. Continue fighting. Rambo exhaled. The futility of these people's lives made him despair. It's as good a plan as any. Rahim interrupted. He disagree, Musa said. Go north. Khalid interrupted. Rambo anticipated Musa's translation. I'll bet he wants to go in yet another direction. South. Why don't they all head east into Pakistan? They can rest there, get more men and supplies. No. They say go to Pakistan is to run from war. They stay and fight. Then why don't they stick together? The larger their force, the better their chance of beating the Russians. Remember what I tell you, Musa answered. This is a country of tribes, all leaders equal. All leaders think their plan is best. All think they know God's will. But the attack on the column yesterday shows how effective they can be when they work together. True, but not Afghan way. They quarrel. They do what Afghans do for 1,000 years. Go own way, fight own war. Rambo shook his head in dismay. Akram spoke. "He asks what you'll do now," Musa said. "Hope the colonel gets better. As soon as he can travel, I'll take him to Pakistan." Akram listened, nodded fatalistically, and spoke. Musa translated. "He say, like chieftains, you must do what you think best." "Tell him I'll always value his friendship." The chieftain stood. What they said next, almost in unison, was one of the few Afghan expressions Rambo knew. Rambo repeated it in their language. "Yes. Go with God." The chieftains regarded him warmly and walked toward their separate tribes. "Now we wait and pray," Musa said. "We? Are you sure you want to stay? Go with one of the tribes. I won't think less of you." "I start this with you. I end it with you." "Just so you know, you can go with—" Musa looked insulted. "Sorry. I'm an ignorant foreigner," Rambo said. "Forgive me." "You friend. You not find way back to Pakistan without me." "To tell the truth, I'd miss having you around." 8. Rambo's eyes adjusted to the shadows of the cave as he walked toward Troutman. The colonel's raw, swollen face made him sick. "How is he?" Michelle had cut Troutman's shirt across the left shoulder. She didn't look up from disinfecting the wound.
The bullet went through him. It struck high enough to miss his heart and lung. That's the good news.
"What's the bad?"
He's been beaten so severely. He's lost so much blood. I'm not sure he's strong enough to—"
"Give him blood."
"If I had some, I would."
"Give him mine." She glanced up sharply.
"I don't have the equipment to test if your blood type's the same."
"We're both A positive."
"You're certain?"
"The colonel once gave blood to me."
"No. You look terrible. You haven't slept in 36 hours. God knows when you ate last. You're covered with blood. I can't tell how much is your friend's and how much is yours. You're in no shape to give a transfusion."
"Set it up or I'll do it myself." Michelle studied him.
"Yes, I believe you would. You'd be putting yourself at risk."
"Set it up."
"Take off your shirt. Wash your hands. Put disinfectant on your left arm. I don't want the blood to be contaminated."
She cleaned the inside of Troutman's right arm.
"That table beside him. Lie on it. I need you above him, a gravity feed."
Rambo quickly obeyed. Michelle removed sterilized IV needles and tubing from plastic bags. She attached the tube to the needles, fixed a clamp to the tube, and inserted a needle into the crook of Rambo's left arm. The other needle went into Troutman's right arm. She opened the clamp. As blood flowed from Rambo's arm into Troutman's, she pivoted toward Musa.
"Bring him water. Get him something to eat. He needs to keep his strength up. The last thing I want is another patient."
She sutured the entrance and exit wounds on Troutman's shoulder. She dressed and bandaged them. She injected Troutman with antibiotics.
"There's nothing more I can do," she told Rambo. "The injections I gave him were the last medications I had. It's up to your friend now. If I don't take that IV out, you'll be the one who needs a transfusion."
She closed the clamp on the tube and removed the needles.
"Bend your arm."
Since Troutman was unconscious, she bent his arm for him, closing the hole in his vein. Rambo drank from a canteen of water Musa brought. He ate a peach and a bowl of cold rice flecked with gristly meat. The meat tasted bitter. He didn't ask what kind it was.
"Do me a favor,"
Michelle said. "Anything."
"It makes me sick to look at you. Wash that grease and sand off your face."
Rambo couldn't help laughing.
"Here's the last clean shirt I can find," Michelle said. "After this, you'll need to wallow in your filth." "What's so funny?"
"Nothing. It felt good to laugh. I'd forgotten."
"So have I. It's been a long time."
Michelle shook her head.
"I think I'm ready to go home."
Rebels came in and helped patients to their feet. "What are they doing?" Rambo asked.
"Evacuating all their people."
"But some patients aren't fit to be moved."
"Tell me about it. Akram says the patients will die if the Russians find this cave. On the other hand, he says there's a chance they'll live if they're moved to another camp."
"How do you feel about that?"
"The truth? I've seen so much death, I'm too numb to feel anything."
Michelle's hand shook as she lit a cigarette.
"Yes, I think it's time I went home."
As Rambo stood, she warned,
"Be careful. Any dizziness?"
No. It was a lie. When the swirling stopped, Rambo knelt beside Troutman, whose swollen face resembled wax. He studied the gradual rise and fall of Troutman's chest. Will he live? Michelle didn't answer. Tell me, what are his chances? Frightened voices interrupted him. 9. Rambo ran from the cave. Rebels scurried toward their horses. Women rushed to finish packing. Children urged goats and sheep away from the campsite. Everyone shouted, their voices frantic. To the right, men crouched on a wooded bluff from which they could see the foothills and valley. They cursed and fled toward their horses. Rambo passed them, hurrying toward the bluff. It wouldn't have mattered how loud their commotion was. He still would have heard what frightened them. Although far away, the sound was too powerful. He couldn't possibly not have heard it. He reached the trees, stooped, crouched, and crawled. At the rim of the bluff, he stared down toward the foothills. The air reverberated with distant thunder, the rumbling whump-whump-whumping roars from as many gunships as Rambo had ever seen at one time. His heart pounded. Even far away, the winged silhouettes of the Mi-24s looked monstrous. 10, 15. He stopped counting at 20. Below him, they sped toward the foothills in a gigantic V formation, then spread out, veering right and left. They're going to swoop across every hollow and ridge, every clearing and thicket, Rambo thought. They'll each have a grid. They'll search methodically back and forth. They'll work up through the foothills. They'll scan the mountains. They'll double-check anything that looks suspicious. They'll blow apart anything that moves. The nose of a distant gunship flickered with what seemed sparks. Rambo heard the stutter of machine gun fire. Dust rose from a wooded slope. He squirmed back from the bluff and ran through the trees toward what had been the camp. Most of the rebels were on the move, Khalid's group heading one way, Rahim's another. Akram gave final instructions to his group and mounted his horse. He noticed Rambo and shouted, pointing at the cave. Rambo didn't understand. Musa, what's he saying? Musa's eyes looked stark as he turned from the gunship's roar in the valley. More machine guns fired. A distant rocket exploded. He said gunships shoot everything. See cave, get suspicious, fire a missile. If you stay, you die. He wants you to come with him. I can't. Akram kept shouting. He say gunships come from west. He cannot go there now. He go east, toward Pakistan. Come with him. His people protect you. I can't leave the colonel. Bring colonel with you. Rambo stared toward the wounded rebels that the Afghans had helped and in some cases carried from the cave, putting them on horses. Some of the wounded were able to stay on a saddle, unaided, but several were so weak that they needed a man behind them to hold them on. Just as Rambo had held Troutman through the long ride back here. If I put him through that stress again, Rambo thought, his sutures will open up. He'll start bleeding again. He'll die. My friend's in no shape to ride a horse. Far below in the foothills, the gunships kept roaring. Machine guns continued to fire. Another rocket exploded. We'll hold you back, Rambo said. We'd get all of your people killed just to try to save my friend. No, leave without us. Hurry. Akram's dark eyes glinted in frustration. He seemed about to continue arguing, but another rocket exploded in the foothills below, and he nodded. He swung his horse around to lead his people away. They headed to the right. Khalid's tribe had already disappeared in that direction, fleeing south. To the left, Rahim's tribe had vanished into the forest, taking the only other escape route, rushing north. The clearing was unnaturally silent. At once, more machine guns clattered in the foothills. Cannons boomed. Rambo scrambled into motion, reaching Michelle at the mouth of the cave. Don't stay, he told her. Take my horse. You can still catch up to Akram.
I won't leave the only patient I still have.
You've done enough. I've had medical training. I'll take care of him now.
And who'll take care of you if you get wounded? How can you fight and still watch your friend? I'm staying.
But
I won't desert a patient.
Michelle's eyes were as blue as steel, her voice as sharp as Rambo's knife.
I won't leave Afghanistan a coward.
The air pulsed from the faraway roar of the gunships. More cannons boomed in the foothills. Akram was right, Musa said. Gunships shoot anything they think suspicious. Rambo studied the clearing. The rebels, their horses and tents, had pressed down the grass. Although cooking fires had been extinguished and buried, the dirt and rocks that covered them looked conspicuous. Akram was right about something else, Rambo said. When they see this cave, they'll wonder if someone's hiding in it. They'll fire a missile into its mouth. Then what do? Hide in forest? Musa asked. So few of us, we might not be noticed. We'd soon run out of food. Eventually we'd need to start moving. Soldiers will soon be up here.
You make them angrier than I ever see them, Musa said.
Yeah, Rambo said. I sure pissed them off.
Then what we do?
Leave.
Musa looked shocked. But you tell rebels you stay.
I said that before the gunships came.
After gunships, you tell Akram to go without us.
Because of the colonel. He'd bleed to death if we put him on a horse. Akram's tribe would die if we slowed them down. That's why I asked Michelle to leave without me. That's why I'm asking you again, Musa, to take your chance and go with them.
And desert you?
Michelle asked.
What would you do? How would you possibly move him?
There's a way, but I don't have time to explain. Hearing more explosions and gunfire from the foothills, Rambo drew his knife and hurried across the clearing toward the trees.
I not leave without you, Musa said.
I'm not leaving without you either,
Michelle said. Then get the colonel ready to move, Rambo yelled. Musa, hurry, I need your help. 10. Rambo hacked his knife against a 2-inch thick sapling. Chopping through its base, he tossed the sapling to Musa. Cut off the branches on the top. Make it 12 feet long. He searched frantically through the trees, found another 2-inch thick sapling, and hacked through its base. He threw it to Musa. I want 2 identical poles. He chopped off inch-thick branches, trimmed them, and hacked them into 4-foot lengths. When he had 10 of them, he rushed back to Musa. The Afghan anticipated, setting the branches across the poles. Rambo cut a rope into 2-foot-long sections and knelt to tie the ends of each branch to the poles. Musa helped. I want the branches 8 inches next to each other, Rambo said. The length of your knife blade. In a row, they'll give us 6 feet of support. Leave a 4-foot open section at one end of the poles and a 2-foot open section at the other. Musa didn't ask questions, just worked as fast as he could. Rambo tested each branch. None budged. Sweat dripped from his face. He tied a sweatband across his brow. We'll need to put something soft between the colonel's back and the branches. He cut off several cedar boughs, set the needled limbs onto the litter, and dragged it into the clearing. The roar of the gunships rose in the foothills.
Litter too long.
Musa gestured toward the 4-foot-long open space at one end and the 2-foot-long open space at the other.
Awkward. Cut shorter. We still be able to carry your friend.
If the 2 of us try to carry the litter, we won't get out of here fast enough.
But 2 of us not carry it?
Right.
How?
Rambo ran to untether his horse. He led it into the clearing and used his knife to cut a slit on each side of the saddle. He hurried to the litter. Lifting the end that had a 4-foot-long open space, he shoved each pole into the slit on each side of the saddle. Farther along, he cut another slit on each side of the saddle and worked the poles forward so their tips emerged from the second slit. He slung a section of rope across the saddle and tied the end of one pole to the end of the other. The gunships roared higher. Machine guns fired with greater intensity. Musa, go back to the bluff. Count the seconds between the flash of the machine guns and the sound of the shots.
But don't ask why, just do it.
As Musa ran off, Rambo charged toward the cave. Michelle, is he ready?
His sutures aren't bleeding. His heartbeat's weak but steady. His blood pressure's low, but it could be worse.
Grab his legs. I'll hold his shoulders. Careful of Troutman's wound, they carried him into the sunlight and set him onto the fur bow-cushioned litter. The supports bent slightly but held. Troutman groaned. Sorry, Colonel. I hate to disturb you, but we need to avoid some angry visitors. Troutman's eyelids flickered. John? It's me, sir. He looped a rope across Troutman's chest and tied him to the litter. He disassembled his bow and remaining arrows, putting them into the pouches secured to his belt. Then he wedged his combination rifle grenade launcher under a rope on the litter. What are you doing at Bragg? This isn't Fort Bragg, sir. Hearing Musa run back from the bluff, he turned.
Machine guns flash. 5 seconds later, I hear shots.
Sound travels a mile a second. The gunships are 5 miles away. They'll take time to search back and forth to make sure they cover each ridge and hollow, but they'll keep moving higher all the time. How long till they... A blast in the foothills interrupted him. Compelled by a surge of adrenaline, Rambo hurried to the end of the litter that rested on the ground. The upper end had a 4-foot open space that allowed room for the poles to extend along the horse's flanks and be fastened to the saddle. But on this end, Rambo needed only a 2-foot space so he could stand between the poles. He bent his knees, grabbed the poles, and lifted. His body shook. His knees, back, arms, and shoulders cramped from the strain. But he managed to straighten and raise the litter. The combined weight of Troutman and the litter pressed the poles against his tightly squeezed fingers. His muscles ached. His sinews knotted. Musa, lead the horse. Walk as fast as you can. Michelle, climb on Musa's horse and follow. Let's get out of here. As the gunships thundered louder in the foothills, the group hurried toward the right, along the cliff, into the trees. Part 9. The Mountains. 1. Despite the cloth tied around his forehead, sweat stung Rambo's eyes. The litter obscured his view of the trail. His foot caught on an unseen log. He almost lost his grip on the poles. Startled, he regained his balance. Musa glanced back and frowned. "Keep leading the horse," Rambo said. Riding behind him, Michelle sounded worried.
"You're weak after giving blood. You haven't slept. You've had little to eat. You were injured during the attack on the fort. Your body can't take much more."
"It'll take as much as it needs to." Rambo squeezed his fingers around the poles and worked harder up a wooded slope.
"You'll exhaust yourself."
"I don't have a choice." Before him, Troutman lay unconscious on the litter. Whenever the litter tilted, the colonel's head flopped. Rambo fought to keep the poles steady.
"Use the horse I'm on to support your end of the litter,"
Michelle said. "It's bad enough trusting one horse, let alone two. What if they bolt?"
"We'll keep a tight rein on the horses so they don't bolt."
"But it still wouldn't work," Rambo said. "Two horses supporting the litter would make it tougher to go around switchbacks and trees. They'd be hard to maneuver. They'd slow us down, not help." He reached the top of a slope. Until now they'd been heading south, the direction Khalid's tribe had taken. But now he saw a draw on the left. It slanted upward toward snow-capped mountains in the east. Many hoofprints on the loamy ground veered in that direction. They showed where Akram had stopped following Khalid's tribe and begun to lead his people toward Pakistan. Yes, Rambo thought. Pakistan. Help for the colonel. He worked with greater determination, following the horse Musa led up the draw. In the foothills behind him, the machine guns sounded louder. How angry must they be, Rambo thought. If they shoot at everything that looks suspicious, they'll soon run out of ammunition. That thought made him briefly hopeful. But abruptly depression plummeted through him as he told himself that the enemy might be angry but not stupid. If they planned to do this much shooting, they'd have loaded each gunship's troop compartment with ammunition instead of soldiers. Not missiles and rockets, those needed to be loaded from under the wings, but the machine guns could be loaded from inside, and Rambo suddenly realized that he'd heard few missiles and rockets. For the most part, the gunships had been using their machine guns, saving their underwing weapons for verified targets, and they wouldn't be firing their machine guns so much unless they had plenty of ammunition in reserve. Another thought worried him even more. Was it logical that the gunships would find so many spots that aroused their suspicion? Surely they didn't need to shoot at every remotely possible hiding place. Unless. Fear made him grip the litter tighter. He struggled harder up the draw. Unless the gunships had a different reason to strafe the foothills. What if they kept shooting not because they had a slight chance of hitting rebels hidden in the foothills, but instead because they wanted to panic the rebels and force them higher into the mountains? Rambo was reminded of the way to stalk pheasants or rabbits. The hunter made noise to frighten the quarry, to drive it ahead until it ran out of cover and bolted into the open. And we're the rabbits. We've done what the Soviets want. We're running. But it's not our fault. We didn't have a choice. We couldn't stay back at the cave. The gunships would have killed us there. Need to keep moving. Can't let the gunships see us. Musa, go faster. The trees became thinner. Rambo faced a grassy clearing. Beyond it, more trees sloped up, but they too became sporadic. Far above, rocks led to snow. Musa, we can't show ourselves in the clearing. We need to go around it through the trees. In pain, Rambo hurried. We'll soon run out of cover, he thought. For a terrible instant, he remembered a variation on how to hunt rabbits. While one hunter made noise and forced the quarry to flee ahead, another hunter hid at the opposite end of the kill zone and waited for the target to appear. Is that what we're doing? He wondered. Not running away, but toward? 2. Colonel Zayson stood between a personnel carrier and a wall of rock. He'd been reluctant to leave the protection of the vehicle, but with its engine turned off, its ventilation fans couldn't be used without draining the batteries. As the air became more stale and the sun's heat made the crew's compartment unbearable, he'd finally chosen comfort over safety. To be sure, he didn't risk much. Between the carrier and the cliff, he couldn't be hit by a sniper. Nonetheless, he'd never been this close to combat before, and he felt uneasy. Not that he allowed himself to show it. Certainly not with that coward Major Azov scowling nearby, and Sergeant Kurov standing at attention, waiting for orders. A commanding officer needed to present a good example. I need to look tough, the colonel thought. Confident, in control. A few small risks don't matter, whatever it takes to get out of this terrible country. Hidden by the storm, the armored column had left the fort, proceeded through a pass, and eventually arrived at this valley on the southern flank of the eastern mountains. By noon, the wind had died, the dust had settled, the snow-capped mountains had gleamed. The gunships began their attack in mid-afternoon. From his protected position, Zayson smiled as he listened to the roar of machine guns. The rebels would certainly be tempted to panic against such an organized, relentless assault. Indeed, what other choice would they have except to break camp and flee to what they hoped would be a less dangerous location? Zayson broadened his smile. If the rebels fled in this direction, his surveillance teams in the foothills would see them coming. He would order the gunships to pursue the rebels and herd them toward this valley. When they tried to cross the plain, his hidden armored column would blow them apart. No prisoners. Every rebel needed to die. On the other hand, if the rebels chose to flee in the opposite direction, toward the north, a second armored column hid in a valley there. Surveillance teams watched in the northern foothills as well. The rebels would be herded by gunships and destroyed by that column. Of course, it would be better if my column had the privilege of the kill, Zayson thought. But my superiors will be impressed enough by my plan, no matter which column has the honor of combat. For a nervous instant, he almost wished it would not be his that had the honor. After all, having led this column, he would need to be consistent and lead the fight, or at least come near it, and he preferred to avoid that experience. Nonetheless, a commander needed to do what obligation required. South or north? Which sector would it be? A toss of a coin. The alternatives? They could not flee west, the direction from which the gunships attacked. That left them only one remaining direction, eastward, toward Pakistan. But the local rebels had shown a remarkable stubbornness to remain at war. Pakistan would mean a retreat, and the rebels seemed determined to be martyrs rather than fugitives. Still, they might choose the unexpected. If they did flee eastward, Zayson's trap for them would be more difficult. The valleys in this district tended to run on a west-east axis. Mountains prevented the north and south armored columns from driving to the inward passes through which the rebels would have a chance to escape. The massive gunships made the difference. The superior design of Soviet personnel carriers. Although rugged, the carriers weighed only 8 tons. They were light enough for the gunships to airlift them across the mountains to those eastern valleys and block the rebels if they chose unexpectedly to flee. Like the coward, Major Azov, escape would be his choice. Zayson went to him.
"Why so solemn, Major? We're about to defeat the enemy."
"Enemy, sir? Who's the enemy?"
"Ours, the homelands."
"But the Afghans haven't attacked our homeland, Colonel."
"Of course not. They're primitive. We are the greatest force in the world. They wouldn't be stupid enough to attack Russia."
"Then why have we invaded them, sir?"
"You know as well as I do. Afghanistan's next to Iran. It's oil fields. That's what the homeland wants."
"For that, we kill 1,000,000 people?"
"A small price."
"Unless you're an Afghan."
"But, Major, you're a Soviet."
Zayson glared, then turned to Korov.
"You'll soon have the chance to kill more of the enemy, Sergeant."
"Yes, sir."
The rugged, bare-scalped soldier stood more rigidly.
"I'm looking forward to going into combat with you."
The sergeant's tight lips showed the trace of a smile, but that trace of a smile showed a hint of contempt? Impossible. The sergeant was a model of respect and obedience. If he was contemptuous, it had to be toward the major. A voice made him turn. A communications officer raised his head through the open hatch of a tank.
"Colonel, the gunships request permission to commence relay procedures." "Permission granted."
For Zayson's plan to work, the gunships needed to persist in their attack. Eventually, though, they'd run out of fuel. To avoid weakening the assault, Zayson planned a system of relays in which 1/3 of the gunships would return to the base for refueling and rearming. When they rejoined the attack, another third would return to the base, and so on. This method guaranteed that the majority of Zayson's gunships would always be on the offensive. "I've thought of everything," he assured himself. "It's only a matter of time." 3. Rambo stumbled again. Off balance, afraid of dropping Troutman, he fell to his knees. The impact slammed his teeth together.
"You need to rest,"
Michelle said.
"As soon as it's dark."
Rambo licked his parched lips and looked behind him toward the setting sun. It was almost behind the western mountains, and loomed so huge that it seemed swollen with blood. Arms aching from Troutman's weight on the litter, he raised one knee, then the other, and straightened. The sockets of his shoulders, elbows, and wrists strained until he feared they'd pop. In the foothills, the gunships kept firing.
"Let's go."
He struggled up a higher slope. The trees became sparser. The soil became thinner, alternating with slabs of rock. He came to a ridge, warning the others to use an outcrop of boulders to hide their silhouettes as they passed over the rim. With a quick look behind him, he saw the specks of gunships spread along the foothills. The birds of death searched thoroughly, continuing relentlessly upward, strafing thickets and hollows. Sunset glinted off their spinning rotors. The glints disappeared as the sun descended lower. With a smoking whoosh, a gunship launched a rocket. A blaze exploded past trees, a fireball rising from the base of a cliff. Distance made it hard to be certain, but Rambo suspected that the rocket had just destroyed the campsite and the cave. Flames spread up through the trees, brilliant in the deepening dusk. The sun disappeared. Its fading halo showed a dense yellow cloud emerging from the belly of a gunship. The cloud expanded rapidly, settling toward a ravine. Poisoned dust. Rage fueled Rambo's disgust. Sure, he thought bitterly, they might as well use the whole arsenal. Dust thickened. Fires lit the foothills. Flares burst like skyrockets. Searchlights glared from the gunships, methodically scanning the otherwise murky terrain.
"You rest now?"
Musa asked. Rambo stared toward the searchlights.
"Not yet. One more slope."
Michelle murmured.
"What did you say?"
Rambo asked.
"You'll kill yourself."
"If that's what it takes."
In the final pale of dusk, he saw almost no trees, only boulders as he reached a wide shelf of rock, stumbled again, and needed to stop. Arms trembling, he set down the litter. When he tried to straighten, he didn't have the strength and simply slumped backward in pain. Michelle jumped from her horse and knelt beside him.
"Not me. Take care of the colonel,"
Rambo said.
"But—"
"Take care of the colonel."
She grabbed her doctor's bag and leaned over Troutman on the litter. In the gathering darkness, Rambo lay on his back, gulped air, and concentrated to relax his muscles. He slowly sat up, then trembled. Michelle knelt beside him again.
"He's still unconscious. His breathing is steady, but his pulse is weaker."
"Is that the worst?"
"I'm afraid he's bleeding again. He has a fever. We need to get some water into him."
Rambo stood, wobbled dizzily, then walked to Troutman. Musa opened a canteen and tilted it against Troutman's lips, trickling water into his mouth. But even in the dark, Rambo could see that most of the water trickled back out.
"Keep trying. Colonel, you need to drink."
Musa poured more water. Again it trickled out.
"Colonel, wake up,"
Rambo said. Troutman didn't respond.
"Wake up!"
Troutman moaned and weakly raised a hand. It flopped back onto the fir bough.
"Can you hear me, Colonel? You need to drink."
"Whatever." Troutman's voice was as faint and brittle as a breeze through dead leaves.
"You say, John."
He managed to swallow.
"Good, sir. A little more."
Troutman sipped again.
"I dreamed—" "Yes, sir?"
"You and I were at Bragg."
"This isn't Fort Bragg, sir."
"The first time I met you.
When you started to train me. I remember."
"I didn't do you any favor, did I?" Troutman asked.
"No, sir. You were tough on me."
"Not what I meant. Troutman coughed.
"Created you. Didn't do you any favor."
Rambo felt hollow.
"No favor at all," Troutman said. "Don't talk. You need to rest, sir."
"Sorry, John." Rambo's hollowness deepened. Michelle poured water onto a handkerchief, wiped Troutman's face, and set the moist handkerchief on his brow.
"The horses need grain and water," Musa said.
"And you'll need sleep,"
Michelle told Rambo.
"Later."
"Now."
Michelle exhaled, feeling his hands.
"Your palms are a mess. I'll disinfect and bandage them. Drink some water, eat something."
"I don't think I could keep it down."
"For God's sake, do what I tell you."
He drank from Moose's canteen and chewed on a wedge of hard, stale bread. Below in the darkness, the searchlight beams were eerie. They seemed to blaze out of nothing and drop toward nowhere. The sparks from machine guns seemed to come out of nothing. He turned toward the snow-capped peaks. In the night, they glowed. Musa, how long to cross them?
Tomorrow. Difficult. God willing, we'll reach the opposite valley by late afternoon.
Afternoon? You plan to start at sunrise?
Need to see dangers.
While those gunships come toward us? No, we start tonight.
But you need sleep,
Michelle insisted. If we give those gunships time to catch us, I won't need to sleep. I'll be dead, like the rest of you. We're leaving now. Rambo stared toward the mountains. Akram's tribe, able to move faster, would be close to the summit by now. He doubted they would rest either. But what about Rahim and Khalid? In their separate directions to the north and south, had they managed to evade the gunships? 4. With painstaking care, Khalid squirmed silently through the night. He passed unseen trees and inched down a murky incline. His tribe hid higher on this southern slope, in a wooded draw they'd reached just after sunset. To his right, he heard the roar of the gunships, saw their searchlights, their flares, and the sparks from their machine guns. A while ago, some of the searchlights had receded while others took their place. They're refueling, Khalid thought, and continued his cautious descent. So many gunships were frightening, but maybe that was the purpose, to cause panic. The Soviets had never assembled an attack of so many gunships before. Given their determination, could he assume that all he needed to do to escape was to veer toward a flank and pass the extremity of the Soviet advance? Would the Soviets not have foreseen that possibility and have arranged a trap to the right and left of the gunships? Khalid prayed to Allah. His people needed a haven, but if he didn't take precautions, if he didn't scout the area ahead, he'd be an unworthy leader, and more than anything, he knew how to lead. The American who'd saved his daughter. Khalid continued to feel dishonored for having abandoned him, but the American had been given a choice to come along, and had refused because of the need to take care of his friend. Khalid respected the value of friendship, but he also had an obligation to his tribe, and by necessity, the American took second place. Don't think about the stranger. Pay attention to what you're doing. Khalid snaked between a night-shrouded tree, reached a bluff, and stared below. While the stars above were gems in Allah's firmament, the darkness below was absolute, the product of the devil. Soon God's moon would rise. Until it probed the night, Khalid would stay on this bluff and rest, his tribal obligation temporarily fulfilled. But a sound below made his stomach constrict. The sound might have come from a pebble that had balanced too long on the edge of a cliff and finally fallen. Or the sound might have come from a branch that scraped against another branch on a tree that had long ago died and tonight was settling. But the sound might also have come from a rifle that touched a rock, or a canteen doing the same, or a switch being flicked on a two-way radio. Khalid focused all his senses. Sight, taste, touch, and smell combined to reinforce hearing. Despite the night's chill, he sweated and listened. There. The sound came again. A scrape of metal, and now a whisper. Unintelligible because it was in Russian. In the silence of the night, because of that silence, the murmur struck Khalid's ears like slapping hands. It told him, the Soviets have reconnaissance teams. They expected us to flee the gunships from the west, to head north or south, but not toward the east because that would be surrender. Lower, there'd be a trap. He needed to crawl away from this bluff to return to his tribe and lead them in the only remaining direction, toward Pakistan. But would the Soviets have set a trap in that direction as well? Would they assume that because my tribe has never fled there before, we will not do it now? As silently and as quickly as possible, he wormed back up through the unseen boulders of the slope. Then God's moon began to rise, and he could see the boulders. With Allah's blessing, the growing splendor guided him. 5. Like the setting sun Rambo had studied earlier, the moon was enormous. The pollution-free sky, in combination with a trick of light's refraction at Afghanistan's altitude, magnified the moon until it seemed to approach the earth. Its gleam bathed everything with silver. The rocks through which Rambo carried the litter had a morbid whiteness. Above, Musa and the horse that supported the other end of the litter looked like ghosts. Troutman, although alive, had the pallor of a corpse. With a quick glance backward, Rambo saw the specter of Michelle leading her horse. Below came the searchlights of the birds of death. He readjusted his blistered grip on the poles and strained to climb higher. Although the night was cold, the sweat of exertion slicked him. The still air amplified each scrape of his boots over stone. Rocks, dislodged by the horse's hooves, clattered disturbingly down the slope. He worked higher and past the tree line. The altitude made breathing difficult. His chest heaved like the bellows at the forge in Bangkok, but he couldn't satisfy his lungs. He felt dizzy and sick to his stomach.
30 minutes,
Michelle said behind him. He nodded. They'd agreed to make Troutman drink every 30 minutes. Although Rambo wouldn't stop to rest, he would stop for anything that helped Troutman. He set down the poles and massaged his aching arms while Musa tilted a canteen to Troutman's mouth. Water dribbled down Troutman's chin, but his throat bobbed. He swallowed.
Now you drink,
Michelle said. Not thirsty. Rambo continued to feel sick.
Just do it.
After he lowered the canteen, she handed him a chunk of bread. Chewing, he hoped his stomach would tolerate the assault. He lifted the poles, felt his sinews protest, and struggled higher. They reached the snow line. The air became so cold that Michelle draped a blanket over Troutman. She knotted another blanket around Rambo's neck and tied it around his waist so it hung down his back to his knees. She and Musa wrapped blankets around themselves. They continued. The cold stung Rambo's face and hands. Wisps of frosty breath came out of his mouth. The snow was hard and dry. When his boots broke through the crust, the brittle powder underneath made a squeaking sound. It rose past his ankles, past his calves, past his knees. He tried to step into the holes Musa's horse made. Ahead, he saw a wide depression in the snow. It angled from low on the left to high on the right. He wasn't sure what had caused it. Stepping down into it, able to walk easier, he noticed hoofprints, many, and realized this was where Akram's tribe had ridden through the snow. With their greater speed, they'd be miles away, probably over the crest and down into the opposite tree line by now. Godspeed, Rambo thought. But the roar of the gunships made him nervously realize something else. While this trail would be a help, it would also be a danger. When the gunships reached this altitude, they couldn't fail to see so wide a depression in the snow. The gunships would follow in hopes of catching the riders who'd made it. He stared above him. The gleam of the moon revealed two peaks between which a saddle of snow formed a pass.
Musa, will that take us where we want to go? Yes, but hard. Easier way toward right. Toward pass where trail leads. We can't stay on this trail. The gunships will follow. They see smaller path we make. They'll think the big trail's more important. They'll focus most of their energy on it. I'd sooner have one gunship after us than 20.
Musa glanced longingly toward the trampled-down snow, then relented, and led the horse from the trail, exhaling with effort as he broke through the deep, crusty snow. Rambo struggled to hold up the litter. They worked higher. 6. The soldier shook from cold. Even with woolen hat, gloves, and overcoat, he shivered uncontrollably. If only he'd been able to drink something hot or pace and keep his muscles from cramping, his assignment might have been bearable. But as it was, huddled with frozen rations on a rock shelf halfway up a peak, he suffered bitterly. He envied the soldier beside him. The second man dozed in a sleeping bag, his head tucked down beneath the flaps. An hour, the first soldier thought. Then it's my turn to sleep, and you can freeze your ass. They'd been here since yesterday afternoon. A gunship had lowered them on a winch. They'd studied the snowy peaks on each side and chosen this shelf halfway up on the right. The shelf provided good concealment and a vantage point from which to watch for rebels trying to cross the mountains. But after sunset, they'd discovered that their night vision telescope malfunctioned in the cold. Its green-tinted image was distorted. Its lenses kept frosting over. On one occasion, the skin around the soldier's eye had stuck to the cold metal around the viewfinder. Pulling away, he'd left skin on the viewfinder. The pain had been excruciating. The scope was useless. Hoping to be relieved from this assignment, the soldier had radioed headquarters and explained that without the scope, even with the aid of the brilliant moon, they wouldn't be able to see far. "Stay in place," came the answer. So he shivered and watched the saddle-like depression below him, waiting to waken his partner and have his chance to doze in the sleeping bag. He was slow to realize that he saw movement down there. He tensed, excited. A man, a horse, a litter, someone on it, a man holding up one end. Someone else, a second horse. The soldier grabbed for his two-way radio to report to headquarters and suddenly restrained himself. Even if I whisper my report, the enemy might hear my voice. I'll lose the chance to surprise them. 3 people and a 4th who'd been hurt. It wasn't the huge rebel group headquarters hoped for, but it was a target. The soldier opened the sleeping bag to shove a gloved hand across his partner's mouth. The second man's eyes opened, startled. The first soldier gestured for silence, then pointed toward the pass below. The second man nodded, understanding. They peered toward the figures below them. The first soldier reached for his rifle. 7. The worst was almost over, Rambo thought. It had to be. He didn't know how much longer he could keep going. For Troutman? Forever. He strained to hold up the litter, plodding onward through the snow. He'd soon be across this ridge. The snow would lead down to rocks and trees, to another valley, to warmth. Keep going.
Musa, when do you think we'll...
Musa turned to listen and fell. At first, Rambo thought he'd lost his balance, but at once Rambo heard the burst of automatic gunfire that came from halfway up the peak on the right. Rambo dropped the litter. Troutman moaned in agony.
Run, Michelle!
Rambo grabbed his rifle from where he'd wedged it next to Troutman on the litter. Michelle ran forward with her horse. A second sniper opened fire. Rambo darted from the litter, hoping to distract the snipers so they wouldn't shoot at Troutman. As long as they kept shooting in bursts, Rambo knew he had a chance. The recoil from the automatic fire tended to jerk rifles upward and made aiming difficult. But if the snipers switched to single fire, if they calculated each shot... Rambo knelt to make himself a smaller target and swept his weapon to his shoulder. Snow churned up beside him. He aimed. The horse that supported one end of Troutman's litter bolted. Rambo fired, but he didn't use the rifle part of his weapon. He used the grenade launcher. The projectile exploded halfway up the peak. In the dark, the brilliant flame stunned Rambo's eyes. Although the muzzle flashes provided a target, he'd aimed in haste, anxious to retaliate as soon as possible, hoping to startle the snipers. Indeed, they stopped shooting, but whether the grenade had struck close and forced them to duck or whether they were reloading, he didn't know. He didn't dare hope that he'd killed them. The horse that supported Troutman's litter kept running. Rambo reloaded the launcher and aimed again toward the ridge. The rifles up there crackled. He fired. The grenade exploded beneath the muzzle flashes. Snow shook loose from the peak. Understanding came in a rush. He dived to the right, hoping to throw off the sniper's aim. He rolled, surged to kneel again, reloaded, sighted, and shot a third grenade. But he didn't shoot toward the muzzle flashes. Instead, above them, toward the highest, thickest wall of snow. He didn't wait to see the result. He sprang to his feet and raced with all the strength that his exhausted body could muster. Ahead, the horse that supported Troutman's litter kept running. Michelle had reached the end of the pass. She waved her arms to stop the charging animal. It veered. She grabbed for the reins. The horse slammed past her. She gasped from the impact, spun, and fell. The grenade exploded. The mountain rumbled. A huge crest of snow dislodged, tumbling toward another crest. Together, they plummeted toward yet another. Racing, Rambo saw the horse drag the litter down the far side of the pass. Troutman! He didn't know if he screamed in his mind or through his mouth. He wouldn't have heard his scream anyhow. The thunder of falling snow obliterated every other sound. He reached Musa. The Afghan struggled to stand, blood surrounding him. Rambo grabbed his shoulders and dragged him. As the cascading snow roared louder, Rambo strained to get Musa toward the end of the pass. When the third grenade had exploded, the flashes from the rifles had stopped. The snipers must have peered upward in horror toward the death swooping toward them. Dragging Musa, Rambo imagined the screams he couldn't hear. The avalanche crashed across the rock shelf from which the ambush had come. The powerful cascade whooshed over stone, broke granite, enveloped the snipers, and continued falling. Rambo rushed to yank Musa toward safety. He didn't move quickly enough. The combined weight of multiple ridges of snow plunged into the pass and struck with a walloping force that sent snow clouds back up toward the peaks and slammed Rambo's chest with a punch so profound that it convinced him his soul had left his body. He was wrong. As the thunder of the avalanche became a ringing in his ears, he clawed at the snow that smothered his face, fought upward, clutched at Musa. And this time when he screamed, he knew for certain it wasn't in his mind, but through his mouth. The bolting horse, the litter. Troutman! For a terrible instant, he was back in the desert, After the black wind had buried him in sand, his mouth and nostrils plugged, he clawed to free his head from the sand, to breathe, to dig for Musa. But he wasn't struggling through sand. It was snow. The scorching heat of the desert became the numbing cold of the pass. With a jolting return to the present, he rammed his head from the snow, inhaled savagely, clutched Musa's shoulders and pulled him out of the drift. Gasping for air, he kept tugging, dragging. He saw blood pulse from Musa's left thigh and pulled him faster. He wanted to pause to catch his breath, but he feared there'd be another avalanche and needed to keep going until he reached the end of the pass. He finally slumped beside Musa. The Afghan murmured.
I didn't hear you,
Rambo said. He leaned close, and this time when Musa whispered, Rambo did hear.
Yes, Rambo said. Too close to paradise.
Michelle stumbled toward them.
Are you okay?
Rambo asked. She held her right arm, wincing.
The horse knocked me down.
What's wrong with your arm?
I think it's broken.
Rambo sagged, weighed down by depression. His burden was becoming unbearable. But he couldn't allow himself to despair. There was much to do. He fiercely roused himself, cut a strip from the blanket tied around him, and secured the strip to Musa's wounded leg. He slipped Musa's knife scabbard off his belt. The sheath was stiff enough to twist the strip of blanket and put pressure on the leg. He tugged the sheath beneath the strip to keep it in place and sighed when Musa stopped bleeding.
Troutman, I'll be back.
When he stood, he wavered. For a moment, he almost threw up. But his equilibrium steadied itself, and he ran toward the slope that led down from the pass, following the trail the bolting horse had made as it dragged the litter. Had the horse fallen off a cliff, taking Troutman with it? He found the litter 50 yards down the slope. Its poles had slipped from their moorings on the saddle. The horse was nowhere in sight. But the litter had flipped when it fell. Alarmingly, Troutman lay face down under it. Animal sounds came from Rambo's throat. He grasped the side of the litter and turned it over. The rope that bound Troutman to the litter had held. Troutman's face and chest were covered with snow, but the snow on Troutman's right shoulder was red. He was bleeding again. Troutman's snow-covered eyelids fluttered. Rambo frantically wiped the flakes from his face, clearing his mouth and nostrils.
Colonel, fight it. Stay alive. I'll get you down to where it's warm.
Rambo raced back up the moonlit slope. A shadowy figure moved to his left. A horse. Michelle's. He approached it cautiously, afraid that it would bolt, clutched its reins, and led it toward the pass. At the top, Michelle gripped her injured arm. Her face contorted with pain, she sat next to Musa.
Musa, can you ride?
Rambo asked. Musa scrunched his eyes shut.
I do what I must.
Rambo cut another piece from his blanket. He made a sling, eased it around Michelle's arm, and tied it to her neck. She shuddered until her arm was at rest.
Can you walk? He asked her.
You heard what Musa said. I'll do what I need to.
Rambo kissed her cheek. He turned to the horse and cut holes in its saddle to accommodate the litter's poles.
Bring the horse,
he told Michelle. He tugged Musa down the snowy slope to the litter. Raising the litter's poles, he inserted them into the holes in the saddle. Again, he draped a section of rope over the saddle and tied it to the end of each pole to secure them. He helped Musa onto the horse. The Afghan screamed. Rambo feared that he'd pass out. But Musa braced himself in determination.
Go!
Michelle led the horse. Rambo lifted the opposite end of the litter. As they worked down the slope, Rambo stared at Troutman's bleeding shoulder. His vision blurred. At first he thought the blur was caused by weakness, but then he realized that he was crying. 8. Colonel Zayson wakened to the gleam of a flashlight. A hand gripped his shoulder, nudging him.
"What is it?"
the colonel asked, abruptly alert.
"Sir, you asked to be told if our surveillance teams reported seeing any activity."
Zayson sat urgently upright. He'd been sleeping in the troop compartment of a personnel carrier.
"Have the rebels been seen?"
"No, sir, not exactly," the communications officer said.
"Not exactly. What does that mean? You didn't need to wake me if—"
"A surveillance team failed to contact us for their hourly report. I can't raise them on the radio. The team was situated on a peak to the east. Gunships report seeing a large trail, evidently made by horses. The trail leads through snow toward a pass in that vicinity."
Zayson's chest contracted.
"Show me on the map."
The communications officer stepped forward to the crew compartment and returned to the back of the carrier. He spread out a map and pointed.
"Here," he said, "is the pass the surveillance team was watching. Over here, a half-kilometer to the right, is the pass that the tracks in the snow lead through."
Zayson studied the map intensely.
Both passes head into the same adjacent valley.
He traced his finger across the contour lines of the long, narrow valley.
It angles to the east, and here,
he tapped his finger against the map.
at the far end, only one pass provides an exit. Once beyond that pass, the rebels would reach Pakistan, sir.
Zayson rose to a crouch, about to hurry from the carrier.
Radio the gunships. I want a third of them to fly here at once. Tell the crews of the personnel carriers to prepare for an airlift. That valley, that eastern pass. If I can block it in time, the rebels are trapped.
9. The moon had set. Akram relied on starlight as he led his tribe through the long, narrow eastern valley. Its steep slopes were heavily wooded, but its floor was mostly grassland, and even at night, Akram felt exposed. Nervous, he urged his people to follow him faster. As it was, they'd progressed with remarkable speed. They'd left their campsite at mid-afternoon. Not stopping even for prayers, they'd hurried ever higher into the mountains. May Allah understand, Akram had begged. We pray in our hearts, but we cannot stop to pray out loud. We must escape the gunships. We must survive to continue fighting Allah's war. A magnificent gleaming moon had shown Allah's understanding, had allowed Akram's people to see obstacles and flee with continued quickness through the night. Children had ridden with their fathers. The wounded had ridden with their brethren. The women had shown their always-to-be-respected endurance, keeping up with the horses. A journey that would normally have taken 2 days, with stops for prayers, food, and sleep, had been accomplished in 1 afternoon and a desperate night. The valley's floor started to rise. Akram reached a tree line, found a game trail, and instructed his people to follow it in single file. As the peaks ahead of him were silhouetted by the faintest of halos, a vague indication of the rising sun, he continued upward through the trees. He soon reached a strip of grassland, crossed the pebbly stream, and entered more trees. The slope tilted higher. False dawn gave the peaks above a stronger silhouette, but the darkness around him continued to hover. He emerged from this higher section of trees and faced a gloomy, constricted rocky draw. Escape. The road to Pakistan. As he led his exhausted people upward, Akram stiffened at a distant sound, a faint rumble that increased to a multiple flapping roar. Gunships. They found us. He urged his people to move faster, higher. But the roar wasn't coming toward him. Instead, the din stayed behind him, seemingly stationary above the stream and trees at the bottom of this draw. He turned and strained to see through the darkness toward the valley below. Searchlights blazed on occasion, sporadic 10-second bursts, then darkness again. The ground reflection of the searchlights revealed the monstrous winged outlines of the gunships. And something else, a bulky object that dangled from each belly. Akram wasn't sure what the bulky objects were, but their threatening contours filled him with apprehension. He pressed his ankles against the flanks of his horse and commanded the animal upward as fast as possible. At the top of the draw, between towering craggy bluffs, he felt his spirits swell at the sight of the sun's rim glowing above farther mountains. That sun cast its rays on Pakistan. With relief, Akram nudged his horse and crested the draw, about to head downward, toward safety, toward... He brooded about the gunships and about the threatening objects they'd set to the ground. He thought about the American, the buskashi champion he'd left behind. The warrior had insisted on staying with his wounded friend, remaining loyal to his countrymen despite the onslaught of the gunships. Whereas I led my people to safety. We each have obligations. We each did what we knew was right. But even so, Akram's apprehension worsened. Feeling Allah's will propelled by fate, he commanded the women to hurry onward. He instructed the children to dismount from the saddles they shared with their fathers. Go, join your mothers, reach Pakistan. He told his holy warriors to turn their horses, to follow him back down the draw, to prepare their souls for battle. 10. Rambo's numbed body relaxed the more the temperature increased. His cramped muscles softened, at least as much as they were able, as he descended into the valley. Below the snow line, past a boulder field, down into trees. He no longer sweated, too drained of moisture. The burden of Troutman on the litter stooped his shoulders and bent his back. His vision swirled, not from the tears he'd shed earlier, but from exhaustion. Nonetheless, the increasing warmth was something positive. It provided slight relief from his agony. It gave him hope. Maybe the worst was truly over, he thought. Maybe they would escape and get help for Troutman. And for Musa, who slumped forward on the horse, so weak from loss of blood that he needed to be tied to the saddle to prevent him from falling off. And for Michelle, who unsteadily led the horse, her face the color of lead, her broken arm swollen. The morning sky was bright and clear. The dense trees provided cover. From the mountains behind him, Rambo heard gunships, their powerful engines merely a drone. Ahead, he'd heard other gunships just before dawn. They'd roared in and out of this new valley. Then gradually their roar had dwindled until now he heard only a few. Just as the trees concealed him from the sky, so they prevented him from seeing the gunships. The pattern of the sound suggested that the search was winding down. After a final check on the draw leading into Pakistan, the gunships were leaving. In the mountains behind him, the far-off drone of the gunships ceased. In the valley ahead, the last gunship's roar diminished until the only sounds were the whisper of a breeze, the plodding of the horse's hooves, the trickle at a stream. Rambo told Michelle to stop at the stream. He set down the litter. The silence was unnerving.
"Do you think they've really gone?"
Michelle asked. Rambo shook his head in confusion. "They needed to stop sometime, but I figured they'd keep at it longer. Maybe they decided they'd lost us, that we reached Pakistan."
Or maybe that's what they want us to think.
Michelle winced from pain and leaned against a tree.
Maybe this is a trick.
"One good thing. If they do come back, we'll hear them before they get close." Rambo knelt, put his face in the stream, and drank. The water was like the mountain air, cool and sweet. He filled a canteen and took it to Michelle.
"Not thirsty,"
she said. "That's how I felt last night. Just do it, you said. Now I'm telling you." Despite her pain, Michelle grinned.
"A doctor taking orders from her patient."
Next, Rambo took the canteen to Troutman, then Musa, forcing them to drink as well. Troutman's wound had stopped bleeding, but his face was the color of concrete. His brow was hotter. Musa had a fever, too, although at least he was conscious, barely. Rambo's eyes stung from lack of sleep. "You lazy bastard." He swallowed more water, refilled the canteen, shoved a chunk of bread into his mouth, and lifted the litter. 11. Rahim watched the gunships disappear into the distance. He waited 5 minutes, then signaled for his tribe to emerge from the trees. Last night, in the foothills to the north, trying to evade the gunships coming from the west, he'd scouted through the dark and had almost decided to lead his people down to a valley when a premonition had made him check lower. Allah provided. God's brilliant moon revealed tanks and armored personnel carriers. A trap, Rahim thought. The gunships were intended to make us run to their flanks. In the opposite direction, southward, other tanks and carriers no doubt waited for Khalid. Rahim prayed for Khalid's safety, then for his own and that of his people. Because west, south, and north were threats, only one direction remained, toward Pakistan. Now in the morning he urged his tribe from the trees, across rocks, toward the snow line. They reached a wide depression in the snow where other horses had gone before them. The trail was Akram's, Rahim decided. He scanned the sky behind him, afraid that he'd see the gunships returning. But the sky remained empty. He passed a small trail that led off from this large one. That other trail seemed to be the tracks of 2 horses and 3 people walking. He didn't understand who they'd be, but instead of heading toward the snow-filled pass, he chose the easier route provided by the large group of horses that had climbed this slope earlier. He followed the path toward a draw on his right. Rushing, he led his people through the draw and down the other side. Past snow and rocks, he reached dense trees. His tribe regrouped there. But something moved among the trees. Rahim raised his rifle, found his target, and eased his finger off the trigger. Khalid emerged from the trees.
"I found a trap to the south." "There was one to the north as well," Rahim said.
Khalid nodded grimly and gestured toward the east.
"It seems we ride together, after all."
12. Rambo reached the bottom of the wooded slope. Ahead, the floor of the valley was open grass. "We can't go across it, Michelle. We'd be caught in the open if the gunships come back."
"Then
stay in the trees and follow them around the valley." In the distance, Rambo saw the rocky draw that led up toward Pakistan. "Just a little farther." He studied the litter. "Colonel, can you hear me? We're almost there." Troutman surprised him. Although his eyes were closed and he looked unconscious, he nodded weakly. Spurred by hope, Rambo started forward. Led by Michelle, he followed the trees that rimmed the grassland. Weariness slowed him. 3 times he needed to rest. But an hour later, he reached the far end of the valley. Michelle found a game trail and led the horse up through trees. They came to a meadow. Beyond was a stream, then more trees, then the rocky draw. We made it, Rambo thought. Halfway across the meadow, he peered with wonder toward the draw above him. He quickened his pace, heard the sudden rumble of engines, and faltered. No. The trees burst into motion. A row of personnel carriers broke through their camouflage of branches and aimed their cannons. No! As hopelessness sank through him, Rambo realized there was no point in trying to run. The cannons would blow him apart. He could only pray the enemy would be merciful and help Troutman, maybe fly him to a hospital. In pain and frustration, he set down the litter, and was slammed to the ground by a cannon blast. 13. The earth shook. "Stop!" Major Azov yelled. Colonel Zayson ignored him. "Again! To the left this time! Fire!" Another cannon boomed. Ground erupted next to the group. The horse reared. The figure in front, a woman, lurched back from flying hooves. Her right arm was in a sling. She fell and screamed. "Again!" Zayson ordered. "Behind them!" "No!" Azov yelled. A third cannon boomed. Behind the fallen American, the meadow heaved. The horse bolted forward. A wounded man tied to its saddle bobbed one way, then the other. The litter bounced. "In front of the horse!" Zayson ordered. "No!" Azov yelled. "They're not a threat!" A blast from a cannon struck in front of the horse and knocked it off its feet. The horse landed hard on its side, pinning the wounded man's leg, overturning the litter. Zayson heard more screams from the meadow. Ignoring Azov's angry shouts behind him, he commanded, "Again! The American's trying to stand! Shoot close enough to knock him down again! You son of a bitch! I'll make them pay for what they did to me," Zayson said, "for jeopardizing my career. And after that, Azov, I'll teach you." Another cannon roared. More ground erupted. For a second time, the American fell. "Machine guns!" Zayson ordered. "Strafe their flanks!" Instead of machine guns, Zayson heard the crack of rifle. Close, behind him. He whirled in fright. Major Azov hit the ground, his forehead spewing blood. The major held his pistol. He'd drawn it and aimed toward... Me? Zayson blinked in shock, then swung his gaze toward Sergeant Kurov, who'd fired his AK-47 into the major's forehead. "Sergeant, you'll be decorated for this." "I don't want a medal," Kurov said in disgust. "I want a promotion." "But that's impossible. You don't have the background to be an officer. Surely you realize." Kurov's rifle veered toward the colonel. "Wait!" As the sergeant's finger tensed on the rifle's trigger, Zayson blurted, "Of course, if you want a promotion." A carrier exploded. 14. Rambo fell again, but this time the explosion didn't erupt in the meadow. It didn't come from a cannon shell. It came from a rocket fired from the trees behind the carriers. The blast blew a turret off a vehicle and sent soldiers flying. Another rocket spewed from the trees. Another carrier exploded. Muzzles flashed, rifles shooting from the forest. As Rambo rolled to his feet, he saw the Soviet commander shouting orders at his men. Increased shooting from the trees made the Soviets shout harder. The turrets on the carriers whirred into motion, cannons pivoting from the meadow toward the trees behind them. But not before. A third carrier burst into flames. Automatic weapons strafed the soldiers. As a cannon retaliated, trees became flaming fragments. 15. Akram absorbed the jerking recoil of his rifle and shouted for his men to keep firing. He emptied a magazine, dropped it, shoved in another, and squeezed the trigger. His premonition had been accurate. Having heard the gunships just before dawn, having looked back down the draw and seen the gunships lowering ominous bulky objects suspended from their bellies, he'd returned to the land of the out-of-control. But he hadn't chosen as much as he'd obeyed. His compulsion was overwhelming. The mass of helicopters wouldn't have been setting down what looked more and more like personnel carriers unless they were planning a trap. For whom he didn't know. Perhaps his fellow chieftains, perhaps the American. It didn't matter. Loyalty compelled him. Destiny. The will of Allah. Akram had waited all morning, unseen in the trees. A gap through branches had revealed the American and his devastated group coming into a meadow. The Soviet armored vehicles had burst from camouflage. Cannons had roared. The American had fallen. And Akram had ordered his men to creep lower, to reach as close as they could without being noticed, to take the advantage now that the Soviets were distracted. A warrior shot a Soviet handheld rocket launcher, one of the spoils that Akram had gained from the battle 2 days earlier. An armored vehicle exploded. Yes, Akram mentally shouted. Destiny. He kept firing his rifle. The right place, the perfect time. 16. Rambo didn't know who'd attacked. All he did know was that his chest swelled with hope. We've still got a chance. He'd lost his rifle during the avalanche in the pass, but he still had his bow. Assembling it, he aimed and fired an arrow equipped with an explosive tip. A group of soldiers flew from the blast. He fired a second explosive arrow, a third. More soldiers flew amid roaring flames and shrapnel. He aimed until he'd used every grenade-tipped shaft. He rushed toward Troutman to free him from the litter. Dimly he realized that the horse was dead, that Musa was pinned beneath it, that Michelle lay unconscious nearby. He wanted to help them, but he needed to save Troutman. He reached the litter and flinched from more gunshots, but not from the trees in front. Instead, from in back, behind him. Whirling toward the gunfire, Rambo saw commotion, horses, riders, holy warriors screaming Allah's name. He shouted it louder than they did, watching them charge. Soldiers spun toward the unexpected second attack. Firing, they hit several galloping warriors. One rider landed next to Rambo. The warrior's rifle slammed against Rambo's boots. He grabbed it. He clutched the horse's reins, vaulted onto the saddle, and galloped forward. Despite his exhaustion, he steadied his arm and fired repeatedly toward the armored column. Empty casings spewed from the rifle. Khalid was on his right, Rahim on his left. He didn't know what force had brought them here, but he worshipped it and continued shooting. His magazine froze on empty. He threw the rifle away and continued charging. Impulse made him draw his knife. He thrust it forward as he would a sword and urged the warriors onward. The armored carriers loomed. Most were now flaming husks. A few soldiers bravely resisted. The enemy commander who'd ordered cannon fire to flank Rambo's tortured group and punish them further was screaming in panic now, fleeing. Rambo slammed his heels against his horse, impelled it to the limit of the animal's endurance, sped across the stream, toward the far left carrier, vaulted it, seemed suspended halfway over, peered down, saw the enemy commander fleeing beneath him, threw the knife, and impaled the commander through the top of his skull. The horse came down off balance, jerked sideways, fell, and tumbled Rambo. He bounced, rolled, slammed to a stop against a tree. Breath escaped him. Pain seized his chest. He gasped. Every muscle collapsed. But the din of combat stopped. The fight had ended. Smoke, flames, and moans surrounded him. He struggled to sit. Holy warriors lay all around him, gone to the paradise Allah had promised. A massive, bare-scalped, surly Soviet towered over him. A sergeant, he held a rifle and scowled toward the knife protruding from the enemy colonel's skull. The sergeant squinted at Rambo, seemed ready to shoot, then threw his rifle to the ground. "I don't understand," Rambo said. The sergeant looked surprised that Rambo spoke Russian. "Why didn't you kill me?" Rambo asked. The sergeant gestured toward the colonel. "The bastard ran from the fight. I always knew he'd be a coward. I was just about to kill him when you did." "But I'm your enemy. Why didn't you kill me?" "Because life is suffering," the sergeant answered. Rambo stared, the familiar words startling him. Reminded of the monastery in Bangkok, he felt the force of the first truth of Buddha. "Yes." "I made suffering my profession," the Russian sergeant said. "But these people made it their lives. They're tougher than I am. Tell them I'll fight for them." 17. Rambo crawled toward the litter, struggled to push it upright, and exhaled when Troutman moaned. "Oh, thank God, you're alive. I'll get you to a hospital, sir." Troutman nodded weakly. Warriors lifted the horse and pulled Musa out from under it. The Afghan writhed in pain. The horse had landed on his wounded leg. Rambo prayed that the leg wasn't crushed. When he saw it move, he was thankful. Michelle had regained consciousness. 2 mujahideen helped her to stand. The pain of her broken arm made her stoop, but at least she had strength enough to walk, as long as the 2 men supported her. Akram came over, speaking quickly. Rambo turned to Michelle. "I know you're hurt. I hate to ask, but can you tell me what—"
"He says his people will talk about these past few days. About this battle and about you for 1,000 years.
Rambo's throat felt tight. Tell him I'll never forget him or his people and their bravery. I'll do everything I can to help. Akram nodded and gave Rambo the highest compliment, shaking his hand. When he spoke again, his tone was troubled.
He's worried about the gunships.
Michelle's pallor was alarming. She breathed with effort.
When they try to radio this column, when they don't get an answer, they'll come back.
But we'll be in Pakistan by then. Rambo knelt beside Troutman. Hear that, sir? Pakistan. I'll get you to a hospital. But he didn't dare tempt fate. God willing. As Rambo stared toward the draw into Pakistan, he recalled what the Soviet sergeant had said. Life is suffering. I made suffering my profession. Yes, everything was clear now. Rambo finally did what Troutman had wanted. He accepted his destiny. The thought surprised him. Destiny? But what exactly was it? The answer came at once. Although he hated what he was, God had fated him to be a warrior. As long as innocent people were brutalized, he had a purpose. To protect. To suffer so that others would not. Rambo smiled as he stared toward the draw into Pakistan, toward the future, and, God willing, salvation. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Rambo 3, a novel, by David Morrell. Copyright 1988 by David Morrell. Performed by Eric G. Dove. Performance copyright 2013 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded,